Chapter 251 All Three Skills. Zhou Wen waited for Ensheng's notice, as he made preparations for heading to Zhuolu. Although Zhou Wen didn't plan on truly entering the dimensional zone and only wanted to search for the tiny palm symbol, there was nowhere that was safe and peaceful now. Even Luoyang City had been attacked by a breakout creature. No one knew what would happen in uninhabited places. The gold-armored beast that Ouyang Lan had given him had been hatched. The three-eyed golden warrior was also on him at all times. Once he left Luoyang, Zhou Wen planned on transforming the two companion beasts into their companion forms, and wearing them, golden silk soft armor within, and the full-body armor on the outside as double protection. The companion beast reward at the assembly was a legendary bronze figurine. It was a legendary grade companion beast without a companion form, but its combat strength was one of the best among legendaries. It had a life providence of undying soldier, which greatly enhanced the bronze figurine's survivability. It was very suitable for being a scout and vanguard. This was what Zhou Wen deserved. He wouldn't reject it just because of his relationship with Tianzhua, so he also hatched it. However, all of these were just support. The companion beasts that Zhou Wen could truly rely on were Truth Listener and Banana Fairy. There was naturally no need to elaborate on Truth Listener's support abilities. It supported him in all kinds of situations. Banana Fairy was currently undergoing evolution. If it succeeded in evolving to the epic stage, it would definitely be a tremendous boon for Zhou Wen. The effects of Ghost Bride couldn't be neglected. Instead, the silver-winged flying ant and mutated lotus flower ant that Zhou Wen had used often in the past now appeared somewhat useless. The silver-winged flying ant's flight ability was dispensable to the present Zhou Wen. The mutated lotus flower ant's combat strength was only considered average. Zhou Wen wished to fuse the two together, but despite both being ants, their compatibility was astonishingly low, making it impossible for a fusion to succeed. After sorting out his pets, he did another careful look. He was surprised to find that the sky spider youngling he had obtained recently was surprisingly compatible with the silver-winged flying ant. It had a compatibility of more than 80%. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen chose to fuse the two together. The fusion compatibility of that number didn't disappoint him. The fusion was successful and, because both of them had been hatched, there was no distinction between main and supplement. The outcome of the fusion left Zhou Wen slightly stunned though. After the fusion, the companion beast looked like it was mainly a sky spider. It still maintained the snow-white spider body, but it had 4 silver wings on its back. At the end of its tail, there was a stinger like a bee's. It looked beautiful, and its silver-colored appearance made it look like a silvery white plush toy. Silver-winged sky spider youngling, legendary youngling. Life providence, king of the sky. Strength, 19. Speed, 20. Constitution, 19. Primordial energy, 20. Talent skill, silver wing flash, magical needle, sky spider silk, sky spider sanguine venom. Companion form, sky spider silver silk glove. Zhou Wen was slightly surprised. This fusion could be said to have been unprecedentedly successful. Not only had its stats increased, but it had also inherited all of the talent skills of the silver-winged flying ant and sky spider youngling. Furthermore, its life providence had also changed. Previously, the sky spider child was the son of the sky, while the silver-winged flying ant was a king of low altitudes. Now that the two had fused, it became the king of the sky. Zhou Wen took a look and realized that the life providence had increased its flying abilities. It wasn't like it had been in the past where it could only fly at low altitudes. What was even more valuable was that the silver-winged sky spider was still a youngling. There was still room for future growth, so it would definitely be able to advance to the epic stage in the future. However, it was unknown how long it had to be fed before it could advance to the epic stage. Summoning the silver-winged sky spider in its companion form, a translucent silver silky glove immediately appeared on Zhou Wen's left hand. The glove clung tightly to his skin as though it was weightless. It was difficult to sense its existence as though it was a layer of skin. Zhou Wen tested the glove's ability and found that it was rather interesting. Apart from its excellent defensive powers, the Sky Spider Silver Silk Glove also possessed a type of stickiness. As long as Zhou Wen was willing, the Sky Spider Silver Silk Glove could stick to anything. Furthermore, if Zhou Wen didn't deliberately separate, it would be difficult to pull him away from the adhered surface. It's an interesting companion form gear. If I use it well, it might be of great use in the future. Zhou Wen retracted the Sky Spider Glove. After organizing his gear, Zhou Wen refreshed the instance dungeon once again. To his pleasant surprise, he finally gathered the 3 mutated demonized general's abilities and had Astral Fist, which he had always wanted drop. He directly learned Astral Fist and focused all 3 demonized general's skills on him, but Zhou Wen didn't feel any qualitative changes in his strength. The might of the 3 demonized general techniques was no different from the typical demonized general. From the looks of it, what the Wu siblings said was a lie. Nothing impressive happens when all three demonized general skills are gathered. How is it possible to catch the arrow shot out from Tiger Cage Pass? Although he had already obtained confirmation by using his mutated demonized general, he was still somewhat disappointed. However, with this in mind, Zhou Wen suddenly had a thought. Would there be any changes if I were to use 3 demonic general techniques at the same time? But I only have 2 hands. I can use the Astral Slash Blade with one hand, and the other with the Astral Suction Palm. What other free hand do I have to use Astral Fist? Zhou Wen carefully sensed the information regarding Astral Fist, only to have his expression turn odd. Although the Astral Fist was called a fist, it was a primordial energy skill that condensed all of one's strength. When using the Astral Fist, one's body would produce an effect similar to a dominant's body. It wasn't really necessary to deliver an actual punch. In that case, I can try using all 3 skills at once. Zhou Wen tried once in the game, and used the 3 demonized skills at the same time, but he encountered difficulties again. The 3 demonized skills were all unranked primordial energy skills. When used, the amount of primordial energy allocated determined their might. Basically, Zhou Wen had to use all his primordial energy at once to produce the greatest strength of Astral Slash Blade. Now that the 3 skills were used together, it was impossible for him to use his primordial energy in such a manner. All he could do was distribute his primordial energy equally among the 3 primordial energy skills. When Zhou Wen's 3 primordial energy skills were activated, his body experienced a strange change. The 3 primordial energy skills resonated with one another, attracting and repelling each other. They formed a very subtle balance that caused the blood-colored avatar's body to emit a strange sanguine glow. It was as though it was enveloped by a sanguine light. If one looked closely, they would discover that the sanguine light was rapidly revolving around the blood-colored avatar's body. Zhou Wen had no idea how to use this force, so all he could do was attempt to strike forward. Immediately, a blood-colored wheel of light flew out of his body, striking the battlefield in front of him. It immediately minced an ancient war chariot into pieces. That's right, it wasn't cleaving, but mincing. It was as though the chariot had been stuffed into a meat grinder, and had instantly been minced into pieces. What terrifying strength! Zhou Wen couldn't help but be alarmed as he looked at his palm. Chapter 252 Demonic Astral Wheel. Acquired Comb Skill, Demonic Astral Wheel. A notification appeared on his cell phone screen. Then, Zhou Wen saw that in the blood-colored avatar's skill column, there was indeed an additional demonic astral wheel, and the 3 demonized general techniques from before had vanished. Soon, Zhou Wen came to a realization that the demonic astral wheel combined the effects of all 3 demonized general skills. It combined offense and defense into one system, making it far more powerful than any of the original skills individually. Why am I able to acquire the demonic astral wheel, while the mutated demonized general, who has all 3 skills, is not able to obtain the demonic astral wheel? Do I need him to use all 3 skills simultaneously to acquire it? Zhou Wen summoned the mutated demonized general, and attempted to command it to use all 3 skills simultaneously. However, the mutated demonized general's control over primordial energy was clearly not as strong as Zhou Wen's. It was very difficult to achieve the intricate balance of using the 3 primordial energy skills at the same time. From the looks of it, it's not an easy task to make the demonized general acquire the demonic astral wheel. Zhou Wen gave up temporarily, and left for a future endeavor. Now, all Zhou Wen wanted to do was give it a try to see if the demonic astral wheel could catch the arrow shot from Tiger Cage Pass. In fact, even if Zhou Wen didn't use the demonic astral wheel, he could still dodge the arrow by relying on ghost steps. He just hadn't attempted to rush into Tiger Cage Pass. The blood-colored avatar came in front of Tiger Cage Pass, and directly stepped over the threshold. Indeed, just like before, an arrow tore through the air and instantly traversed the battlefield, shooting right at the blood-colored avatar. Zhou Wen didn't make the blood-colored avatar retreat. Instead, he used the demonic astral wheel. The spinning wheel-like sanguine light slammed into the arrow's tip. Zhou Wen immediately saw a strange scene. The revolving demonic astral wheel spun together with the arrow. However, the direction of their spin was different. The demonic astral wheel spun forward like a car wheel, while the arrow spun like an electric drill. The moment the two collided, the arrow changed direction and landed on the ground in front of the blood-colored avatar. Furthermore, the strength left in the demonic astral wheel wasn't significantly expended. Zhou Wen immediately understood why the Wu siblings said that the fusion of the 3 skills allowed one to counter the arrow. The arrow's power mode was very similar to the fusion of the 3 skills. When both powers were simultaneously in effect, the arrow would automatically deviate from its trajectory, thus not causing any damage to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's heart stirred. He no longer produced demonic astral wheel, but instead allowed it to continue spinning like a shield as he walked towards Tiger Cage Pass. Another arrow shot out from Tiger Cage Pass. However, the moment the arrow touched the demonic astral wheel, it was automatically diverted to the ground, blasting a huge crater into the ground. Zhou was delighted. With the demonic astral wheel's protection, he quickly charged into Tiger Cage Pass. Boom! Tens of thousands of arrows shot out from Tiger Cage Pass and rained down like a heavy storm. However, the arrows that landed on Zhou's body deviated from their trajectories due to the demonic astral wheel. They shot into Zhou's side without even damaging his clothes. Just as Zhou was feeling smug, he saw the demonic astral wheel suddenly vanish. In the next second, the blood-colored avatar was pierced by thousands of arrows and shot to death on the spot. The phone screen turned black. I forgot that this demonic astral wheel expends plenty of primordial energy. Even with Dao Body activated, there's no way for me to sustain it for long. Zhou wasn't discouraged. The demonic astral wheel was already strong enough, and what he lacked was only primordial energy. In the future, when he advanced to the epic stage, his primordial energy would increase and the demonic astral wheel would only grow stronger. However, storming past Tiger Cage Pass sure is a little troublesome. I wonder what kind of figures are inside. The legendary Tiger Cage Pass in Romance of the Three Kingdoms does have a very famous general. Could the person shooting arrows at the city gate be him? Zhou thought to himself. He really wanted to see who the person inside Tiger Cage Pass was. Zhou dripped his blood to respawn and entered the game once again. However, he first went to Binong Cave to kill the tiger before heading to other spots to grind. Only after all of that was done, did he come to Tiger Cage Pass. He switched his primordial energy art to Dao Body, the primordial energy art that Zhou used the most frequently. Quickly recovering his primordial energy was just so useful. Zhou only found it regretful that it wasn't fast enough. Otherwise, he could use all sorts of primordial energy skills indefinitely. If I were to advance to the epic stage, I wonder if Dao Body would be able to produce a life soul. If Dao Body also had a life soul, I might really be able to recover primordial energy without end. Zhou was only secretly fantasizing. The three-eyed golden warrior transformed into golden silk soft armor, while the gold-armored beast transformed into armor that covered the former. Then, Zhou sent the blood-colored avatar rushing towards Tiger Cage Pass. As the arrow flew like the wind, the blood-colored avatar directly activated the demonic astral wheel and fended off the arrow. The demonic astral wheel was only activated in momentary bursts, to conserve primordial energy to its fullest extent. Just like before, after the blood-colored avatar closed in, the rain of arrows once again launched a dense attack. However, these arrows were not as terrifying as the previous arrows. Most of the arrows' strength was only at the ordinary legendary stage. Only one of the arrows could instantly kill a legendary. However, with so many legendary arrows, it was impossible for ordinary legendary creatures to withstand them. Zhou didn't wish to use his body to experiment. At the instant the arrows rained down, the blood-colored avatar's figure vanished. When it appeared again, it had already left the volley of arrows behind as it continued heading for Tiger Cage Pass. As he approached the city walls of Tiger Cage Pass, Zhou could roughly see that there were many guards on it. Unlike the bedraggled soldiers before reaching the threshold of Tiger Cage Pass, these soldiers were all dressed in bright armor and looked majestic. They looked extraordinary at a glance. On the steps of the city gate was a powerful and domineering general dressed in black armor. There was wine on the table in front of him, and beside him was a halberd. He was also holding a longbow in his hands, and the person who shot the arrows was undoubtedly him. Seeing that Zhou had already rushed to the gates of Tiger Cage Pass, and was about to leap up to the city gates, the black-armored general threw the wine glass in his hand, and suddenly rose up. He grabbed the nearby halberd and thrust it at the blood-colored avatar that came whooshing through the sky. The black-armored general's aura seemed to transform into a black ferocious beast shadow. The shadow was like a tiger or lion, but it had 3 heads, like a 3-headed hellhound. In the next second, terrifying power erupted from the halberd. It shattered the demonic astral wheel, and 2 layers of armor on the blood-colored avatar, and killed it on the spot as it exploded into a bloody mist. Epic stage. Zhou wasn't surprised. He didn't choose to dodge with ghost steps, but instead forcefully received the strike. He wanted to know how powerful the black armor general was, and as expected, it was a top-ranked epic creature who wasn't any weaker than the golden flying ant. He might even be stronger. Chapter 253 Introspection Silence. Overseer, the people you invited have arrived. Would you like them to immediately head to Zhuelu County? And Sheng came to Tianzuo's office and asked. Let them rest at the villa first. After I'm done with my work, I'll head to Zhuelu with them, said Tianzuo. Overseer, are you really heading to Zhuelu personally? And Sheng asked. My mom is there. If I don't go, how can I feel at ease? And Tianzuo said. Overseer, please consider it carefully. Even if you were to go, Madam won't change her mind because of your request. When that happens, it will be hard to deal with the situation on both ends. Neither will Madam be invited back, nor will Chess Mountain have you around. There will be no way to resolve problems that happen. When the time comes, the Yin family's business and the Luoyang city that you swore to protect will be destroyed. If that happens, Miss Luo won't be happy if she learns of it, and Sheng said. Upon hearing the words, Miss Luo, and Tianzuo's eyes revealed a strange look. However, he said coldly, don't mention it to little Luo. It won't work this time. Filial piety is most important of all the virtues. My mom is in such a dangerous place with her life possibly at risk at any moment. How can I sit at home? Then let me ask you, will Madam return if you go? And Sheng asked. No, but I can accompany her to the ancient battlefield, said Tianzuo. You can indeed do that, but what about Luoyang? It can't run without someone watching it for even a single day. This place needs you. Besides, even if you accompany Madam to the ancient battlefield, won't she still be in danger? You can't guarantee that she will be safe and sound. And Sheng said, if I don't go, she will be in even greater danger. And Tianzuo was adamant. The safest way is to persuade Madam back. Actually, there's a way to get her back. And Sheng said with narrowed eyes. And what do you plan on doing? How are you going to persuade her? And Tianzuo curled his lips. He knew Ouyang Lan's character very well. Since she had decided to go, no one could persuade her to return. I'm definitely not capable of doing so, but there's someone who can. And Sheng said. Who? Uncle Feng? I'm afraid he can't do it either. If he could, my mother wouldn't have gone to Shualu. And Tianzuo shook his head slightly. Ouyang Lan wouldn't give up on her thoughts and principles for Zhou Lingfeng. The reason she chose Zhou Lingfeng was partly because he was a man who knew how to respect her. Uncle Feng naturally can't, but there's someone who can. And Sheng said confidently. Who else? And Tianzuo frowned slightly, but he couldn't figure out who Sheng was referring to. Overseer, how could you forget that there's still Zhou Wen? Madam wanted Zhou Wen to take the risk in the Holy Land and in Jing's stead. Although Zhou Wen returned safely, and even benefited from it, he has offended the 6 families because of this. With Madam's personality, she definitely feels that she owes him. With Zhou Wen's relationship with the former principal, if Zhou Wen were willing to persuade her, Madam might have a change of heart. No offense, but letting Zhou Wen go will be more effective than both you and Miss Jing. And Sheng said. No way. There's no need for an outsider like him to interfere with the Yin family's matters. Besides, he's only a legendary student. Going to a place like Shualu would only add trouble to the mix. Who knows what trouble he will cause? And Tianzuo immediately objected. I'm afraid that to old Mr. Ouyang, you are an outsider. He treats Zhou Wen better than he treats you. This time, Zhou Wen has taken the initiative to request to go to Shualu, so we can get him to persuade Madam. I think it's rather suitable. It's more useful than you going, said Sheng. And Tianzuo frowned and thought for a moment before saying, watch him well. Don't let him cause any trouble. Also, if he wants to go, it has nothing to do with our Yin family. He can't blame others even if he dies there. Overseer, don't worry. I will watch over him and not let him cause any trouble, said Sheng hurriedly. Zhou Wen received Sheng's notification that he would be setting off for Zhualu tomorrow. Therefore, he had no choice but to head to Wang Mingyuan's place at night to bid farewell. You are going to Shualu? Wang Mingyuan frowned slightly when he heard Zhou Wen say that. Yes, the former principal treated me like family. If I don't go, I will never be able to feel at peace, Zhou Wen said. Shualu is an inauspicious land. It's fine if you don't enter, but if you enter, it will be very difficult for you to escape unscathed, said Wang Mingyuan after some thought. I know my strength is limited, so I'll only wait outside. I won't enter the dimensional zone, Zhou Wen said. When Wang Mingyuan heard that, he only smiled and patted Zhou Wen on the head. Although you haven't been with me for long, I know your personality quite well. If you don't wish to do something, why would you travel so far? Zhou Wen opened his mouth to explain, but Wang Mingyuan waved his hand, gesturing for him to not say any more. Wait a moment, Wang Mingyuan said. He walked to his desk, took a piece of paper and pen, and wrote a few words. Then, he folded the paper into a small square and placed it into a metal box the size of a matchbox. Take this. If you really find yourself trapped in that inauspicious land, open the box and read the words on it. It might be beneficial to your situation. As Wang Mingyuan spoke, he stuffed the tiny metal box into Zhou Wen's hand. Thank you, teacher. Although Zhou Wen felt that it was useless, he respectfully received it with both hands and bowed in thanks. How many times have I told you that there's no need for all these proprietaries with me? Look, when did Zia ever say thanks when he took something from me? Wang Mingyuan smiled. I'm different from him, but I respect you the same way. Zhou Wen shook his head and said. He really couldn't be like Zhong Zia. However, Zhou Wen had an indescribable sense of familiarity towards Wang Mingyuan. It was as though his fate with him was like the former principal. With his cold personality, he couldn't help but get close to him. Wang Mingyuan thought nothing of it. He took a book from his desk and handed it to Zhou Wen. You should have plenty of free time on your way there. You can't forget your homework. Take this book and tell me your understanding and thoughts when you're back. Zhou Wen took the book and agreed. Wang Mingyuan didn't keep him any longer and told him to return to do some packing. After Zhou Wen exchanged a few more words with the reading Jiang Yin, he saw that Zhong Zia and Hui Haifeng weren't around. Since it was late, they probably wouldn't be coming, so he bade everyone farewell and left. After informing Li Xian and company, he asked Wang Lu to take care of the antelope. Zhou Wen went to the supermarket again and bought large quantities of food and water, placing them in the chaos space to prepare for emergencies. The tiny metal box that Wang Mingyuan had given him had also been placed into the chaos space. He had no intention of entering the dimensional zone, so it definitely had no use. He picked up the book that Wang Mingyuan had given him and flipped through it. He realized that it wasn't about palm techniques, but was a book named Introspection Silence. It was filled with Wang Mingyuan's experience and insights. However, it wasn't about his experience in experimenting, but his experience in cultivating the various realms. Although the book didn't have any cultivation methods or techniques, Zhou Wen read with relish as though he had obtained a treasure. Chapter 254 Bells. And Sheng came to pick Zhou Wen up, and set off with more than 10 people. However, other than Zhou Wen, they were basically experts at the epic stage. Although most of them were older than Sheng, they were still respectful towards him. None of them dared to put on any airs with him. However, most of those people didn't look like soldiers. There were men and women old and young. They looked very strange, a mystery where they had come from. They weren't interested in Zhou Wen, but Zhou Wen wasn't interested in them either. Therefore, he was happy to be at peace and game in the vehicle. With the black armored general guarding Tiger Cage Pass, Zhou Wen wasn't able to make any progress. However, he recalled what the Wu siblings had said. There was apparently a secret passage that allowed one to enter Tiger Cage City. However, despite repeatedly searching in game, he failed to find the secret passage. Could it be that there's no secret passage in the game? Or could there be some mechanism to the secret passage? Zhou Wen was momentarily unable to guess. Lad, is the game fun? Asked a man sitting opposite Zhou Wen. He had graying hair, but he looked like a middle-aged man. They were on a military-sized truck. It had very powerful cross-terrain capabilities, but it was a little shaky. It was not too crowded even with more than 10 people sitting in it. It's fun, Zhou Wen answered casually. It's very rare to see young people enjoy gaming like you these days. Back when I was your age, everyone played games, and there were all sorts of gaming competitions. After the dimensional storms, not many people play anymore. How nostalgic, the man said. You experienced the dimensional storms? Zhou Wen looked at the man in surprise. He didn't look old. Before the man could say anything, a middle-aged man beside him pursed his lips and said, You don't even know the name Lord Alcohol? Young man, you still have a lot to learn. Take your time to learn. However, Lord Alcohol laughed and said, I was originally the 9th child in the family, and people used to call me Old 9. However, with age, I began to enjoy alcohol. Gradually, I became Lord Alcohol. It's just a nickname. How should I address you, young man? My name is Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen answered. Clearly, these people didn't know of his background, and only knew that he was brought here by Sheng. Zhou Wen. Lord Alcohol repeated it twice, as though he was recalling information related to the name. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Hence, he added, Are you going to the ancient battlefield in Zhuolu? I'm still a student. How can I have the guts to go to such a place? Zhou Wen said. Oh, then why are you going to Zhuolu? Pressed the middle-aged man. To study and broaden my horizons. Zhou Wen answered. He wasn't familiar with these people, so he was perfunctory with his answers. Reading 10,000 books isn't as good as walking 10,000 miles, even more so in this era. It's not bad for young people to come out and broaden their horizons, said Lord Alcohol with a smile. What's terrible if he dies before he learns anything? A woman in her 30s suddenly said. That's right. A place like Zhuolu isn't a place you can visit at a whim. Even the League Scouts get trapped inside. It's practically a land of death. Lord Alcohol, how confident are you in our trip? The middle-aged man wasn't interested in Zhou Wen. After saying a few words, he directed his words at Lord Alcohol. It's hard to say. The situation in the ancient battlefield is unclear. Just based on the information we have now, it's hard to tell. I can only assess the place after I get there, said Lord Alcohol calmly. As they were talking, the truck suddenly came to a halt.
What happened?
Lord Alcohol looked at the driver's seat and asked.
There's something blocking the way.
And Sheng, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, had already opened the door and jumped out. The group of people came out from the back of the truck and saw that the road ahead was, indeed, blocked by something. However, it wasn't anything like a rock. Instead, vines had grown on the road, circling the trees on both sides of the road and blockading the road. Everyone could tell that the vines were somewhat strange purple vines, dark green leaves, and a few fruits on them. However, the purple fruits were a little strange as they were not circular. Instead, they looked like miniature, copper bells. When the wind blew, the purple copper bells shook on the vines and produced metallic tinkling. But everyone could clearly see that the bell was clearly grown on the vines. How could it be metal?
Adjutant, let me lead the way,
said a muscular middle-aged man as he walked out.
Be careful.
And Sheng nodded slightly. The middle-aged man responded and summoned a dimensional creature that looked like an elephant. He immediately made the elephant charge towards the vines. Flames began to burn from the elephant's body, making it appear like a hurtling meteor that targeted the vines. With the flaming elephant's mass and speed, it should have been easy to smash through the vines. What's more, there were terrifying flames on its body. But when the flaming elephant slammed into the vines, it seemed to fall into a quagmire. It was trapped by the vines, and was unable to make any progress. It released all its strength, hoping to use its flames to burn through the vines that had entangled its body. The flames spread over the vines, and soon, the entire vine began to burn. However, the vine wasn't damaged. Instead, the flaming elephant's body rapidly dried up, as if it had been sucked dry by a vampire. Bam! In just a short time, the flaming elephant's body was reduced to ash. Everyone wore a heavy expression, as the stout man was perturbed. Although the flaming elephant was only a legendary companion beast which he used to scout, for it to be so easily killed by the vines meant that they were probably not so simple. The flames on the vines gradually extinguished. The muscular man was just about to make another move when he saw the bells suddenly shake violently. In the next second, a few purple copper bells spewed out large amounts of flames as they swept towards the group. The cold woman summoned a white fox. The fox opened its mouth and spat out a cold white mist that shot towards the flames. Immediately, the flames were extinguished as the white mist continued floating towards the vines. Soon, the cold mist enveloped the vines, causing frost to appear on them, as if they had been frozen.
Snow Fox lives up to its name,
praised the muscular man. But just as he said that, the frost on the vines rapidly melted. The purple copper bells shook a few times, and they also spat out a large amount of white mist that swept towards the crowd. Chapter 255 3 Flying Sabers. Everyone's faces changed. It was fine if the legendary flaming elephant was sucked dry by the vines, but the snow fox was an epic creature. The frost mist it spewed out could freeze an epic creature. Ignoring the fact that the vines weren't affected, it could even spew out frost snow mist. Furthermore, the frost snow mist it spewed out was even greater in quantity than the amount Snow Fox had spat out. This was quite frightening. The woman frowned slightly, causing the Snow Fox to spit out another mouthful of frost. It mixed with the white mist that spewed out of the bells before both sides dispersed simultaneously. Neither side had the upper hand. The woman wanted to continue, but heard Lord Alcohol say,
Director Liu, don't be in a hurry to make a move. Let me take a look first.
Lu Ning nodded slightly. She unsummoned the Snow Fox and retreated to the side. The muscular man looked at him and asked,
Lord Alcohol, do you know what it is?
Everyone looked at Lord Alcohol. They, too, wanted to know what the vines were. Lord Alcohol sized up the vines and said,
I've seen a similar vine in Chiangmai Mountain before. It wasn't growing bells, but 3 flying sabers. Back then, the people I went with wanted to cut the vines, but they were killed by the saber flashes. Many ideas were proposed until the flying sabers were plucked from the vines.
At this point, Lord Alcohol paused as he swept his gaze across everyone's faces before continuing.
To everyone's surprise, the flying sabers were a fascinating companion beast. Whoever plucked the flying sabers would be automatically recognized as their masters and belonged to them. Back then, 3 people were delighted to obtain the flying sabers. The flying sabers were extremely powerful, and they were considered top-notch at the epic stage. And it was true they were extraordinary. From what I'm seeing, these vines are somewhat similar to the one at Chiangmai Mountain. But it's not completely the same. Perhaps they share some similarities.
When everyone heard what Lord Alcohol said, their desire for the bell heated up. It was evident from their eyes. They had already seen the might of the bell. If they could obtain one as their companion beast, it would undoubtedly be a powerful aid.
Lord Alcohol, how did you pluck the flying sabers back then?
The muscular man, Zhao Xian, hurriedly asked. Lord Alcohol recalled and said,
Back then, that vine was the same as this one. It was invulnerable, and had the saber flashes of the flying sabers protecting it. It was really tricky.
Everyone looked at Lord Alcohol, hoping that he could quickly tell them the solution, so that they could try it on the bells. However, Lord Alcohol shook his head and said,
I don't know how they managed to pluck the flying sabers in the end. Lord Alcohol, are you kidding us? Weren't you at the scene? How could you not know?
Zhao Xian said in disbelief. Lord Alcohol gave a bitter smile and said,
I was indeed present at that time and saw how they plucked the flying sabers. However, despite watching with my own eyes, I still can't fathom how they did it.
What?
Who were the people who plucked the flying sabers?
Lu Ning was curious and couldn't help but ask. Zhou Wen was also very curious. The places he had visited were limited, and his knowledge was limited. To be able to hear such a secret would probably aid him in the future. Lord Alcohol said,
You must all have heard the names of the 3 people who plucked the flying sabers. Even if you haven't met them, you definitely know them. One of them is called Jing Daoxian. That devil Jing Daoxian?
Everyone trembled when they heard that. Jing Daoxian's name had made the League tremble for decades. Few people who knew of his deeds were unafraid of him. Lord Alcohol continued,
I really have no idea how Jing Daoxian managed to pluck the flying sabers. When the others approached the vines, they were slain by the saber flash. However, Jing Daoxian actually walked in front of the vines and reached out to pluck one of the flying sabers. The flying sabers didn't react at all. I opened my eyes wide and watched him pluck them, but to this day, I have no idea how he managed to do it.
Although what Lord Alcohol said sounded like a fantasy, no one found it amiss. It was as though no matter how bizarre it was not surprising when it involved Jing Daoxian.
Lord Alcohol, who were the other 2 people who plucked the flying sabers?
And Sheng seemed interested as he looked at Lord Alcohol and asked.
The other 2 people were Zhang Daotian and Wan Yiqi.
When Lord Alcohol said these 2 names, everyone except Zhou Wen gaped.
Impossible. How could the strongest of the 6 heroes, Zhang Daotian, and his wife, Wan Yiqi, be together with that devil Jing Daoxian? Aren't they arch enemies? Why would they go to Changbai Mountain together and pluck the flying sabers together?
Zhao Xian immediately voiced the puzzlement in his heart. This was also a question on everyone else's minds. Only then did Zhou Wen recall that the strongest of the 6 heroes was Zhang Daotian. In closed circles, people even gave him the title of Hero King. However, the Zhang family didn't send anyone to participate in the battle at the Holy Land. It wasn't because they had declined, but because the Zhang family didn't believe in vying for such qualifications. The discussion forum that Zhou Wen had posted his strategy was under the Zhang family. The other 5 families found it difficult to obtain information about the Zhang family. Even most of the League's currency system was in the hands of the Zhang family. Although the Zhang family didn't have military power, its influence on the Senate and the League could be said to be the strongest among the 6 families. Zhou Wen had also heard some of Zhang Daotian's stories. Basically, it was known to all in the League. Back then, Jing Daoxian had stormed into the League government office and slaughtered countless League experts. He was almost unstoppable. In the end, Zhang Daoxian had defeated him. Only then did Jing Daoxian escape with injuries, failing to wipe out the upper echelons.
Back then, they were still young. Jing Daoxian wasn't yet the legendary devil. Zhang Daotian wasn't a hero king, and Wan Yiqi hadn't married Zhang Daotian either,
said Lord Alcohol with a smile.
I see. Then how did Zhang Daotian and Wan Yiqi pluck the flying sabers?
Lu Ning asked curiously. Lord Alcohol chuckled.
Zhang Daotian and Jing Daoxian both walked over and plucked the flying sabers. They didn't suffer any attacks from the flying sabers. As for Wan Yiqi, you might not believe her method of plucking the flying saber. Don't tell me she bit it off with her mouth?
Zhao Xian joked. Lord Alcohol glanced at Zhao Xian and said indifferently,
If you were to let Jing Daoxian hear that, you would probably be dead.
Zhao Xian's heart chilled as he forced a smile.
Even if there's any anger, it should be from Zhang Daotian. It has nothing to do with Jing Daoxian, right?
Lord Alcohol ignored Zhao Xian and continued.
Wan Yiqi had the title of a beauty across the 7 continents. She was definitely the most beautiful back then. Even the flying sabers were mesmerized by her. Before she even reached the flying saber, it automatically dropped and fell into her hands.
Everyone found it unbelievable when they heard that. They felt that Lord Alcohol was bullish * ting. No matter how beautiful a woman was, it was impossible for her to affect dimensional creatures. Furthermore, it was a flying saber, so how could it understand the aesthetic preferences of humans? Chapter 256 Plucking Bells. Although Lord Alcohol's story sounded interesting, they still had no clue how to pluck the purple copper bells from the vines. To follow what Lord Alcohol had said, and walk over directly to pluck it. Not only did Zhou Wen find it unreliable, but Zhao Xian, Lu Ning,
and company also found it unreliable. The stories that Lord Alcohol told could be treated as a fairy tale, but it was impossible for them to act on it. No one would use their lives to verify the authenticity of the story. Seeing that Lord Alcohol couldn't come up with any ideas, Zhao Xian summoned a long saber and slashed out a saber beam, hoping to slice through the vines. However, when the saber beam struck the vines remained intact as the saber beam shattered. The few bells shook as they sucked in the broken saber flashes. Soon, they spat them out again. However, when they spat out again, the saber beams poured out like a torrential storm. Everyone quickly used their own abilities to block the saber beams that filled the sky. And Sheng stood in front of Zhou Wen as he brandished his dagger a few times, shattering the incoming saber beams. Although no one was injured, everyone's hearts were shrouded in gloom. The vines and bells were so bizarre that not only could they devour all kinds of powers, the strength of the objects they spat out was even stronger than before. It was truly terrifying. Instantly, no one dared to attack the vines again. They still had stronger powers up their sleeves, but if the power was absorbed by the vines and spewed back, they were not confident that they could withstand it. Zhou Wen sized up the vines from behind, as he took a picture of it with his cell phone. Although a living dimensional creature couldn't be acquired through the phone, he wanted to see if he could see its information. The phone screen locked onto the vines. There was actually some information on the vines. Yin Yang Purple Air Bell Companion Egg, Epic. Life Providence, Mountain River Absorption. Life Soul, Purple Light Bell. Strength, 38. Speed 0. Constitution, 39. Primordial Energy, 40. Talent Skill, Yin and Yang Reversal. Companion Form, none. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback when he saw it. This was clearly the stats of one of the purple air bells. He looked at the other bells, and realized that other than the 4 fundamentals, the rest were the same. There was basically no difference between the 4 bells. It's really a companion egg. However, will plucking them really be considered as incubating them? Zhou Wen wasn't certain. He took out his cell phone to take a picture of the purple vines, but he couldn't see its stats. The mysterious phone seemed to only be able to snap companion eggs, and not dimensional creatures, so there was nothing Zhou Wen could do about it. After studying the 4 bells' Life Providence, Life Soul, and Talent Skill, Zhou Wen gained something unexpected. Mountain River Absorption allowed the purple air bells to be unafraid of primordial energy skills. No matter how powerful a primordial energy skill was, it would be useless if it landed on it. Instead, it would be absorbed. As for Yin Yang Reversal, it could release whatever primordial energy it absorbed multifold. Apart from not being able to move, the Yin Yang Purple Air Bell was indeed an extremely powerful companion beast. However, plant-type companion beasts were somewhat odd. Even without hatching them, they could still release their powers. Furthermore, as long as they were plucked, one didn't need to use their primordial energy to especially hatch them even if they had already been incubated. However, the Yin Yang Purple Air Bell also had its weakness. It was not afraid of primordial energy skills, but it was afraid of physical attacks. It was completely opposite from the characteristics of Ghost Bride. Furthermore, it didn't have any destructive power. It needed to absorb energy from the outside world to produce a backlash. It was a very passive companion beast. In that case, as long as I walk over and don't use any primordial energy skills to attack it, I should be able to pluck it. Zhou Wen felt that it was feasible, but his only concern was the purple vine. The bells themselves didn't have any offensive properties, but it wasn't necessarily the case for the purple vine. It had easily squeezed the flaming elephant to death. Lord Alcohol and the others were still discussing. It wasn't that they were lacking in intelligence, but that they had never seen the Yin Yang Purple Air Bell before. They didn't know what abilities this thing had. It was akin to an ancient person who had just come into contact with a smartphone. No one taught them, nor was there any manual, so it was impossible for him to immediately know how to use it. However, Zhou Wen was different. He had the Purple Air Bell's manual, and knew how to restrain it. It was a rare opportunity. These 4 purple air bells would be of great use in the future, but Zhou Wen didn't want to risk it himself. Hence, after some thought, he said to Sheng, "Ah Sheng, I've thought of a way to pluck the bells. When you pluck all 4 of them, how about giving me 2? Zhou Wen spoke very softly, but Lord Alcohol and the others were epic experts. They had sharp senses, and heard Zhou Wen's words. Zhao Xian looked at Zhou Wen and said, "This isn't a game. Don't harm Adjutant and with your speculations." Lord Alcohol added, "Zhou Wen, tell us what method you have, and let us study it. If it's really valuable, we naturally won't hold back what you deserve after plucking the bells." Some people felt that Zhou Wen was young and naive, while others wished that Zhou Wen could share his thoughts. "Young Master One, tell me what needs to be done. I'll do as you say and pluck the bells. We'll split them 2-2. And Sheng seemed to believe in Zhou Wen without any hint of doubt. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment, unsure if he should reveal his thoughts in front of Lord Alcohol and company. Young Master One, please speak your mind. Even if someone else uses your method, they will still have to give you the bell after plucking it. No one can take that bell, Ensheng said with a smile. Zhou Wen nodded and handed his bamboo blade to Ensheng. Just walk over and chop off the bells. However, you have to be careful. Don't be entangled by the vines or use primordial energy skills. Just slice off the bells with the blade. Zhou Wen had seen Ensheng's capabilities, and knew that his movement techniques were extremely strange. Even Ghost King's movement technique wasn't as strange as his. With his ability and reaction, it was difficult for an epic creature to injure him. I thought you had some good ideas. Are you asking Adjutant N to send himself to his death? Zhao Xian turned to look at Ensheng and said, Adjutant N, don't listen to the young man's nonsense. Let's quickly discuss something else and remove these vines. When Ensheng pushed the bamboo blade back, Zhou Wen imagined that he hadn't believed him. Just as he was about to explain, Ensheng pulled out his dagger and walked towards the vines. Adjutant N, are you really going? Zhao Xian and the others were shocked. Ensheng said calmly, If young Master Wen says it will work, then it will definitely work. With that said, Ensheng had already approached the vines. Indeed, the purple vines moved, wanting to bind him. However, Ensheng was just too fast. He easily avoided the vine's entanglement and came in front of the bells. With a swift slash, his dagger sliced at the roots of a bell. The previously imposing purple air bells remained motionless. Ensheng's dagger had directly cut off a bell. Ensheng reached out to catch the bell. The moment the bell touched his skin, it transformed into a purple gas and melted into a tattoo that resembled a morning glory flower. Chapter 257 Bloodstorm. Without any hesitation, Ensheng dodged the purple vine's attacks while cutting off another purple air bell. However, Ensheng didn't take it for himself this time. Instead, he used his dagger to lift the purple air bell. The purple air bell flew straight at Zhou Wen. He reached out to receive it, and the purple air bell turned into a purple gas that seeped into his skin. Without needing to expend any energy to incubate it, it had already become a tattoo that resembled a morning glory flower. It left Zhou Wen overjoyed. It was difficult for Zhou Wen to incubate ordinary epic stage companion eggs, but the purple air bell was unique. There was no need for any incubation, allowing him to obtain an epic companion beast. Soon, Ensheng picked another bell, and Zhou Wen caught it once again. He obtained another epic companion beast. The last bell was caught by Ensheng after he sliced it off. He also had 2 purple air bells. With all 4 purple air bells cut off, the purple vine suddenly seemed to have lost its soul as it froze. A gust of wind blew, and the purple vines dissipated into dust. The perfectly fine purple vine was gone. Zhao Xian and company looked at Zhou Wen oddly. Ensheng got everyone to return to the vehicle, and they continued on their journey. Pal, how did you know that those bells fear physical attacks? Lord Alcohol asked once they were on board. The others also looked at Zhou Wen. To be able to tell the crux of the problem in such a short period of time wasn't an easy task. I only gained inspiration from listening to your story, Zhou Wen said. My story? Lord Alcohol was a little stunned. Zhou Wen continued. That's right, your story. Didn't you say that those flying sabers didn't harm the 3 of them? I was wondering why they didn't harm Jing Dao Xian and company. Although I couldn't think of the reason, I thought of the problems with these bells. They only counterattacked when we attacked, and they didn't have the consciousness to take the initiative to attack. Furthermore, their counterattacks were using our powers. I then wondered if it was the same reason as those flying sabers not causing any harm. Hence, I thought about it, and surmised that since they do not have any offensive abilities, I could get Adjutant N to give it a try. I never expected him to succeed. As expected of a young man. They are so quick to think. It's no wonder Adjutant N thinks highly of you. I'm really getting old. Even if I made the connection, I wouldn't have dared to try it. Praise Lord Alcohol. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. He made Adjutant N take a risk on a mere guess. He was right this time, but if he was wrong, wouldn't he have harmed Adjutant N? Zhao Xian said with a twitch of his lips. Clearly, he was against Zhou Wen's actions. Zhou Wen didn't refute Zhao Xian and Lord Alcohol because they weren't wrong. If it was only a guess, Zhou Wen would have been extremely irresponsible to have Ensheng take such a risk. However, Zhou Wen wasn't making a guess. He had crucial information and knew that Ensheng would be fine. That was why he had sent him over. However, there was no need for Zhou Wen to explain to others. On the way, they encountered many problems. However, these people were experts at the epic stage. They each had their own unique traits, so they resolved the problems without needing Zhou Wen to do anything. Zhou Wen kept playing games. After respawning the tiger a few times, he still failed to have a companion egg drop. When can I be like Wang Lu and run around with a baby tiger to have companion eggs rain? Zhou Wen yearned for a lucky baby tiger, but he just couldn't get one to drop. Originally, driving from Luoyang to Zhuolu didn't take more than a day. However, there were many dimensional zones everywhere in this day and age. They were unable to proceed in a straight line, and highways didn't allow easy passage. They also encountered problems along the way, so it took them until the evening of the fourth day before they finally arrived at Zhuolu County. There weren't many ordinary people in Zhuolu County anymore. Most of the humans had already fled to larger cities, leaving only a small number of independent hunters and some military organizations behind. And Sheng drove straight into a yard that looked like some unit. There were many soldiers inside. Adjutant and an officer immediately came forward to greet Sheng. How's the situation over here? Where's Madam? Ansheng asked. Madam has already entered the ancient battlefield with the rest. The officer smiled bitterly. What happened? Didn't I tell you to calm Madam down first and let her wait 2 days before entering? And Sheng's expression changed immediately. Although he was not a biological son of the Yin family, and Tianzhua and Ouyanglan treated him like family. And Sheng had long treated them like family too. We did what you instructed. Madam had already agreed to it, but 2 days ago, an anomaly happened in the ancient battlefield. Madam couldn't wait any longer, so she led people inside. The officer said. What anomaly? And Sheng's expression turned even nastier. If there was an anomaly, it meant that it was even more dangerous. It began raining on the ancient battlefield. It was very heavy rain, and the color of the rain was red. Anyone who came into contact with that blood like rain would act up like a rabid dog. They would bite any living thing they saw. When the blood started to rain, a few soldiers didn't notice it and were drenched by the blood rain. In the end, when we saw those soldiers, they had already ripped each other up into an unrecognizable mess. The officer couldn't help but shiver at the mere recall. Young Master One, stay at the base and wait for me. I'll go to the battlefield to take a look. As Sheng spoke, he prepared to lead his men to the ancient battlefield. Ah Sheng, take me along. I'll just stay outside the battlefield to watch. I won't cause you any trouble, Zhou Wen said. All right. However, you have to promise me that you will definitely not enter. And Sheng knew that Zhou Wen's personality was too similar to the Yin family's members. Even if he didn't allow Zhou Wen to go, he would definitely do so by himself. Therefore, he might as well take him along and watch over him. I won't enter as said. Don't worry. I know that my powers are limited, so I won't cause you any trouble. Zhou Wen was telling the truth. He had no intention of entering since it wasn't a place he could step into. And Sheng got someone to bring over the latest information. He then gave Lord Alcohol and the rest a copy each and let them take a look while they were on the way. Zhou Wen also received a copy. After getting into the vehicle, he carefully read through it. The situation at the battlefield was indeed terrible. When the expedition team first arrived, the dimensional zones there weren't that strange, without much danger inside. Having only found some ancient ruins, they invited many experts to conduct some studies. Among them was an authority in the field of history, Ouyang Ting, the former principal. However, with the passage of time, the ancient battlefield grew stranger and stranger. More than a month ago, the old principal, a group of experts, and the people protecting them were trapped in there, and were nowhere to be found. Only one soldier in charge of watching over the equipment escaped. Chapter 258 Ancient Battlefield. The League had already sent a few groups of people in to search for their whereabouts. However, the changes in the ancient battlefield were too intense. Many people died there, but no one was found. In the end, the League basically gave up. When Ouyanglan came, the League's army was only guarding the ancient battlefield, and was no longer sending anyone in. Ouyanglan had originally wanted to wait for Sheng to come, but after the sudden blood storm in the ancient battlefield, Ouyanglan was afraid that her father wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Without having the luxury of time to wait, she decided to lead her men into the ancient battlefield. Based on the current information, as long as the blood rain didn't hit the skin, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. However, the strangeness of the ancient battlefield was far from that. The old principal and the others were stationed in some ancient ruins as their research targets. However, when the soldiers of the military rushed over, many of them ended up dying in the ruins. Even the cause of death remained unknown. If Ouyanglan wanted to find her father, she would definitely head there first. And Sheng was afraid that Ouyanglan would die there, a result that he had no way of telling in Tianzhua and in Jing when he returned. The vehicle quickly arrived at the entrance of the ancient battlefield. The scene in front of them made Lord Alcohol and the others were even graver looks. A river surged down. On their side of the river there was blue sky, and opposite the river was a storm cloud blanketing the river with blood rain. The two banks of the river were like two completely different worlds. The river was as red as blood. It roared as it flowed downwards,
its ultimate destination unknown.
There wasn't such a river in the past, right?
And Shung took out the map in the documents and said,
This was formed after the Bloodstorm. The Bloodstorm was especially violent previously, so it's already considered a lot smaller now.
The officer from before said,
Prepare to cross the river and enter the ancient battlefield.
And Shung instructed his men to distribute the rainproof equipment to Lord Alcohol and the others. As Lord Alcohol wore a custom raincoat, he looked at the boundless torrential rain and muttered to himself.
Legend has it that during ancient times, when the Yellow Emperor fought Chiyu summoned the Count of the Wind and the Lord of the Rain to aid him in battle when he realized he was no match for Yellow Emperor. This caused a storm to sweep through the enemy, causing the Yellow Emperor to drop his armor and flee. This rain is blood red and is an ominous omen.
Zhou also knew that this was an ancient battlefield. However, that was a time from eons ago. He had only heard some legends and didn't know exactly what had happened. However, he had heard of the Lord of the Rain before. Some said that the Lord of the Rain was an orthodox god sealed by the heavens and earth, while others said that the Lord of the Rain was actually a manifestation of a crimson dragon. Anyway, there were many legends, and nothing to be treated seriously. It couldn't be treated seriously.
Young Master One, I will bring Madam back. Before that, you cannot enter the ancient battlefield no matter what.
Before Shung left with the rest, he had especially told Zhou Wen not to enter.
Don't worry. I'll wait for you to bring Sislan back.
Zhou Wen was in a rush to find the tiny palm symbol. There were no city gates or stone monuments here, so he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find the tiny palm symbol.
Battalion Commander Lu, protect young Master Wen well. No matter what happens, young Master Wen has to live. Also, don't let him cross the river.
And Shung said to the officer,
I guarantee that I will complete the mission.
Lu Yun gave a military salute and loudly promised. Only then did Shung cross the Blood River with the others. Soon, they disappeared into the blood rain. The group appeared so puny and under the wrath of heaven and earth. Zhou Wen didn't have the time to be in a daze. He turned around and walked along the river of blood. He needed to find the tiny palm symbol so that he could provide a little help.
Principal Sislan, please don't let anything happen to you.
Zhou Wen quickly walked along the river.
Young Master One, where are you going?
Battalion Commander Lu Yunxian rushed forward to stop Zhou Wen. From his point of view, Zhou Wen shouldn't have come to such a place. For a student to come here, other than causing trouble and wasting manpower, he really didn't know what else he could do.
I want to tour the vicinity,
Zhou Wen said.
No, I'm afraid not. Adjutant told me to protect you. Nothing must happen to you. Please return to the encampment with me immediately,
Lu Yunxian said.
Adjutant told you to ensure my safety and not restrict my freedom. If you can't do it, you can get someone else to do it,
Zhou Wen said as he circled around Lu Yunxian and followed the blood river upstream. Lu Yunxian frowned slightly, but he still followed him with his guards. Although he disliked Zhou Wen very much, he had to abide by Shung's orders no matter what. Zhou Wen walked in front, while Lu Yunxian led his guards to a spot not far from him. Zhou Wen stopped walking to take photos with his cell phone, as though he was here on a tour. As such, not only did Lu Yunxian dislike Zhou Wen, even the guards couldn't hold back their displeasure. If Shung hadn't ordered them to protect a person like him, they wouldn't have wanted to.
Things have already come to this stage, and everyone is working hard. But what is he doing? He has the mood to come here to have fun and take pictures,
a guard said unhappily. Another guard added,
If I had known this would happen, I'd rather have followed Adjutant and across the river to the ancient battlefield and try my best to save lives. I wouldn't have to suffer this bullish asterisk T. Cut it out.
Lu Yunxian stopped him. Although he couldn't stand Zhou Wen, he was a soldier after all. His profession required obeying orders. Zhou Wen naturally heard the discussions of the soldiers, but he couldn't explain it. He walked along the river and walked for more than 5 kilometers, but he didn't find any sign of the tiny palm print, nor did his phone respond. They had arrived in an area that was mountainous up ahead. According to the information provided, the mountainous region was also within the dimensional zone. Furthermore, there were the dark clouds of the blood rain blanketing it. Zhou Wen couldn't find the palm symbol, so he could only head back downstream. Lu Yunxian and company originally believed that this scion was finally returning, but to their surprise, Zhou Wen continued walking downstream without any intention of returning to his origin.
Young Master One, it's getting late. The sky is about to turn dark. We should go back. If you are interested, you can come back in the day tomorrow,
said Lu Yunxian.
The sky isn't dark yet. Let's continue walking.
Zhou Wen didn't wish to wait another day. If he found the tiny palm symbol earlier, he could help the efforts. Perhaps this would lead to a greater chance of rescuing the former principal. Lu Yunxian couldn't help but frown, but since Zhou Wen had already begun walking away, he had no choice but to follow him. However,
His expression didn't look too good as he remained silent with a cold expression. Zhou Wen knew that Lu Yunxian and the rest were unhappy, but he could only feign ignorance. He continued searching along the river and couldn't help but pray inwardly. Please let there be the tiny palm symbol. However, with the passage of time, Zhou Wen's heart grew heavier. The sun had already set, but he had still failed to find the tiny palm symbol. Just as Zhou Wen was wondering if there even was a tiny palm symbol here, his phone suddenly vibrated. Zhou Wen was immediately delighted as he hurriedly took it out and scanned his surroundings. There it is! When Zhou Wen saw the tiny palm symbol on an ancient monument, he nearly teared up with excitement. Chapter 259 First Battle with an Ancient Creature. Zhou Wen hurriedly scanned the tiny palm symbol. He finally relaxed when the phone showed that it was downloading. I hope I'm not too late. Zhou Wen looked at the blood rain that covered the opposite side of the river like a fog. He wondered how the former principal, Ouyang Lan, and Insheng were doing. Just as Zhou Wen scanned the tiny palm symbol on the stone monument, a shadow suddenly appeared behind it, a huge blood frog. It spat out a mouthful of bloody liquid at Zhou Wen. Lu Yunxian rushed to Zhou Wen's side and grabbed his shoulder with one hand, throwing him to the back. At the same time, he raised a shield with his other hand to block the bloody liquid. The metal shield was corroded, leaving pockmarks. It had nearly melted through. Lu Yunxian held a saber in his other hand and slashed with a blade beam, splitting the blood frog into two. Young Master One, can we return now? Lu Yunxian turned to Zhou Wen and asked. All right. Zhou Wen stood up and patted the dust off his body. He then followed Lu Yunxian back to the garrison. The game had finished downloading. On the cell phone's home screen, there was an icon of a boundary stone. On it was the word Zhuolu. He clicked and entered the Zhuolu instance dungeon, and soon, the blood-colored avatar appeared on the ancient battlefield that was covered in blood rain. However, before Zhou Wen could control it, he saw the blood-colored avatar charge out maniacally and fall into the river of blood. Then, the screen went black. Zhou Wen felt a little depressed. He had died the moment he spawned. This was clearly not a good sign. How do I defend against the blood rain? Zhou Wen lowered his head and thought. In reality, he could use custom raincoats. Not only were they waterproof, but they had pretty good defensive capabilities. However, there were no raincoats in game. All Zhou Wen could do was attempt to wear the soft armor manifested by the three-eyed golden warrior and the armor from the gold armor beast. However, neither of them could completely cover his body, so it was unknown if it would work. The results proved that it was useless. As long as his skin was stained with the bloody rain, even a drop of it, he would lose control of his blood-colored avatar, as it ran like it had rabies, eventually dying tragically in the blood rain. Zhou Wen attempted to activate the Lotus Flower Buddha body to see if he could withstand the corrosive effects of the blood rain. Only by doing so did he survive in the ancient battlefield. However, the Lotus Flower Buddha body constantly expended his primordial energy. Zhou Wen had to switch his primordial energy art to a Dao body to sustain the continuous expenditure of the Lotus Flower Buddha body. As he proceeded through the blood storm, his vision was seriously hampered. The visibility was reduced to less than 3 meters, but thankfully, Zhou Wen had the Truth Listener earring. It allowed him to possess senses similar to radar. Trudging through the muddy land, Zhou Wen proceeded towards the location indicated by the military map. The place he was heading to was the ruins that the former principal and the others had researched. It was also where they had vanished. It was definitely the place where Ouyang Lan and Insheng were headed for. After a short walk, Zhou Wen heard a figure walking towards him. It was a creature that looked like a human. Its hair reached to the ground and covered its face. Its limbs were long and slender, and its entire body was drenched in blood. Its movements were very strange, like a zombie. Zhou Wen didn't dare lower his guard. He summoned the Saber Shield Knight and Demonized General, and got them to charge forward first. No matter what it was a creature inside the ancient battlefield. It was definitely not to be underestimated. However, the Saber Shield Knight and Demonized General were unable to withstand the blood rain's poison. They lost control of themselves and began killing each other. Does the blood rain have the same effect on a companion beast? Zhou Wen's mood worsened. Without being able to use a companion beast and having to constantly activate Lotus Flower Buddha body to expend his primordial energy, this greatly reduced his combat strength. Crack! The strange creature suddenly moved at an incredible speed in the rain. Instantly, it appeared in front of the crazy Demonized General. It grabbed his head with both hands and twisted it off. Then, it casually threw the head to the ground and ripped off the Saber Shield Knight's head. This is indeed not a place for people. Zhou Wen could tell from his opponent's speed that it was definitely in existence at the epic stage. He had encountered an epic creature the moment he entered the ancient battlefield. It was even more terrifying than Zhou Wen imagined. Initially, he thought that even if it was the battlefield found in myths,
there should be some lesser soldiers and generals. It was impossible for them to all be high-level creatures. But now, it seemed as if his wishes had been too ideal. Zhou Wen decided to summon all his companion beasts to see if they could withstand the blood rain, so as to gauge how much combat strength he had left. Ghost Bride was unafraid of the blood rain as she floated beside Zhou Wen. The mutated Overlord Snake in the Overlord Spear form wasn't affected either. It could be used in the blood rain. The three-eyed Golden Warrior and the golden armored beasts were unaffected in their companion form. However, the silver-winged Sky Spider was unable to withstand the power of the blood rain, as it went into a frenzy. The mutated Lotus Flower Ant was fine, and even Dr. Darkness wasn't affected. Truth Listener and the Yin-Yang Purple Air Bell could also be used. The number of pets that Zhou Wen could use in the blood rain was much better than he had expected. As he watched the monster charge at him, Zhou Wen tightened his grip on the Overlord Spear. At the instant the monster reached him, he used Ghost Steps and circled behind the monster. Augmented by Ever Victorious, the Overlord Spear pierced through the monster's back. Ever Victorious was indeed useful. The tip of the spear pierced straight through the monster's body and stabbed into its back and out of its chest. Zhou Wen was delighted, but he suddenly saw the monster's body explode like a water ball, splattering black liquid all over the blood-colored avatar. The black liquid quickly flowed through the blood rain, as if it had a life of its own. It gathered together again, distorting into the monster's appearance. What is this fellow? Zhou Wen was secretly alarmed. Just as he was about to launch another attack, he saw the screen turn black. The blood-colored avatar had died again. Zhou Wen couldn't help but frown. After some thought, he understood how the blood-colored avatar had died. It must be because the black liquid came into contact with my body. From the looks of it, that monster has a toxicity that's stronger than the bloody liquid. Zhou Wen was at a loss. Although he knew that the monster possessed such power, he still couldn't find a way to resolve it. The monsters appeared to be water elemental, so Overlord Spear's attack with Ever Victorious didn't have much effect on it. Furthermore, he possessed a powerful corruptive ability, one that Lotus Flower Buddha body was unable to withstand. An epic stage dimensional creature was just too strong. Before Zhou Wen advanced to the epic stage, he would always find it difficult to fight any epic creature. I have to find a way to counter it. Zhou Wen knew very well that experience was the best teacher. He entered the game once again, and continued to seek out the monster's weakness in battle. Chapter 260 Finding Weakness. Lu Yunxian was extremely displeased with Zhou Wen. He just couldn't understand why Ansheng would bring him to such a place. Ignoring the reckless touring of the area, he spent all his time gaming after he returned to the garrison. He truly was an eyesore. However, Lu Yunxian was relieved that Zhou Wen didn't cause any trouble for them. It wasn't their fault they were irritated by Zhou Wen. The way he acted was just detestable. If Zhou Wen were in Lu Yunxian's shoes, he probably wouldn't have liked such a person either. However, Zhou Wen had his reasons. Even though he knew it incurred the displeasure of others, he could only continue doing so. Through repeated battles and repeated deaths, Zhou Wen's physical condition and blood regeneration abilities began to find it difficult to keep up with the expenditure, despite it only being one drop of blood each time. Usually when gaming, Zhou Wen would switch to the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra, significantly improving his ability to recover. However, when he died too frequently, he would still suffer from anemia. He didn't know if it would cause any latent risks to his body. Zhou Wen had also thought of getting a blood transfusion to make up for the loss. Although the blood transfusion required some troublesome paperwork, he should be able to obtain it if he thought of a way. Zhou Wen ultimately gave up on the idea of a blood transfusion. He didn't know if the blood that was transfused into his body would count as his or the other person when dripped onto the mysterious phone. He took out the blood supplements he had brought from the chaos space. Although he didn't know if they were of any use, it was better than nothing. Even a placebo was useful. As he had earned a huge sum of money from selling companion eggs the last time, the supplementary medicine Zhou Wen had bought was clearly a lot more high-end. There was also good stuff like American ginseng and donkey hide gelatin. However, Zhou Wen searched everywhere, but he didn't find any ingredients like an electric pot. He didn't even have a hot water flask, so he could only call Lu Yunxian. Lu Yunxian was discussing the latest intelligence with his colleagues. The changes in the ancient battlefield were getting more and more serious. Besides the Blood River, dimensional creatures would occasionally appear. Now, the garrison troops of the League were constantly clearing the monsters, and, although they came under the jurisdiction of Luo Yongzhen family, the situation was so terrible that Ansheng and company would definitely be affected while inside. Suddenly, Lu Yunxian heard his phone ring. He took a look and realized it was Zhou Wen. He frowned and answered the call. "Zhou Wen, what's the matter?" Lu Yunxian asked. "Is there anything like a rice cooker or an electric kettle? I need to cook something," Zhou Wen said as he gained. "This is a military encampment, not a college dormitory."
There are no such things, Lu Yuntian said. Then, is there any way to boil stuff here? Zhou Wen asked again. I'll send someone over. If there's anything you need, tell her. I'm currently in a meeting, Lu Yuntian said before hanging up. Zhou Wen didn't take it to heart. He was only asking, and it was fine if he couldn't boil the supplement. He planned on buying the utensils needed to boil the blood replenishing supplement the next time before coming out and placing them into the chaos space. In game, Zhou Wen was fighting a monster. So many deaths weren't without any rewards. He had mostly figured out the monster. The monster was like a water ghost. It possessed water elemental strength, and ordinary physical attacks were useless against it. Furthermore, its body had a powerful virus. Any contact with its body would result in infection, even if it were a drop of water. If one was physically resistant enough, they could still last for a period of time. Otherwise, an instant death was possible. Zhou Wen was only at the legendary stage. Relatively speaking, his physical qualities were relatively weak. He could use the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra to withstand the virus for a little while longer, but it wasn't of much use. What was even more frightening was that the monster could mix its poison into the blood rain. It was completely impossible to defend against, and if one weren't careful, one would succumb to it. When Zhou Wen used the ancient Sovereign Sutra, it had a certain effect that restrained it, allowing him to injure its body. However, to kill it, just the augmentation of primordial energy was clearly insufficient. If I could advance to the epic stage, I could blast it apart with a punch with the augmentation of the ancient Sovereign Sutra. Unfortunately, I'm still a legendary. Zhou Wen sighed slightly, as he continued sacrificing the blood-colored avatar's life to study his opponent and think of means to kill it. Zhou Wen had also thought of circling around it, but after doing so, he ended up encountering another one. Clearly, there were more than one or two such monsters on the battlefield. If he couldn't think of a way to kill them now, he would definitely be unable to inch his way through the ancient battlefield. While he was fighting the monster, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Zhou Wen said without looking up as he gamed. Su Wen walked in and frowned when she saw Zhou Wen gaming on his phone. However, she still said, I'm Su Wen from the Medical Corps Battalion Commander. Lu wanted me to come over to see if you need anything. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Please cook the bag of medicine on the table for me. Zhou Wen was fighting the monster, so he was unable to divert his attention to speak to Su Wen. You're injured? Su Wen asked with a frown. Lu Yuntian wanted her to take good care of Zhou Wen. If Zhou Wen was injured, she had to do something immediately. No, it's just some supplements for blood replenishment. If it's convenient, can you boil it? If it's not convenient, just leave it there, Zhou Wen said. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, Su Wen bit her lip and left Zhou Wen's room without a word. For Zhou Wen, who had been gaming all day in the dorm and doing nothing, to still drink such supplementary tonics left Su Wen stupefied. I really don't know why Adjutant brought such a good-for-nothing wastrel here. Although Su Wen was displeased, she still found a female soldier from the medical corps to boil the medicine for Zhou Wen. Su Wen glanced at the medicine. They were all rather good supplementary tonics, and she couldn't help but curse him for being such a wastrel. When she took the medicine over, Zhou Wen was still gaming. She wasn't in the mood to bother with him, so she just left the medicine and returned to take care of the injured. Recently, a large number of dimensional creatures had appeared beyond the Blood River, and many soldiers had been injured in battle. Su Wen felt that it was a waste for Zhou Wen to be drinking such tonics. She believed that it should be given to the injured soldiers. Zhou Wen naturally didn't know what Su Wen was thinking. As he drank the medicine and gamed, he was once again tragically killed in the ancient battlefield. I wonder when Banana Fairy will finish evolving? Zhou Wen glanced at the hurricane in the chaos space. It was still spinning without any signs of stopping. Once again, he dripped his blood and entered the ancient battlefield. When he met the monster again, he took a deep breath and charged forward once more. Chapter 261 Fight Poison with Poison. When Zhou Wen stabbed the monster, it burst into a mass of black liquid once again. Zhou Wen hurriedly summoned his pet to block it. With most of his other pets killed in action, Zhou Wen summoned the weak Dr. Darkness to block the black liquid. Zhou Wen originally imagined that Dr. Darkness would be killed instantly, but to his surprise, Dr. Darkness's body turned black due to the virus, but didn't immediately die. Dr. Darkness used a certain technique and a syringe appeared in one hand. He aimed a syringe at his arm and stabbed it in. Zhou Wen only saw the liquid in the syringe being pushed into his body, before he lost the luxury of time to look further. The monster had taken form and attacked again. After dealing with him for a while, Zhou Wen was gradually left at the disadvantage. At that moment, he realized that the Dr. Darkness had rushed over to help him in combat. The scalpel in his hand shimmered with a thin blade beam. Although it was useless, it left Zhou Wen somewhat astonished. Even the three-eyed golden warrior and the golden armored beast couldn't withstand the terrifying poison after they made contact with the black liquid. Even if they turned into armor, they would still be corroded. Dr. Darkness's body wasn't as strong as the golden warrior and gold armored beast, yet he still survived after making contact with the black liquid. Furthermore, after a short period of time, he became energetic and lively. It was as if he had never been injured. Zhou wasn't a match for the monster, so he was quickly forced to block the black liquid that splattered out from the monster's body. This time, Zhou summoned Dr. Darkness to help him block it. To his surprise, Dr. Darkness became even stronger this time. His body was stained with the black liquid, only to turn black from contact and then quickly recover their rosy colors. Apart from the corrosion of his flesh, he didn't suffer any damage from the virus. This left Zhou very surprised. Although the black liquid on the monster's body was highly corrosive, it wasn't lethal enough. Zhou still had a way to deal with it. However, the virus in the black liquid was something Zhou was unable to defend against. He was basically killed by the virus every time. Yet, Dr. Darkness was immune to it, and seemed to have adequate resistance against the corrosive forces of the black liquid. As Zhou was so surprised, that moment of distraction allowed one drop of the monster's black liquid to splatter onto him. Black gas immediately arose from the blood-colored avatar's body as it rapidly expanded. Zhou knew something was amiss, as he suddenly recalled the scene of Dr. Darkness stabbing himself with a syringe. He immediately thought of something. "Dr. Darkness, use fight poison with poison." Zhou gave the order. Without any hesitation, Dr. Darkness carried out Zhou's order. A syringe appeared in his hand, and stabbed the blood-colored avatar's body, injecting the poison into the blood-colored avatar's body. Zhou immediately felt a spasming pain spread throughout his body, but the pain slowed the spreading speed of the monster's virus, preventing him from dying as quickly as before. It actually works. Zhou was only giving it a try. He never expected it to be that effective. Although the pain was intense, he didn't die. However, the poison could only temporarily withstand the virus, and prevent the virus from spreading within his body. It had not been eliminated. From the looks of it, Dr. Darkness isn't afraid of the virus solely because of fight poison with poison. It has a lot to do with his own physique and life providence. Zhou persisted for a while longer before being sprayed by the black liquid once again. The virus in his body exceeded the poison that Dr. Darkness had injected into him, and the virus began to spread again. Zhou hurriedly got Dr. Darkness to inject him with more poison using fight poison with poison. After injecting 2 batches of poison, the virus in Zhou's body was stabilized again. However, the poison that Dr. Darkness had injected was extremely stimulating for his body. It made Zhou feel pain as if he was being pricked by needles, and he nearly stumbled to the ground. The blood-colored avatar was ultimately killed. It was not that the monster had ripped off his head, but that he had made contact with some more of the black liquid. After injecting the poison again, the blood-colored avatar could no longer take it physically. From the looks of it, fight poison with poison cannot be used constantly. After injecting more than a certain amount of poison, it will cause tremendous damage to the body. Zhou was somewhat disappointed, as he originally imagined that he had found a way to deal with the monster. From the looks of it, it was only temporary. On the other hand, Dr. Darkness's resistance to the virus was getting higher and higher. He could actually ignore the virus of the blood rain and the monster. Unfortunately, he was still at the legendary stage and had few combat skills. The monster could easily rip its head off. Otherwise, with his abilities, he would have perfectly countered such monsters. Dr. Darkness was an epic in the first place. It was only because Zhou had insufficient primordial energy in his incubation that he had fallen to the legendary stage. When he evolved into a mature body, he might be able to restrain that monster. Although he had such thoughts, Zhou knew that it was impossible for Dr. Darkness to evolve into his mature form in such a short period of time. The abilities of Dr. Darkness allowed Zhou to gain the ability to circle around the monster a little more. However, fight poison with poison was just too painful. His organs felt like they were being pricked by needles, something ordinary people would find difficult to tolerate. After injecting the poison a few times, Zhou discovered something strange. Dr. Darkness's fight poison with poison seemed to have more resistant traits against the virus. In the beginning, Zhou had needed an injection after making contact with 1 or 2 drops of black liquid. However, after a few times, Zhou discovered that Dr. Darkness needed very little poison to put the virus at bay. Furthermore, its restraining effects were improving. He's growing? The virus here has made Dr. Darkness rapidly grow? Zhou immediately understood what was happening. When Zhou realized this, he consciously allowed Dr. Darkness to come into contact with even more poison. The blood rain which was everywhere, and the black liquid on the monster's body were all candidates to be his nutrients. As the poison that Dr. Darkness came into contact with increased, his resistance towards the virus increased. Apart from his physical traits being inferior to the monster, he eventually became immune to the monster's virus. Furthermore, his usage of fight poison with poison became more and more effective. As a result, one injection from Dr. Darkness after the blood-colored avatar made contact with a few drops of black liquid ended up being an overdose, causing the blood-colored avatar to be poisoned to death. Zhou once again came in front of the monster. When Dr. Darkness helped him block the black liquid, the system suddenly produced a notification. Dr. Darkness has reached the growth requirement and evolved into a mature body. Following the system's notification, a strange change occurred to Dr. Darkness's body. White streams of light emitted from his body. The white doctor robe flared up with the streams of light as a terrifying aura erupted from him. Chapter 262 Returning to the Epic Stage. Light arose from Dr. Darkness's body, forming a shadow projection of a doctor over his head. It was none other than the Dr. Soul which Zhou had seen before. Seeing the monster charge at him again, Dr. Darkness raised the scalpel in his hand, while Dr. Soul moved as well. He held the scalpel formed from light, and stabbed it into the monster. The monster's originally running body seemed to be nailed to the ground as it stopped moving. Zhou was delighted. He knew that Dr. Darkness had returned to the epic stage. He finally had a powerful fighter who could be used. Bam! However, the monster's body turned into black liquid and exploded. Dr. Soul pinning him down with the scalpel shadow had instantly lost its effect. However, the black liquid of the monster was useless against Dr. Darkness. It once again condensed into a monster, and in an instant, it was behind Dr. Darkness. It wanted to twist Dr. Darkness's head off with its advantage of speed. But now, Dr. Darkness had evolved to the epic stage, and he could keep up. With a slight flash of his body, he managed to dodge its hands. At the same time, the scalpel in his left hand flashed rapidly, slicing across the monster's body continuously. In the blink of an eye, the scalpel diced the monster's body into several pieces. However, the monster's body was not affected at all. It quickly merged into one and pounced towards Dr. Darkness once again. Zhou became a bystander in the battle between the two epic creatures. Taking this opportunity, he glanced at the information of Dr. Darkness after his evolution. Dr. Darkness, Epic. Life Providence, Golden Left Hand. Life Soul, Dr. Soul. Strength, 27. Speed, 40. Constitution, 29. Primordial Energy, 39. Talent Skill, Scalpel, Fight Poison with Poison, Light of Penetration. Companion Form, Soul. It was somewhat different from the original Epic Dr. Darkness's attributes. The 4 basic stats had increased, but they were still mainly concentrated on speed and primordial energy. This was not much of a change. The biggest transformation was his companion form. Dr. Darkness didn't have a companion form previously, but he did now. Zhou didn't quite understand what a soul companion form was. While Zhou was thinking about this, he suddenly saw a strange light shoot out from Dr. Darkness's eyes. Dr. Soul's eyes lit up as well. With that, for being shown on the monster's body, overlapping each other like a spotlight, illuminating the monster's body. The beam of light didn't have any lethality. Zhou knew that it was likely the light of penetration skill of Dr. Darkness, but he didn't know how effective it was. In the next second, Dr. Darkness moved. He held the scalpel in his left hand and disappeared like a magic trick. He was incredibly fast as he moved the scalpel with almost indiscernible trajectories. The monster that flew towards him was stabbed in the waist. This time, the monster didn't explode into black liquid. Zhou thought he heard something shatter inside its body. In the next second, the monster took a few steps back and exploded, turning into a pool of black liquid. However, this time, he wasn't reborn again. Instead, he slowly merged into the mud, leaving only a crystal behind. A notification popped up in the game. Killed epic creature, Wang Liang. Discovered dimensional crystal. However, Zhou couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw the crystal's name clearly. The dimensional crystal was different from what he had seen before. The small black crystal's size wasn't obvious in game. He estimated it to be about the size of a quail egg, but its name was a little odd. Poison Crystal, 7. Zhou got the blood-colored avatar to pick up the virus crystal, and the game system immediately asked if he wanted to absorb it. Zhou chose to absorb it, and soon, a strange force fused into his body. Then, he looked at the blood-colored avatar's attributes and realized that its stats had changed from 4 different types to 5. The new attribute was poison, and its value was 7. Zhou didn't know much about epic matters. He didn't know what the poison stat was for either. However, he soon discovered that he had obtained quite a lot of benefits after obtaining a 7-value poison stat. This was because he could directly withstand the blood rain and not be reduced to a lunatic by the poison. From the looks of it, the poison stat gives me quite a good viral immunity. However,
I still need to further test how strong this resistance is. Zhou Wen was in a good mood as he continued walking forward with Dr. Darkness. He had already wasted too much time here. He had to rush to the ruins as soon as possible. After walking for more than half a kilometer, a monster appeared in front of him. Zhou Wen originally imagined that it was a Wang Yang, but upon careful inspection, something was amiss. The monster that appeared wasn't a Wang Yang, but rather, a very strange creature. The creature's head looked like a WYRM, with no horns on its head. Its body was like a lion's, its tail like a crocodile's. Its body was also covered in crocodile-like skin. Zhou Wen's heart stirred. The one I killed previously was a Wang Yang. Could this be the Qi from Qimei Wangliang? It was common to use the term Qimei Wangliang to describe monsters of the mountains and rivers in the East District. Even if one didn't recognize the word, most people in the East District could guess that this phrase was used to describe all kinds of bad people. And with these 4 words all having the ghost, radical in their characters, it meant a kind of ghost or monster. Based on what Zhou Wen knew, the term, Qimei Wangliang, represented 3 types of monsters. Wang Yang referred to the ghost of plagues according to legend. There were also tales that he was one of the legendary 5 emperors of ancient times, Xuanzu's 3rd son that had drowned to death. Although it was a tale and couldn't be taken seriously, since a Wang Yang had appeared, such a strange creature in front of him might just be the Qi of Qimei Wangliang. This was because the legendary Mei, or succubus, was a ghost found in mountains and forests. It was a wood spirit that didn't match the monster's image in front of him. On the other hand, it was a beast-like ghost. There were also tales that it was one of the 9 sons of the dragon. It did resemble the monster in front of him. However, these were tales. They might not be the same as the dimensional creature in front of him. Seeing the monster rushing over, Zhou Wen ordered Dr. Darkness to charge forward. Dr. Soul also condensed a scalpel made of light as he stabbed the glimmering weapon at the monster. Roar! The monster let out a roar as black flames burst out from its body, transforming it into a life soul that was in the form of a black dragon. Without waiting for Dr. Soul to react, it swallowed him in one bite. Ah! Dr. Darkness cried out in pain. A powerhouse's pain of having a life soul devoured was an excruciating pain that was akin to having his heart dug out. While Dr. Darkness was in pain, the monster pounced on him and swallowed him. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar and circled to the back of the monster with ghost steps, stabbing its soft waist with his Overlord Spear. However, before Overlord's spear could stab into the monster's waist, the black dragon resembling life soul spewed out black smoke at the blood-colored avatar. This resembled a volcanic eruption, as it enveloped the blood-colored avatar's body. Chapter 263 Battlefield Ruins. Without a word, Zhou Wen summoned his yin-yang purple air bell, and aimed it at the black smoke. The black smoke seemed to be sucked away, as it surged into the yin-yang purple air bell. In the blink of an eye, it was sucked clean. The monster seemed somewhat puzzled as it stared at the yin-yang purple air bell with its strange eyes. Zhou Wen held the bell, and shook it at the monster. Black smoke immediately gushed out from the bell, enveloping the monster's body. When the black smoke touched its scales, it immediately seeped in. The monster's eyes rolled back as it collapsed to the ground. Holy *T, is this black smoke that powerful? It even poisoned the monster to death? Zhou Wen was alarmed, but upon closer inspection, he realized that the monster hadn't died. It had only fallen asleep. The monster had fallen asleep, and its life soul seemed to lose control. It floated above its head motionlessly. How could Zhou Wen miss such a good opportunity? He charged forward with the Overlord Spear in hand, and stabbed the monster in the abdomen. Ever Victorious showed its effects, as the tip of the spear stabbed into the monster's abdomen. A hole was torn open in the monster's abdomen, and black blood immediately flowed out. It was unknown what the black smoke's strength was, but after having such a huge hole stabbed through, the monster didn't react at all despite bleeding excessively. It continued sleeping soundly, leaving Zhou Wen astonished. Zhou Wen naturally wasn't going to be merciful with it. He stabbed it again and again, stabbing at it for a total of 18 times before the monster was finally dead. The black dragon-like life soul also shattered. A notification popped up in-game. Killed the epic creature, Qi discovered Dimensional Crystal. Zhou Wen saw that the Dimensional Crystal that dropped was a Strength Crystal with 32 points. Although its value was very high to him, Zhou Wen's limit was at 21. It was useless no matter how good it was. After absorbing the 32 valued Strength Crystal, Zhou Wen felt that he was brimming with strength. His earlier fatigue was wiped clean, but his strength stat didn't increase. It remained at 21 points. Since the Wang Yang and Qi have appeared, there should be a Mei. I wonder what kind of creature the Mei is. Zhou Wen was filled with curiosity. However, he was not that bored to the point of deliberately searching for the Mei. He headed for the ruins through the blood rain, before he encountered another Wang Yang.
With a Dark Doctor to restrain it, it was rather easy to kill it. However, it didn't drop any poison crystals, and only dropped an ordinary speed crystal. It was useless for Zhou Wen now. As he charged towards the ruins, he encountered several Wang Yang and Qi. However, he didn't see the Mei, nor did anything useful drop. After battling the entire night, Zhou Wen finally arrived at the spot where the map marked the ruins. He wasn't in a rush to get the blood-colored avatar to walk over when he saw the broken stone pillars and the stone walls that stood in the middle of the blood rain not far away. Instead, he took the information Sheng had handed out before leaving and carefully read it again. According to the information, the League had sent a few more groups of people to the ruins to find Ouyang Ting and the others. However, when they entered the ruins, they died for no explicable reason. Even epic experts were no exception. Until now, they had not found the reason. It was also because of this that they felt that the former principal and the others were already dead inside. Hence, they didn't send any more search and rescue teams. Help came only when the Yin family received the news. Zhou would observe the ruins from afar, hoping to find any clues no matter how minute. However, there were ancient symbols on them that he couldn't decipher. No matter how he looked at them, he couldn't tell anything. I'll still have to risk my life to scout the way. Zhou Wen summoned Dr. Darkness and Ghost Bride. Together with Three-Eyed Golden Warrior and Gold-Armored Beast, they entered the ruins as the blood-colored avatar remained outside. Golden Warrior and Gold-Armored Beast were pets with powerful bodies, while Ghost Bride had the body of a ghost. Dr. Darkness was an epic pet, so Zhou Wen wanted to see who would die among them. Through this, he could determine how terrifying the powers were inside. The four pets carefully walked into the ruins and slowly explored. After walking for a short distance, a cracking sound was heard as the Golden Warrior's head flew up from his neck as he died instantly. Just like what was written in the information. Dying from a beheading. Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Although he had read it very carefully, he didn't see any creatures appear. Nor did he notice any power fluctuations. It was as though an invisible executioner had cleaved off the Golden Warrior's head. Crack! As Zhou Wen was pondering over the matter, Dr. Darkness's head fell to the ground, and he died on the spot. He didn't put up any resistance just because he was an epic creature. His death was equally clean. Zhou Wen still couldn't see what was in the ruin. He couldn't even tell how Dr. Darkness died. Not long later, Gold-Armored Beast suffered the same fate. Similarly, it had no chance to react. It died quickly, and in less than 30 minutes, Zhou Wen's three companion beasts, including the epic Dr. Darkness, had been killed silently. Only Ghost Bride remained floating forward. Ghost Bride continued forward for a while, but her head wasn't chopped off. This delighted Zhou Wen. It looks like that power is ineffective against ghosts. Zhou Wen didn't dare enter, but with Ghost Bride around, she could scout the path for him. Zhou Wen didn't hesitate any further as he sped her up. He began his carpet search of the ruins, hoping to discover something. Perhaps it was because the power in the ruins was too terrifying that even Qimei Wanliang didn't appear. There was only a dead silence. Apart from the blood rain outside, all that was left were those decrepit ancient buildings. Zhou Wen controlled Ghost Bride to get her to search for clues in all sorts of rundown buildings. This was a game, so he definitely couldn't find the former principal and company here. However, it was impossible for them to vanish into thin air. They must have gone somewhere. All Zhou Wen wanted to do was find the place. At the encampment, the soldiers guarding the door suddenly saw someone in front of them rushing over like madmen. They hurriedly raised their rifles. Halt! Don't move any further, or else we'll shoot. A soldier hurriedly warned when he saw that the person was charging over. However, that person didn't stop and continued running like a madman. Just as the soldier was about to deliver a warning shot, he suddenly realized that the person was wearing the same military uniform as them. However, because he was covered in blood, most of the parts of his military uniform had turned dark red. It's Lu Qingji. Didn't he follow Madame Lan to the ancient battlefield? Why is he running back alone? Where's Madame Lan and the rest? One of the soldiers took a closer look and instantly recognized who that person was. He was shocked and quickly went forward to welcome him. Lu Qingji, who was covered in blood, pounced over when he saw the two of them. The two soldiers quickly held him up. Quick! Quick, tell Adjutant in. Madame is in danger. Save her immediately. If there's any delay, it'll be too late. Lu Qingji said anxiously as he coughed out blood. Chapter 264 Tunnel Ruins. Lu Qingji, what happened? Lu Yunxian asked as he looked at Lu Qingji, who was being treated on a sickbed. Lu Qingji's injuries were horrifying. Under the treatment of a companion beast with healing abilities, his life was saved. However, his injuries still required a longer period of treatment. Commander, quickly tell Adjutant and that Madame Lan is trapped in the ruins. Quickly send someone to help her. It will be too late if we delay any longer. Lu Qingji said anxiously. Adjutant and entered the ancient ruins 2 days ago. Didn't you encounter them?
Su Wen asked. Lu Qingji was stunned when he heard that. He shook his head and said,
Adjutant and has already entered the ruins? Why didn't I see them? I escaped from the ruins and rushed back with all my might, but I didn't see anyone. That's strange. Tell me clearly what happened to Madame Lan.
Lu Yun asked first. Lu Qingji hurriedly said,
We entered the ancient battlefield with Madame Lan and encountered many strange things. However, under Madame Lan's lead, we managed to arrive at the ruins where old Mr. Ouyang and the rest studied without any mishaps. That place had already become extremely bizarre. Many of our companion beasts were beheaded there. Finally, Madame Lan came up with a way to safely enter the ruins.
Due to the excessive loss of blood, Lu Qingji felt a little thirsty as he swallowed his saliva before continuing.
In the ruins, we found an entrance that leads underground. There was also a mark left behind by old Mr. Ouyang. In the beginning, we used many of our companion beasts to scout the area, but nothing happened. However, when Madame Lan led the group down, the entrance to the passageway was sealed. The few of us who stayed outside did all we could to open the stone door. And then?
Su Wen pressed. Lu Qingji panted a few times before continuing.
3 hours later, the stone door at the entrance opened automatically and old Chiu rushed out. By then, old Chiu was covered in blood and I almost couldn't see the color of his military uniform. He rushed over and directly handed me a strange stone artifact. In a very urgent tone, he told me to pass the stone artifact to Adjutant and get Adjutant and to lead men into the ruins to save Madame Lan, or it would be too late. He was in such a hurry that he spoke in a delirious manner. He said that the stone artifact is a key that opens some doors. The stone artifact needs to be returned before the door can be opened to save Madame Lan. We have to be fast, or it will be too late. He kept repeating himself, and the few people we left guarding the spot couldn't say a word. Just as they were about to ask questions, old Chiu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and passed away. What about the stone artifact?
Lu Yunxian asked. Lu Qingji wore a look of guilt.
Even people like Madame Lan and old Chiu were unable to deal with the situation in the stone passageway, so it would be impossible for us to do so. After our discussion, we planned on returning with the stone artifact and report the situation. However, the ancient battlefield is simply too terrifying. A few of our brothers died while I barely survived. The stone artifact was swallowed by a dimensional creature with a WYRM's head and a lion's body along the way. It's all my fault for not being able to hold on to it. Do you still remember where that dimensional creature is?
Lu Yunxian asked after some thought.
I roughly know the location, but I wonder if the dimensional creature is still there.
Lu Qingji said.
Alright, Su Wen, do your best to treat Lu Qingji's injuries. Everyone else, prepare to be on standby. Prepare to set off anytime.
Lu Yunxian said.
Commander Lu, since Adjutant has already gone, it probably won't be of much use for us to enter, right?
A middle-aged officer asked. Lu Yunxian said.
When Lu Qingji and company returned, they didn't encounter Adjutant. Therefore, even if Adjutant reached the ruins, he wouldn't know of the stone artifact's existence, much less know that it has been swallowed by a dimensional creature. We have to deliver it to him. We can't do much, but killing a dimensional creature shouldn't be difficult. Furthermore, Lu Qingji is still familiar with the situation. There shouldn't be any major problems. Go and prepare,
said Lu Yunxian in a tone that didn't allow for doubts. Right now, Lu Yunxian was the highest-ranking officer. Since he had already decided, no one doubted him. They went back to prepare to enter the ancient battlefield. Su Wen also wanted to go, but Lu Yunxian rejected her request. Lu Yunxian wanted her to stay behind to take care of Zhou Wen, to ensure that nothing happened to him.
Commander, just let me go. My healing abilities can reduce the number of casualties. Zhou Wen can just be taken off by the female soldiers at the medical corps.
Su Wen requested once again.
Stay behind to take care of Zhou Wen. That's an order. If anything happens to him, you will be court-martialed. There's absolutely no room for negotiation,
Lu Yunxian said firmly. He had said it in a relaxed manner earlier, but he knew that the ancient battlefield was very dangerous. They would be placed in grave danger by heading in, and he didn't want Su Wen to take the risk. Su Wen opened her mouth, but was at a loss for words. She was a soldier, so she could only obey Lu Yunxian's orders. However, she felt extremely indignant. Zhou Wen was gaming in his room, but he wore the Truth Listener earring at all times, so he could clearly hear the sounds nearby. When Lu Qingji returned, the place was a little far from where Zhou Wen bunked. Zhou Wen didn't hear it, but when Lu Yunxian and the others prepared to set off, he heard the commotion. When he came out to take a look, Lu Yunxian and the rest had already boarded their vehicles and set off. 2 jeeps and a huge truck were driving out of the camp. Zhou Wen realized what had happened. Seeing Su Wen standing at the entrance of the camp, he walked over and asked,
Head Nurse Sue, what happened? Where are Commander Lu and the rest going? Why are you asking so much? Do you dare to go to the ancient battlefield to rescue lives? Go back and play your game.
Suwon snapped. Suwon believed that if it wasn't for Zhou, she wouldn't have been left behind.
Rescue lives in the ancient battlefield. Who are they going to rescue? Ouyang Lan or Ensheng?
Zhou was alarmed as he hurriedly asked.
It's none of your business who's being rescued.
Suwon didn't wish to say much to Zhou. Zhou frowned slightly. He knew how dangerous the ancient battlefield was, which was why the An family had invited so many epic experts from outside. However, if Commander Lu and those low-ranking officers were to enter the ancient battlefield, it was basically equivalent to sending themselves to their deaths.
Head Nurse Sue, I believe you still don't know that Ouyang Lan is actually my mother, right? I hope you can understand my feelings and tell me what happened.
Zhou said when he saw that Suwon wasn't willing to tell him what had happened.
Who are you lying to? Madame Lan only has 2 children, Overseer and Miss Jing. Do you think you're the Overseer? Or Miss Jing?
Suwon said with a pout.
You should know about Ouyang Lan's remarriage, right? I'm her new husband's son. Who do you think I am to her?
Zhou asked. Suwon looked at Zhou in disbelief. Chapter 265 Heading to the Ruins. Chapter 265 Heading to the Ruins.
If it wasn't for my identity, why do you think Ensheng wants all of you to take care of me?
Seeing Suwon's hesitation, Zhou went against his conscience and said,
My relationship with Ouyang Lan is very good, just like a biological mother and son. My concern for her is definitely no less than the siblings. Can you tell me what happened?
Suwon hesitated for a moment. Believing that it wasn't much of a secret, she recounted the entire incident to Zhou. After Zhou heard that, he turned and walked out of the camp. Although Lu Yunxian was an epic expert, he didn't have many capable people under him. The low-level officers he had taken were basically at the legendary stage. With their abilities, it was too difficult to deal with the dimensional creatures on the ancient battlefield. Their survival had nothing to do with Zhou, but if they couldn't retrieve the stone artifact, Ouyang Lan might very well die. It might even be possible that the former principal was also in the underground stone passageway, so Zhou had no choice but to retrieve it.
Hey, where are you going?
Suwon hurriedly chased after Zhou when she saw him heading outside the camp.
I'll help Commander Lu and the rest retrieve the stone artifact,
Zhou said.
Stop fooling around. You're just a student. Why are you messing around?
Suwon hurriedly stopped Zhou. Lu Yunxian wanted her to watch over Zhou, so she couldn't let him do anything rash.
Head Nurse Sue, you are the highest commander of the medical corps and also the best doctor. Why didn't you participate in this operation?
Zhou asked Suwon. Suwon snorted and said,
It's all because of you. If it wasn't for the fact that I had to stay and take care of you, I would have definitely gone. So you should stay here obediently and stop causing trouble. Then are you really not going? The ancient battlefield is fraught with danger. As the best medical personnel here, how can you stay behind and watch helplessly as your comrades die without doing anything? Comrades who can clearly live but will have to die because you weren't there. Can you really be at ease?
Zhou stared at Su as he clearly enunciated each word. Suwon's expression changed slightly, but she still said,
Whatever you say is useless. We must stay in the camp and not go anywhere. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to Commander Lu, Adjutant and Madame Lan. Commander Lu got you to protect me, right?
Zhou said after some thought.
That's right.
Suwon nodded.
He didn't say that I can't leave the military camp, right?
Zhou asked again.
Well,
Suwon hesitated.
Since he didn't say that I'm not allowed to go, and he wants you to protect me, that means that you will be going wherever I go, right?
Zhou added. Suwon was slightly taken aback.
Then, do you want to go or not?
Zhou stared at Suwon with a burning gaze.
No, I can't let you take the risk.
Suwon struggled internally.
Let's go to the Blood River to take a look. We won't cross it. Waiting here is just too torturous. You wish to wait somewhere nearby, right?
Zhou said with a sincere look.
Well,
Suwon was still very hesitant.
Anyway, I have to take a look. It's up to you to decide if you want to go.
Zhou walked around Suwon and walked towards the camp's entrance. Suwon gritted her teeth, but didn't stop Zhou as she chased him out of the camp. Suwon felt that a spoiled fellow like Zhou, who stayed cooped up inside the encampment and ate supplementary tonics, definitely didn't have the guts to enter the ancient battlefield. The main reason she agreed was that she was also feeling anxious. If she were to continue waiting in the encampment, she would feel too uneasy. In fact, she wanted to go more than Zhou. His words had already shaken her resolve.
How long do you think walking will take? Come on up.
Suwon summoned a white lion. It was extremely majestic, and was even taller than a horse. Zhou originally wanted to summon his mount, but his mount wasn't very fast.
It wasn't as fast as he ran, so it was useless. Seeing Su Wen's white lion running quite quickly, Zhou Wen jumped up and sat behind her. Su Wen ordered the white lion to run at full speed and chased in the direction that Commander Lu and the rest had gone. "Don't go too fast," Zhou Wen suddenly said to Su Wen. Su Wen was slightly taken aback before she understood what Zhou Wen meant. If they ran too quickly and ended up catching up with Commander Lu and company, they would definitely be chased back. Su Wen grunted. When she saw the troops from afar, she slowed down a little. Su Wen steered the white lion in front, while Zhou Wen continued gaming. Ghost Bride had found the tunnel and stone steps in the ruins. However, there seemed to be some terrifying power inside that made Ghost Bride hesitate. Zhou Wen knew that Ghost Bride must have sensed something, but unfortunately, she couldn't express it. Zhou Wen could only vaguely sense that she was afraid of something and didn't dare enter the passageway. Since Ghost Bride didn't dare enter, Zhou Wen had no choice but to think of a way to enter. Ouyang Lan and the former principal might be trapped inside. Even if he didn't enter in the future, he knew that Ensheng would definitely enter. If he could find out ahead of time what danger was inside, he could warn Ensheng, so reducing their sacrifices and giving them a greater chance of rescuing Ouyang Lan and the former principal. What kind of power does the beheading in the ruins? Zhou Wen had already restarted the game a few times and had thought of many methods, but he still couldn't figure out what kind of power it was. Even Dr. Darkness's light of penetration couldn't detect any problems in the ruins. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment before turning Dr. Darkness into his companion form. He saw that Dr. Darkness's body transformed into a beam of light that clung onto the blood-colored avatar like an illusion. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback as he realized that in the blood-colored avatar skill column, there were skills: Scalpel, Fight Poison with Poison, and Light of Penetration. Dr. Darkness's soul state actually imbued his powers on the Master, allowing the Master to use them. Zhou Wen was delighted as he controlled the blood-colored avatar to head to the ruins again. Soon, he encountered a Wang Yang. Zhou Wen knew how Dr. Darkness killed Wang Liang's, so he activated Light of Penetration and shot a beam at it. Under the Light of Penetration, the Wang Yang body seemed to turn transparent. All the meridians and organs within could be seen clearly. Zhou Wen immediately saw a tiny black bead rapidly flowing within the Wang Yang. The bead was only the size of a rice grain and was extremely inconspicuous. It moved at an extremely fast speed, like a cardiograph. Furthermore, it didn't have any pattern, making it difficult to capture its trajectory. Zhou Wen immediately understood how to kill the Wang Yang. With the ghost steps activated, Zhou Wen instantly appeared behind the Wang Yang. With Scalpel, a white beam of light condensed into a scalpel and instantly pierced through the Wang Yang's body and struck the beating bead. Bam! As soon as the bead broke apart, the Wang Yang's body collapsed into a pool of black liquid that sprayed onto the ground. The game also gave the notification that he had killed an epic Wang Yang. As long as I can understand the abilities and weaknesses of an epic creature, it's not impossible for me to kill them with my present strength. Zhou Wen increasingly felt the importance of knowing himself as well as the enemy. Chapter 266. Are you nuts? Both banks of the Blood River were two completely different worlds. On one side, the weather was perfect, while on the other side, there was a bloody storm that stretched for thousands of kilometers. Mountains and rivers were dyed with blood, as though they were in hell. When Zhou Wen and Su Wen arrived at the Blood River bank, Lu Yunxian had already led the officers across the river. "Head Nurse Su, why are you here?" A low-ranking officer, who was staying behind, quickly greeted Su Wen when he saw her. "It's a little unsettling to stay in the garrison. Let's just wait here for Commander Lu and the rest to return," Su Wen said as she sized up the interior of the vehicle. Although she felt that she shouldn't cross the river and had to obey orders and take care of Zhou Wen, she couldn't help but look inside the car, hoping to find the remaining custom raincoats. Without the custom raincoat, one wasn't able to move an inch in the blood rain. Upon contact with the raindrops, they would become lunatics. Entering would be suicide. Unfortunately, the number of custom raincoats was limited. Ouyang Lan and Ensheng had taken 2 batches away one after another. There weren't many left after that. Lu Yunxian and the others had only obtained about 10 sets, so only about 10 people had crossed the river. The others could only wait here to receive them. Without any custom raincoat left, Su Wen felt extremely disappointed. It was impossible for her to even think about crossing the river now. Zhou Wen stood by the blood river and looked at the blood rain with mixed emotions. Before he came to Zhuolu, he believed that he definitely wouldn't enter the ancient battlefield. All he needed to do was game outside and provide some help. But now, he had to cross the river and enter that terrifying place personally. I hope there's no need to use the words left behind by teacher. Zhou Wen didn't think it would be too dangerous. He had already gained a better understanding of the ancient battlefield in game. As long as he didn't enter the ruins, there wouldn't be too much danger. "Do you have any more raincoats left?"
Zhou asked the officer. Su Wen said,
The number of raincoats we have is too limited. There wasn't enough for Commander Liu and the rest, so how can there be any left? Don't think too much. Just wait here for Commander Liu and the rest to return. With Commander Liu and Adjutant An's abilities, they will definitely be able to save Madame Lan and old Mr. Ouyang and return safely with them.
Zhou Wen stood by the Blood River and looked at the other side of the river before saying slowly,
You're right. Ah Sheng and company are both excellent. Perhaps they can return safely.
With that said, Zhou Wen paused for a moment as the luster in his eyes gradually turned sharp. Then he said,
Unfortunately, I'm a person who doesn't like gambling. I can't sit here and wait for the needle of a wheel of fortune to stop. I can't watch the needle waver between luckiness and unluckiness. I want to control the needle and wheel and make them stop at the position I want.
The more Su Wen processed what he said, the more she felt that something was amiss. Just as her expression changed slightly, and she was about to say something, she saw Zhou Wen run towards the Blood River, his body wrapped in black armor. In a few steps, he reached the edge of the river bank and leaped up, flitting across the river. Su Wen and company were shocked. Without any hesitation, Su Wen reached out and grabbed an umbrella beside her. At the same time, she summoned a strange bird that was shimmering with lightning. The strange lightning bird transformed into a pair of wings and landed behind her. Although Zhou Wen was wearing armor, the armor couldn't protect his entire body, so there would still be blood rain touching him. To Su Wen, Zhou Wen's actions were akin to having a death wish. The lightning wings on Su Wen's back flapped as she instantly streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. She caught up with Zhou Wen, who was about to enter the blood rain. She grabbed his shoulder and opened the umbrella to block the falling rain.
Are you nuts?
Zhou Wen looked at Su Wen in puzzlement. It was impossible for the umbrella to block all the blood rain. Furthermore, Su Wen was mainly using the umbrella to cover Zhou Wen's body, so many blood rain droplets splattered onto her body. Although she had already summoned her armor-type companion beast to protect her, she was unable to envelop her entire body with it. A few raindrops of blood splattered onto her cheeks. Zhou Wen couldn't understand why Su Wen would do that. She had nothing to do with him, and she didn't even seem to like him. Yet, she had risked her life to rush over. This was something Zhou Wen couldn't understand.
You are the one who's nuts. Go back with me.
Su Wen grabbed Zhou Wen and exerted her strength with her wings, trying to fly back to the other side. However, she still underestimated the blood rain's infectious ability. In an instant, her eyes turned red, as though they were about to drip blood. Her consciousness suddenly blurred as she nearly caused Su Wen to fall into the blood river. With just a tiny bit of rationality left, Su Wen threw Zhou Wen across the river as she landed by the side of the river of blood. She stood motionless in the rain with an umbrella in hand, knowing that she couldn't return.
Just wait patiently for Commander Liu and the rest to come back. You're not a child anymore. Don't always give others trouble. No one can keep protecting you.
Su Wen's voice gradually turned hoarse, and her eyes gradually turned ferocious. Blood had already begun to flow out of them.
Be asterisk starred. You be asterisk starred.
When the officer on the other side saw this scene, he felt like tearing Zhou Wen apart as he roared angrily. Zhou Wen was in the air as he looked at Su Wen with an odd expression. He was an emotionally indifferent person, so he couldn't understand why Su Wen would do such a thing for a stranger she didn't like. But at that moment, he didn't want her to die. As though stepping on empty space, his body circled around like a bird. In midair, he charged towards the opposite bank like an arrow, shooting towards Su Wen, who was holding an umbrella. When Su Wen saw Zhou Wen returning in midair again, she wanted to say something, but her consciousness turned blurry as violent emotions filled her mind. Kill! 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 Su Wen only wanted to kill and see blood. Any living thing in her eyes appeared filthy to her. It was as if only killing and blood could make her feel comfortable. Boom! She threw the umbrella in her hand and allowed it to fall to the ground. Pressing her palms together, as the pair of wings behind her crackled with lightning, she struck out with both her hands as though she was enveloped by lightning. A lightning beam then shot towards Zhou Wen. The officers on the other side watched as this scene unfolded, but they could not do anything. The distress drove them nuts. From their point of view, Zhou Wen was definitely doomed facing such an attack from Su Wen in midair. Even if he was lucky to not die from the attack, he would end up like Su Wen the moment he landed in the blood river. The azure lightning snaked at Zhou Wen as if it was about to swallow him. However, in everyone's line of sight, Zhou Wen's figure suddenly blurred as he vanished into thin air, leaving the officer stunned. By the time they saw Zhou Wen again, they realized that he was already standing on the other side of the river. He was standing behind Su Wen, emitting a faint white light. He held onto the umbrella that was about to fall to the ground with one hand and holding something in his other hand. He then stabbed Su Wen directly in the neck.
The red-eyed Su Wen immediately turned limp, as Zhou Wen held an umbrella in one hand and held Su Wen in the other. He leaped into the air and returned to the opposite shore like a hawk. Chapter 267 Strange Person in the Rain. Chapter 267 Strange Person in the Rain. Don't come over! Zhou Wen shouted coldly, as he stopped the officers who were rushing over. He placed Su Wen, who was moaning in pain, on the ground and said, "Do you have water? Bring me some water." The officers looked at Zhou Wen, who was covered in blood, and their eyes looked odd and complicated. They had no way of connecting him to the former prodigal student. "Yes," one of the officers answered and quickly brought a water bottle over. "Just throw it over and bring some more," Zhou Wen said. The officer quickly threw the water bottle over, and the other officers quickly went to get more water too. Su Wen felt as though her entire body was being stabbed by needles. She was so uncomfortable that she couldn't say a word. However, her mind was a lot clearer. She watched as Zhou Wen used water to wash the blood rain from her face and hair before finally washing the blood rain from her armor. Then, he lifted her up and placed her on a clean patch of grass. "She will recover in a while. Take good care of her." Zhou Wen glanced at Su Wen before standing up and flying across the river again. Su Wen endured the pain as she pressed her hands against the ground to support her upper body. Seeing Zhou Wen's figure disappear into the blood rain, an inexplicable expression appeared on her face. The officer surrounded her and asked, "Head nurse Su, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Su Wen was still in great pain, but she could feel that her condition was improving. She didn't know how Zhou Wen had done it. Up to this point, they had yet to come up with a method to effectively resist the blood rain. One could withstand the blood rain only if their physique was strong enough at the epic stage, coupled with some protective primordial energy skills. Once someone was infected by the blood rain, there was no proper treatment. As the head nurse, Su Wen knew how terrifying the blood rain was. However, not only was Zhou Wen able to ignore the virus in the blood rain, but he was also able to remove the blood rain's virus from her body. This left her feeling incredulous. There was no way to connect Zhou Wen with the prodigal student who stayed cooped up all day gaming and consuming tonics. Could it be that as long as one enters the Yin family, those who aren't surnamed will become strange? Another figure appeared in Su Wen's mind. It was a harmless-looking man who always wore a smile. Zhou Wen was extremely similar to the man she had met back then. Zhou Wen quickly proceeded through the blood rain. He had to quickly catch up with Lu Yunxian and company and track them down to find that Qi. After hearing Su Wen's description, Zhou Wen knew that the entity that swallowed the stone artifact was definitely a Qi. They were unable to see anything in the blood rain, but Zhou Wen could use Truth Listener's powers to grasp his surroundings. Soon, he found Commander Lu and company. However, to Zhou Wen's surprise, Commander Lu and company hadn't gone far. They were proceeding forward very slowly. Although they were wearing custom raincoats, the blood rain had affected their visibility. They didn't dare move too quickly, afraid that they might bump into dimensional creatures. Once their raincoats were torn, they would die. Zhou Wen didn't know where the Qi was, so he could only follow them patiently. Thankfully, there was the blood rain. Zhou Wen didn't need to stay too far from them, nor did he need to hide himself too much. All he needed to do was follow them, since no one could discover him in the blood rain. With an umbrella in hand, Zhou Wen slowly proceeded through the blood rain while observing the situation ahead. If they encountered other dimensional creatures, Zhou Wen had to ensure their safety, to ensure that they could find the Qi that had swallowed the stone artifact. Lu Yunxian wore a heavy expression as he proceeded through the blood rain. Even at the epic stage, he only had a visibility range of 10 meters. He was blind to anything further. Under such circumstances, it was as if they were in a dangerous forest. The blood rain around them was like a dense bush, and it was possible for a venomous snake to jump out of it at any time. Even Lu Yunxian himself was terrified, let alone those legendary officers. Suddenly, Lu Yunxian felt a chill run down his spine as an ominous feeling arose in his heart. He immediately shouted, "Be careful. There might be an enemy attack." Lu Yunxian believed in his intuition. This was something forged over the years while on the battlefield. Although it wasn't necessarily accurate, it had saved his life many times. The group looked around, but it was useless. The blood rain affected their vision, preventing them from seeing anything. Lu Yunxian tried his best to look forward, but no matter how he tried, the raindrops quickly blurred the scenes. He vaguely made out a figure walking in front of him. He took a careful look, but he couldn't confirm the figure. "Who's that in front? Say something if you are human!" Lu Yunxian shouted, but no one answered him except for the sound of rain. However, as the figure approached, Lu Yun finally saw it clearly. It was a strange person with black hair hanging low. He was drenched in the blood rain, and his skin was stained with blood. It was certain that even if he was human, he was probably a monster now. "That's a ghost! A ghost!" Lu Qingji immediately shouted as he saw the figure, his voice filled with fear. Vanguard team, attack! Lu Yunxian summoned his companion beast. It was a stone golem that could withstand the power of the blood rain. The other officers also summoned the few companion beasts that could withstand the blood rain as they charged alongside the stone golem. The few companion beasts used their various abilities to attack the strange person that was slowly walking through the blood rain. The epic stone golem, in particular, struck the strange person's head with a terrifying punch. Bam! The strange person's head exploded before his entire body exploded, splattering into black liquid. The group of officers cheered, but halfway through their cheers, their faces froze. This was because the companion beasts that were stained with the black liquid appeared to be snow that made contact with burning charcoal as they emitted large amounts of white gas. A few legendary companion beasts instantly melted into a pool of liquid. The stone golem's body was riddled with holes from the corrosion, and its arms were cracked apart. One of its legs corroded and broke off as it fell into the pool of blood. Under the horrified gazes of the group, the black liquid once again coagulated into the black-haired person, who had half his face covered by black hair. He opened his mouth and gave them a silent and eerie laugh. It left everyone's scalp tingling as they suffered goosebumps. They wished they could immediately turn around and flee. However, as soldiers, although they were terrified, they still raised their weapons and launched their most intense attack on the strange person the moment they heard Lu Yunxian's order. The sword and saber beams crisscrossed as Lu Yunxian's punch was as violent as a volcanic eruption. It was the most domineering strike under his life Soul Fire General's augmentation. It could even melt solid gold. Chapter 268 The Person Under the Umbrella. Chapter 268 The Person Under the Umbrella. The strange person's figure rapidly moved, like a wandering spirit amidst the attack. He appeared and disappeared randomly like a ghost, causing all the attacks to miss. Lu Yunxian's domineering explosive punch created a ravine that was more than 10 meters long, evaporating large amounts of blood, but it didn't damage the strange person at all. Ah! One of the officers retreated in shock. The strange person had appeared in front of him, and his eyes were completely black without any white. He looked at him through his hair and left him horrified. He couldn't help but scream and retreat. However, the strange person's hand had already grabbed at his neck, his hand like a ghastly claw. How dare you! Lu Yunxian threw out a tempestuous punch as the flames roared out like a tiger. However, the strange person's figure disappeared in the blood rain. When he appeared again, he was behind the officer. His ghastly claws were just moments from grabbing the officer's head. Instantly, everyone felt a chill rise in their hearts. They knew very well that with one death, it would only be a matter of time before all of them were wiped out. If one couldn't find a way to defeat the dimensional creature, they would easily be wiped out. The only way out was to escape. Lu Yunxian also knew this very well. Therefore, he had already prepared to give the order to retreat, hoping that as many of them could escape as possible. He would then hold back this terrifying dimensional creature alone. He was willing to sacrifice his life. Just as the strange person's claws were about to grab the young officer's head, a bright beam of light shone from afar and landed on the strange person. Under the light, the strange person subconsciously raised his hands to block his face. Then, he looked in the direction of the bright light. All of you move back! When a voice sounded, the officer finally reacted and rushed out of the strange person's range. The other officers, including Lu Yunxian, subconsciously retreated a distance. Hum! With a resonating hum, a bamboo blade streaked through the sky, tearing through the blood rain and stabbing straight into the strange person's body. Then, the strange person's body transformed into a pool of black liquid that scattered to the ground. The bamboo blade was left diagonally embedded in the land that was covered by the blood rain. However, unlike before, the strange person didn't revive again. Instead, he gradually mixed with the blood rain and seeped into the mud. Lu Yunxian and company looked in the direction of the bamboo blade. They didn't know who had saved them. However, Lu Yun found the voice rather familiar. He also seemed to have seen this strange bamboo blade somewhere before, but he couldn't recall where. Soon, they saw a figure walking across the pool of blood. That person was holding an umbrella in his hand, but he wasn't wearing the heavy and bulky custom raincoat they were wearing. That person was only wearing ordinary black armor as he walked through the blood. His body had made contact with the blood, but he wasn't infected by the blood rain's virus. Lu Yunxian couldn't help but sigh in amazement, thinking that the person holding the umbrella in front of him must be an extremely powerful epic expert. Lu Yunxian noticed that the umbrella looked familiar. After some careful thought, he realized that he also had one. However, he had left it in the jeep and not brought it along. It would be useless in a place like this. The person with the umbrella walked to the bamboo blade that was diagonally planted into the ground. He reached out to pull it out and sheathed it.
As his face was obscured by the umbrella, Lu Yunxian couldn't see his face clearly. He gave a standard military salute and said,
"Thank you for saving us, my friend. I wonder if you can leave a name." "I, Lu Yunxian, from the Sunset Army's 7th Brigade, 3rd Battalion, am eternally grateful. I will definitely repay you someday."
Upon hearing Lu Yunxian speak, the person looked up at him. The umbrella slightly tilted up, and Lu Yunxian finally saw the person's face clearly. Then, he was completely stunned. His mouth was wide open, at a loss for words. Not only Lu Yunxian, but all the officers from the 3 camps widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at the face that was revealed under the umbrella. They were all dumbfounded. The blood rain continued to fall, but apart from that, there was a dead silence.
"Commander Lu, there's not much time left. Let's hurry up and find the dimensional creature that swallowed the stone artifact."
Zhou Wen walked forward with the bamboo blade in hand. He originally didn't want to show his face, but Lu Yunxian and the others were clearly no match against the Wang Yang. In fact, Lu Yunxian's strength wasn't inferior to that of the Wang Yang, especially with his fire powers being effective against it. However, in this boundless blood rain, his fire elemental powers were greatly suppressed, while the Wang Yang was greatly augmented. Just its ability to travel through liquid greatly increased its speed, preventing Lu Yunxian's attack from being able to touch it.
"Young Master One, Adjutant and ordered me to take good care of you, and absolutely not allow you to step into the ancient battlefield."
The way Lu Yunxian addressed Zhou Wen was the same as before, but be it his tone or attitude, they were now completely different. Soldiers obeyed orders and respected experts. In the past, they viewed Zhou Wen as a prodigal scion. Therefore, no matter how honorable Zhou Wen's identity was, they didn't treat him with any respect. However, Zhou Wen had come to the ancient battlefield alone and killed the dimensional creature that they were helpless against. He had even saved one of their comrades' lives. These feats immediately earned their respect.
"But I'm already here, right?"
Zhou Wen looked at Lu Qingji and asked,
"How far is it from where you encountered that dimensional creature?" "There's still about 5 kilometers left."
Lu Qingji answered subconsciously.
"Commander Lu, if it's possible, let your subordinates return to the other side of the Blood River. You, Lu Qingji, and I can then travel light and proceed at full speed. We have to use the shortest time to retrieve the stone artifact,"
Zhou Wen said to Lu Yunxian. Being in a place like this was no different from suicide for these legendary officers.
"Young Master One, take us along. We are not afraid of death. We can scout the path for you. Young Master One, take us along. We can help."
Before Lu Yunxian could say anything, the officers immediately cried out, showing their extreme agitation. Zhou Wen frowned slightly. He really didn't understand what was going through these people's minds. It was as if it was a glorious thing to send themselves to their deaths. Perhaps the saying is right. The kind of leadership determines the type of followers. Judging from how Su Wen, Lu Yunxian, and the rest act, I can imagine what kind of leader they have. Zhou Wen suddenly felt that the man he never took seriously might be more terrifying than he imagined. Zhou Wen had no idea how a leader could make a soldier be willing to die. At the very least, he couldn't, nor did he want to do it.
"Immediately return to the Blood River and make preparations for any rescued casualties. That's an order."
Lu Yunxian knew that he had been too idealistic previously. Legendary officers and their companion beasts were useless here. The primordial gold firearms were almost useless. Letting them stay behind would be no different from sending them to their deaths. He strictly ordered the officers to return the way they had come, leaving Lu Qingji and Zhou Wen behind. Lu Yunxian looked at Zhou Wen and said,
"Young Master One, I have a question for you. Please answer me truthfully."
Chapter 269 Stone Chi.
"What?"
Zhou Wen frowned.
"Did you plan on entering the ancient battlefield before you came to Zhuzhua? Or did you decide on it at the last minute?"
Lu Yunxian asked.
"Is there a difference if I already had a plan?"
Zhou Wen asked.
"Yes. If you had already made a plan, you would naturally have made a lot of preparations. It wouldn't be as easy to die here. If it's just a spur of the moment, I will send you back no matter what,"
said Lu Yunxian.
"I have indeed made a lot of preparations. It shouldn't be that easy to die. Let's go! We don't have time to waste. We need to find the stone artifact and take it to the ruins as soon as possible."
Zhou Wen looked at Lu Qingji and said,
"Lead the way. Just walk forward. If I don't say stop, continue walking."
Lu Qingji nodded. Due to Zhou Wen's arrival, the fear in his heart lessened significantly. They had previously encountered the Wang Yang, and many had died. However, Zhou Wen had easily killed one. This did plenty to assuage his fear. The trio continued on. Although they were fewer in number, the atmosphere was not as oppressive as before. Lu Yunxian watched as Zhou Wen walked ahead with the umbrella open. He found it somewhat odd, having no way of connecting this Zhou Wen to the one he had known previously.
"Stop! Lu Yunxian suddenly heard Zhou Wen's voice and hurriedly stopped to look at him. Seeing Zhou Wen staring ahead, he traced Zhou Wen's gaze and saw nothing but the blood rain. Lu Qingji, retreat now. Zhou Wen walked in front of Lu Qingji and pulled out his bamboo blade. When the rain hit the blade, not a drop remained on it as they streaked straight down. Even in the rain, the bamboo blade remained untainted as it shimmered with a cold glint. After a while, Lu Yunxian saw another strange person walk through the rain and approach them. It looked identical to the strange person they had met earlier. He couldn't help but be put on alert as he gathered his strength to prepare for battle. Zhou Wen immediately moved as his eyes shot out a light beam that shone down on the strange person's body. In the next second, Zhou Wen's figure had vanished. When he appeared again, the bamboo blade pierced through the strange person's body, causing it to explode into a mass of black liquid. A dimensional crystal dropped as a result. Lu Yunxian glanced at Zhou Wen as he found it increasingly bizarre. He wondered if Zhou Wen really was a student at the legendary stage. In this terrifying place where even an epic stage expert was treading on thin ice, he seemed to be in control of everything. He could easily kill a dimensional creature that even he was helpless against, with a swing of his saber. Let's continue, Zhou Wen said to Lu Qingji as he picked up the dimensional crystal. Yes, young Master Wen. Lu Qingji was a lot more spirited. After responding, he took large strides forward, the fear in his heart seemingly lessened. During the rest of the journey, Zhou Wen and company didn't encounter any dimensional creatures. There weren't many dimensional creatures on the ancient battlefield to begin with, but every one of them was terrifying and had their own unique traits. If it wasn't for Zhou Wen's deep understanding of them that he gleaned from the game as well as knowing the method to counter these dimensional creatures, the three of them would have long died. After walking for more than 5 kilometers, they still didn't see any signs of the qi which Lu Qingji had mentioned. It was unknown if Lu Qingji had led them in the wrong direction, or if that qi had already gone somewhere else. Old Lu, how much farther do we have to go? Lu Yunxian also felt that they had gone too far and asked. Lu Qingji scratched his head and said, We should have already reached the area where we encountered it, but for some reason, we didn't see any traces of it. When Lu Qingji said that, Zhou Wen and Lu Yunxian felt that something was amiss. If that qi had really left this area, where could they find it when the ancient battlefield was so huge? Besides, there wasn't only one qi on the battlefield. How would they know which one was the one that swallowed the stone artifact? Don't walk any further. Let's try to search the vicinity. The qi Mei Wangliang that Zhou Wen encountered in the game all loitered in a fixed area. They didn't wander off too far. However, this was reality and not a game. No one knew if the qi would remain here. The three of them adjusted their direction slightly and searched the surrounding ruins. After searching in trepidation for a while, Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised to find a qi. However, after seeing the qi, Zhou Wen frowned and said to Lu Qingji, Confirm if it's that monster who swallowed the stone artifact you brought back. Zhou Wen had seen many qi in game. They were mostly identical in appearance, so there was no difference. However, this qi was clearly different from the ones Zhou Wen had seen. Typically, they were all in black scaled armor. Although they looked strange, they looked like living beings. The qi in front of him was different. Its body was grayish-white, and it looked like a stone sculpture. If it hadn't slowly walked over, Zhou Wen definitely wouldn't have believed it to be a living thing. Lu Qingji couldn't see it at first. Only when the qi came closer did he finally see it clearly. His face was filled with puzzlement. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem wrong, but the one we saw looked like a living thing. Why does this one look like a stone statue? The moment Lu Qingji said that, the qi roared as a gray flame rose from its body. Then, Zhou Wen and company felt the ground quake violently. No good. Quick dodge. Zhou Wen flew up and, at the instant his feet left the ground, stone spears pierced out from the ground. Lu Yunxian and Lu Qingji jumped up as well, dodging the sharp stone spears. They did not have the ability to withstand the blood rain. If they were stabbed by the spears, even if they survived it, they would probably still be dead if their custom raincoats were damaged. Zhou Wen was alarmed and puzzled. This qi was somewhat different from what he had seen in the game. It even had different skills. The qi roared as it charged forward. As he didn't know anything about it, Zhou Wen didn't dare to forcefully fight it. He summoned the three-eyed golden warrior, hoping to test the strange qi's powers. Although the three-eyed golden warrior was only at the legendary stage, it had the life providence of golden body and the invulnerable golden power skill. Previously, it had been able to withstand 2 to 3 blows from a qi in game without dying. Seeing the three-eyed golden warrior standing in its way, the qi rolled its eyes and shot out 2 blurry gray beams of light that shot straight at it. Seeing another skill he had never seen before, Zhou Wen immediately felt ominous. However, it was already too late for him to dismiss the three-eyed golden warrior. When the light landed, its body cracked like tempered glass. In the next second, it was reduced to fragments that fell all over the ground. It had been killed. Chapter 270 The Strange Chi. Zhou Wen felt his heart wince in pain. Although the three-eyed golden warrior was only a legendary pet, it was extremely rare. Furthermore, it was a tank. Zhou Wen had always used it to scout in-game, so with him dead, it was impossible for him to revive like in-game. Zhou Wen's tattoo that represented the three-eyed golden warrior also vanished. It made Zhou Wen realize that this wasn't a game, and he only had one life. If he died, that was it. Lu Yunxian let out a roar and struck out with an explosive flaming fist. The terrifying flames charged towards the stone chi like a ferocious tiger. A light beam shot out from the stone chi's eyes once again and collided with the flaming tiger. A violent explosion occurred in the air, and the flaming tiger and light beam dissipated together. Flames burst out from Lu Yunxian's body, as though a flaming general had possessed him. He continuously released flames with his fists, each punch like a ferocious tiger pounce, as they rushed towards the stone chi. Although the light beam the stone chi shot out was powerful, the speed at which it shot was relatively slow. The time gap between shots was a little long, so it was unable to withstand the numerous flaming tiger punches. Seeing that more than 10 flaming tigers were about to hit it, it roared and the gray gas over its body condensed into a grayish-white stone dragon. The stone dragon opened its mouth and took a deep breath before swallowing the flaming tigers. It didn't even make a sound, as though its stomach was a bottomless abyss. Although the power of the stone dragon life soul was terrifying, Zhou Wen had already seen it in-game. He wasn't surprised, but instead glad to see something he knew. At the very least, this strange stone chi still retained some of its powers and characteristics. It was not completely different. Zhou Wen didn't have any intention of helping Lu Yunxian in the battle against the stone chi. Instead, all he did was watch from the side. After all, he was only at the legendary stage. Before he figured out the stone chi's strengths and weaknesses, even if he went up to help, it would not be of much use. It might even affect Lu Yunxian's performance. Sometimes, appropriate observation could be more efficient than direct combat. Zhou Wen waited patiently by the side for an opportunity. Lu Yunxian was indeed the commander of a battalion. His flaming powers were extremely tempestuous. Other than being a little slow, the other aspects were considered quite impressive amongst those at the epic stage. Furthermore, with the augmentation of the flaming general life soul, Lu Yunxian kept striking out with a flaming tiger fist without any signs of primordial energy depletion. The man and chi fought an intense battle, but the stone chi clearly held the upper hand. The stone dragon life soul on its body could devour all of Lu Yunxian's flaming tiger punches with a single inhale. It looked like it was completely effortless. Fortunately, the stone dragon wasn't able to redirect the attacks like the purple air bells. It just swallowed the attack, otherwise, it would have been even more terrifying. The stone chi was unable to break through Lu Yunxian's flaming tiger fist, and became a little irritable. It actually tried to charge at Lu Yunxian, slamming straight into the flaming tiger fist. It ended up retreating from the blow, but its body didn't suffer any damage. With a roar, it rushed over again. The stone dragon swallowed, and the light in the stone chi's eyes shone out gray rays. It forcefully broke through the airtightness of the flaming tiger fist, and slammed into Lu Yunxian. Lu Yunxian hurriedly summoned a few companion beasts, because his best stone golem had already died in the previous battle. Although the few that he could use weren't bad, they weren't as good as the stone golem. The stone chi wreaked havoc as its gigantic claws ripped at him, while sweeping its eye rays across. In moments, all the companion beasts that Lu Yunxian summoned were killed. Zhou Wen was secretly alarmed when he saw this. The stone chi hadn't used the black smoke skill of ordinary chi. This left Zhou Wen somewhat helpless. When in game, Zhou Wen used the purple air bells to absorb the black smoke from the chi before letting it have a taste of its own medicine. The black smoke possessed powerful hypnotic powers that even the chi couldn't withstand. Therefore, Zhou Wen was able to easily kill the chi. However, this stone chi hadn't released any black smoke skills the entire time. Zhou Wen had no way of absorbing it even if he wanted to. Now, all I can do is absorb the stone chi's gray ray. Seeing that Lu Yunxian was no longer able to put up a fight, Zhou Wen couldn't wait any longer. He summoned the purple air bell and, with a flash, arrived beside Lu Yunxian. The stone chi's ray was directed at Lu Yunxian, so when Zhou Wen appeared in front of him, he raised the purple air bell to meet the incoming gray ray. Immediately, he saw a blurry light shoot into the interior of the bell, as though it had been slurped up like noodles. Then, Zhou Wen held the bell, and shook it at the stone chi. A thick gray pillar of light spewed out from the bell's mouth as it shot towards the stone chi. Bam! The ray shot out from the stone chi's eyes clashed with the pillar of light from the bell. However, it was shattered. Just as the light pillar was about to land on its body, the stone dragon life soul let out a roar as it opened its mouth and inhaled. It swallowed the pillar of light, averting any harm to the stone chi. Indeed, it doesn't work. Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. Previously, when he used black smoke to deal with the chi, if the black dragon life soul were to suck the black smoke, it too would fall into a slumber. Now, there were none of the benefits. Lu Yunxian took the opportunity to attack the stone chi, but his attacks failed to be effective. Zhou Wen relied on his purple air bell's powers to absorb the stone chi's rays as he joined forces with Lu Yunxian. All he could do was hold back the stone chi, but killing it was nearly impossible. Before long, Lu Yunxian's punches began to weaken. Although he was augmented by Flaming General, his primordial energy consumption was just too high. He could not hold on much longer. Zhou Wen allowed Dr. Darkness to possess him, as he used light of penetration to illuminate the stone chi, but the result left Zhou Wen alarmed. Under light of penetration, the stone chi's body was covered in a gray blur that prevented him from seeing through anything. What's going on? Why can't I see through it? Zhou Wen was alarmed and puzzled. Previously, when he was fighting Wangliangs and Kais, he could use the light of penetration to observe their body's interior. But now, it was completely ineffective. It could only mean that this stone chi was extraordinary. Could it be that this stone chi is the chi that devoured the stone artifact? The stone artifact affected it, making it undergo such a strange mutation? Zhou Wen secretly guessed. At that moment, the stone chi's patience seemed to be completely worn out by the duo. It roared as the stone dragon emitted a dragon roar before spewing out a mouthful of gray smoke. The gray smoke looked like the normal black dragon's black smoke, but the color was a little different. Zhou Wen didn't have the luxury of time to think. He raised the purple air bell, and sucked in the gray smoke as he saw it surge into the purple air bell's interior. Chapter 271 Stone Artifact. When the gray smoke was sucked into the purple air bell, Zhou Wen's expression changed drastically. The metallic purple bell began to turn grayish-white as though its surface was covered in a layer of ash. Furthermore, it was rapidly petrifying and seemed moments from becoming a rock. Zhou Wen didn't dare hesitate. He hurriedly shook the purple air bell and spat out the gray smoke inside. The gray smoke swept towards the stone chi, only to be sucked in by the stone dragon. Unlike before, the gray smoke was ineffective against the stone dragon life soul. The stone dragon remained brimming with energy, but the purple air bell in Zhou Wen's hand was still gray. It didn't recover from its original appearance after releasing the gray smoke. There's definitely something wrong with this stone chi if it really turned into this because it swallowed the stone artifact. What is that stone object? How can it have such terrifying power? What did Ouyang Lan and company encounter in that stone cave? Many thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind. The stone chi let out a ferocious roar as it charged after Zhou Wen. Rays shot out from its eyes, and thankfully, Zhou Wen's movement technique was as fast as lightning, allowing him to duck the stone chi's attack. Lu Yunxian hurriedly struck out his flaming tiger fist to remedy the situation, but it was devoured by the stone dragon life soul. This resulted in the stone chi changing its target as it pounced towards Lu Yunxian. Lu Yunxian was wearing the raincoat, so he couldn't use his body to block the attacks of the stone chi. If he did, his raincoat would definitely tear, and that would spell certain doom for him. Seeing that Lu Yunxian had nowhere to retreat to, Zhou Wen hurriedly used ghost steps to appear behind the stone chi as he slashed at its neck with bamboo blade. The stone dragon life soul that was wrapped around the stone chi's body roared and spat out the gray smoke at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen could only retreat. The purple air bell couldn't withstand the gray smoke, much less him. He naturally didn't dare to clash head-on with it. Lu Yunxian rolled on the ground in a sorry state before dodging the ray shot from the stone chi's eyes. Instantly, the stone chi broke out into a frenzy, forcing Zhou Wen and Lu Yunxian to flee. Lu Qingji had not fully recovered from his injuries, and his companion beast had already been sacrificed. He didn't have any combat strength, so all he could do was use his machine gun to shoot at the stone chi. However, when the bullets mixed with primordial gold hit the stone chi, there was no effect at all. They bounced off it like billiard balls. Seeing that Lu Yunxian could not hold on any longer and the stone chi was about to catch up with him, Zhou Wen summoned Ghost Bride and sent her over to release Yin Wind Claw at the stone chi's back. However, the effects of the Yin Wind Claw were very limited. Basically, they amounted to a mere scratch of an itch. The chi turned its head and shot a glance at Ghost Bride. A gray ray through Ghost Bride's body, but it failed to cause any damage. However, Zhou Wen noticed Ghost Bride's body trembling clearly. It was as though she had been struck by lightning and her aura had clearly weakened. This stone chi is ridiculous. Zhou Wen was appalled when he saw that the stone chi could actually injure a ghost's body. Knowing that this battle only had two outcomes, life or death, Zhou Wen could no longer hesitate. He held the bamboo blade as a mysterious and powerful aura surged out of him. Sai of the King descended upon him, and the immense power made his body float in midair. He could levitate without needing any external help. Lu Yunxian dodged the Stone Chi's attack in a sorry state when he saw a bolt of lightning flash from the sky and shoot straight for the Stone Chi's body. Then, he saw streaks of lightning interweave against each other as they shuttled back and forth through the Stone Chi's body. It was unbelievably fast. As it was too fast, even the Stone Chi failed to react. By the time it reacted, by having the Stone Dragon Life Soul spew out the gray smoke, Zhou Wen's Transcendent Flying Immortal had already ended. After Transcendent Flying Immortal was done, Zhou Wen immediately widened his distance with ghost steps to dodge the rolling gray smoke. As his feet touched the ground, he quickly suppressed the sigh of the king's power once again. Just that split moment of usage was enough to make Zhou Wen feel as though all his muscles had been ripped apart in excruciating pain. Crack! The Stone Chi's body shattered piece by piece, turning into a pile of rocks that scattered on the ground. Its body had actually been diced into a pile of rocks with Transcendent Flying Immortal. Before Zhou Wen and company could rejoice, the rocks began moving again, as though an invisible hand was building up toy blocks. They then pieced the rocks back together, restoring the lively and energetic Stone Chi. Lu Yunxian and Lu Qingji instantly felt despair. The Stone Chi was incomprehensibly strong. There was almost no loophole to speak of. Zhou Wen's eyes flashed like lightning as they shimmered with a calm luster. When the Stone Chi was cleaved apart by Transcendent Flying Immortal, Truth Listener's powers allowed him to piece together a projection of whatever he heard in his mind. At that time, Zhou Wen realized that there was a strange triangular stone in the Stone Chi when it was being diced up. The stone was different from the rocks that made up the Stone Chi. Although it was triangular in shape, there was a curve at the edge. In the middle, there was a circular hole that looked ancient and mysterious. Furthermore, when the Stone Chi was resurrected, it seemed like it had once again gathered the rubble with it at the center. Lu Qingji, is the stone artifact you brought back a triangular piece of rock with a circular hole in the middle? Zhou Wen shouted as he dodged the Stone Chi's attacks. How did you know? Lu Qingji was stunned. Zhou Wen was now certain that the Stone Chi had mutated into this strange abomination thanks to the stone artifact. Without any hesitation, he used Sai of the King once more, risking the damage to his body. As the terrifying power descended upon him, Zhou Wen felt his bones groan in pain as though they would suddenly break at any moment. His already tearing muscles even began to crack into bloody patterns. Zhou Wen endured the pain and once again used ghost steps, appearing beside the Stone Chi like a ghost. However, this time, the Stone Chi was prepared. The moment Zhou Wen appeared, the Stone Dragon Life Soul spewed out a mouthful of gray smoke at him. Zhou Wen held the purple air bell that seemed to be covered in dust as he sucked the gray smoke into it. However, this completely petrified the bell. Before Zhou Wen could shake it, cracks began to appear on its body as it shattered and was completely destroyed. Transcendent Flying Immortal. Releasing the bell, Zhou Wen drew his saber and used Transcendent Flying Immortal, transforming into a blur that crisscrossed around the Stone Chi as he constantly struck it. With the sharpness of bamboo blade, the terrifying power of the Sai of the King, and the dominance of Transcendent Flying Immortal, he once again split apart the Stone Chi's body. At the instant the Stone Chi's body shattered, a cold glint flashed in Zhou Wen's eyes as he threw out the bamboo blade in his hand. It manifested into a cold beam as it tore through the rubble and struck away a stone piece. Zhou Wen's figure flashed with the use of ghost steps, arriving in front of the bamboo blade instantaneously. As he grabbed the bamboo blade, he pressed down on the stone piece. Chapter 272 Killing the Stone Chi. When Zhou Wen pressed down on the stone, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He had used the Sai of the King for too long and his internal organs had been torn apart. He was already suffering from severe internal bleeding. If it were any ordinary person, they would have been dead, but Zhou Wen held on. He looked at the shattered stone that manifested the Stone Chi. If the Stone Chi wasn't dead, the three of them would be doomed. Zhou Wen was powerless to continue fighting. Lu Yunxian and Lu Qingji stared intently at the pile of rubble. The entire world seemed to quieten down at that moment, as the three of them could almost hear their rapidly beating hearts. After the silence continued for a while, Lu Qingji was a little unsure, but he said hopefully, It's not moving. It really seems to be dead. Zhou Wen exhaled as he felt the pain in his body. It made him feel like his skin was being ripped off, but he still held onto the stone with one hand. When he first pressed down on the piece of stone, Zhou Wen could still sense it throbbing and struggling a few times. However, it quickly calmed down, as though it was a lifeless object. Commander Lu, your raincoat. Zhou Wen had just heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Lu Qingji exclaim. Zhou Wen looked at Lu Qingji and saw his horrified expression. He had his finger pointed at Lu Yunxian as his fingers trembled non-stop. Zhou Wen looked in the direction of his finger and saw that Lu Yunxian's custom raincoat had torn at his waist. Although the opening wasn't large,
the blood rain was already dripping in. Lu Yunxian didn't know when the raincoat had been torn apart during the intense battle. The color in his face drained as his pupils gradually turned red.
Young Master One, I'm afraid I can't accompany you any further. I have let down Adjutant and failed to complete the mission he assigned me. I even brought you into the ancient battlefield. However, I beg you to take the stone artifact to the ruins and hand it over to Adjutant. I'm sure you can do it.
As Lu Yunxian spoke, his eyes became increasingly bloodshot. His breath also became heavier.
Young Master One, I'll make a move now. I hope I can still be a member of the Sunset Army in my next life.
Chaos began to rule Lu Yunxian's consciousness as bloodthirst overwhelmed his intelligence. He knew that he didn't have much time left. Unwilling to become a rabid monster, he raised his fist that had gathered flames and was about to smash himself in the head.
Stop!
Zhou Wen endured his pain as he ordered Dr. Darkness to leave his body and charge at Lu Yunxian. At the same time, he activated his surgical skills. Lu Yunxian did not listen to Zhou Wen. He did not wish to die like a rabid dog. However, his fist did not land on his head. Dr. Soul's scalpel was faster as it stabbed into his neck, causing his body to stiffen and become motionless. At the same time, Dr. Darkness came in front of Lu Yunxian. A syringe appeared in his hand as he stabbed into his blood vessel, injecting the poison into his body. Lu Yunxian felt the excruciating pain in his body. He could not help but let out a cry, but the blood color in his eyes gradually faded away as he slowly returned to normal. Zhou Wen propped himself up. With the stone artifact in one hand, he picked up the umbrella that he had thrown into the rain with the other. After shaking away the blood rain on it, he opened it. He then stood in front of Lu Yunxian and sheltered him with the umbrella.
Do you still have any armor-type companion beasts? Can they first block the damage from the rain?
Zhou Wen asked Lu Yunxian as he unsummoned Dr. Darkness. Lu Yunxian's consciousness had mostly recovered. He could feel that the virus that had invaded his body was being expelled by the pain.
There isn't any armor left, but I still have a companion beast that should be able to remedy the situation.
Lu Yunxian looked at Zhou Wen with a complicated expression. Back when Ensheng ordered him to protect Zhou Wen, he had never imagined such a day would come. He never expected so many things to happen between him and Zhou Wen, making him feel as if he was in a dream.
Then quickly fix it. My body is very weak, so I'm afraid there's no way for me to fight again. If we encounter a dimensional creature again, I'll be relying on you,
Zhou Wen said. Lu Yunxian gritted his teeth and nodded at Zhou Wen. Then, he summoned a companion beast. It was a snake that transformed into a strange leather belt. He wrapped it around his waist, perfectly blocking the hole on his raincoat. Zhou Wen staggered before he collapsed into the muddy ground that was covered in blood. The damage to his body was too serious. Despite switching to the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra, it was still difficult to completely recover in such a short period of time. The small perfection of Wisdom Sutra's restoration is still lacking. If only I could have Li Xian's immortal god of combat body, that would allow me to quickly recover from this injury. Zhou Wen sighed inwardly.
Young Master One, are you alright?
Lu Qingji hurriedly came forward to help Zhou Wen.
Let him rest for a while.
Lu Yunxian spoke, but his pupils suddenly constricted as his eyes widened. Lu Qingji struck Zhou Wen's head with his palm, and the purple light from his palm flashed with a ghastly glow. His aura was not inferior to Lu Yunxian's, and it was even more demonic and powerful. Lu Yunxian couldn't figure out how Lu Qingji, who had yet to recover from his injuries, could produce such terrifying strength. Even in perfectly good condition, he wouldn't have such strength, let alone when he was seriously injured. Furthermore, Lu Yunxian knew that Lu Qingji likely cultivated a wind elemental primordial energy art, but his palm was clearly not wind elemental. There was no time for Lu Yunxian to think further. Lu Qingji was too close to Zhou Wen, so there was no way for him to dodge the strike. Furthermore, Zhou Wen's body was too weak. Without thinking, Lu Yunxian extended his hand, hoping to use his arm to block Zhou Wen's strike. However, Zhou Wen was faster than Lu Yunxian. He raised the stone artifact in his hand and parried Lu Yunxian's arm, causing Lu Qingji's palm to land on the stone artifact. Bam! A blurry light emitted from the stone artifact. The purple light on Lu Qingji's palm shattered as he retreated a few steps due to the recoil. Standing amid the rain of blood, he stared at Zhou Wen with an odd expression. The raincoat covering his palm had torn, and his unshielded palm was exposed to the blood rain. However, the blood rain had failed to penetrate his body.
You are not Lu Qingji, who exactly are you?
Lu Yunxian stared at Lu Qingji and asked. Although Lu Qingji was also an epic, he was only considered average among them. Even Lu Yunxian couldn't fend off the blood rain with his bare body, much less Lu Qingji.
Hee. I'm Lu Qingji.
Lu Qingji's expression and voice became strange. It was clearly a man's body, but his demeanor and voice were that of a woman's.
Chapter 273 Paper Slip. Chapter 273 Paper Slip. You are the Mei, the succubus. Sitting in the rain of blood, Zhou Wen suddenly stared at Lu Qingji after some thought. There were 3 types of monsters among the Qi Mei Wangliang, but despite seeing the Wangliang and Qi, Zhou Wen hadn't seen the Mei. Now, Lu Qingji didn't look like a normal human in any way. Hee hee. You're really smart. You actually saw through my identity. What a pity that I failed to kill you despite having such a good opportunity. As Lu Qingji spoke, his body trembled strangely. A strange purple smoke drifted out of his 7 orifices. The purple smoke gradually gathered together, transforming into a blurry purple figure. However, the figure was enveloped by the purple smoke. Zhou Wen and Lu Yunxian could only see a woman's figure, but they couldn't see what she looked like. After the purple smoke completely wafted out, Lu Qingji's body collapsed. He no longer had an aura that a living person should have. He was obviously a dead person, and his body was rapidly rotting. I didn't see through your identity previously, but I found it a little strange. Why was it only you who managed to escape? From my point of view, you aren't equipped with the possibility of escaping. Besides, I'm born with a cold personality, so it's hard for me to trust anyone. I'm wary of anyone, Zhou Wen said. I see. I imagined that you had long seen through me considering how you could call out my name, the purple figure said with a giggle. Why did you possess Lu Qingji's body and trick us here? Zhou Wen only wanted to stall for time, so that his body could recover a little more. The Mei in front of him might be more difficult to deal with than Stone Qi, although the Stone Qi was strong, its intelligence wasn't high. In contrast, the purple figure was full of tricks. That Qi was lucky to have swallowed the stone artifact that Lu Qingji and the others had brought out. By the time I discovered it and rushed here, it had already begun to evolve, and I was no longer its match. Therefore, I could only think of a way to lure you humans here, and hope that both of you would suffer a deadly outcome. However, I didn't expect that you humans only had such a pittance of strength left. I was originally a little disappointed, believing that my chances were null. I never expected a human like you to appear. It was quite a pleasant surprise. As the Mei spoke, she gave a coquettish laugh, and said to Zhou Wen charmingly, I still have to thank you for helping me kill the stone Qi and retrieve the stone artifact. The power in your body sure is potent. It even makes me feel fear. It's truly amazing. Unfortunately, your body is too weak. It's impossible for you to withstand such a potent force. If you still wish to use it, your body will explode from that force even without me raising a finger. Your body is on the edge of breaking down. You can no longer fight me. If you were to offer the stone artifact to me with both hands, I will spare your lives and allow the 2 of you to leave Zhuolu alive. Young Master One, leave now. I'll stop her. Lu Yunxian stood in front of Zhou Wen and said with a burning gaze. The Mei curled her lips disdainfully. The potency of your flames have been reduced to less than 70% of its original might in the Lord of the Rain's baneful blood rain. Furthermore, you've just been injured and you don't even have half your full combat strength. I only need a moment to kill you. Where can a person whose body is about to collapse run? It looks like you've planned everything, Zhou Wen said as he looked at her. Although he believed that one could change their destiny, he had to admit that ever since he obtained the bamboo blade, his luck had really changed drastically. He had been in danger several times. I was luckier than my plan called for. Since you aren't willing to hand over the stone artifact, I have no choice but to pull it out from your fingers when you are dead. The Mei saw through Zhou Wen's thoughts as a purple light suffused her body, and she walked towards him. Lu Yunxian gathered his strength and punched out with flaming tiger fist. However, the Mei extended her hand and pressed the top of the flaming tiger's head with her slender palm. The flaming tiger instantly extinguished as though it was a prick bubble. As I said, your combat strength is less than 50%. Killing you will be too easy, said the Mei as she walked. It won't be difficult for you to obtain this stone artifact, but can you tell me what it is before I give it to you? Zhou Wen asked as he held the stone artifact. There's no harm in telling you. In the Zhuolu battle years ago, there was a clash between 2-dimensional life forms. The stone artifact was the holy object of one side, said the Mei. Wasn't the Zhuolu battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu? They are all humans. How did they involve dimensional life forms? Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement. They are human, but what they represent aren't just humans. Otherwise, how could 2 mere humans invite so many terrifying dimensional creatures to participate in the battle? Said the Mei indifferently. The 2 of them are merely representatives of different dimensional life form factions in the mortal world. The dimensional life form represented by the Yellow Emperor is a race that treats stones as holy. And the dimensional creature represented by Qi Yu treats metal as holy. The stone artifact you have is one of the holy artifacts the Yellow Emperor obtained from the stone elemental dimensional life forms. According to what I know from legends, Qi Mei Wanliang were creatures that stood on Qi Yu's side.
If the legend is right, what use does the Yellow Emperor stone artifact have on you?
Zhou Wen tried to stall for time, but his injuries were too serious. It was impossible for him to recover so quickly. As he spoke to the Mei, his mind raced in search of a chance for survival. However, no matter how he racked his brains, the situation was just as the Mei had said. He was already in a hopeless situation, and there was no possibility of him defeating her. He no longer had the ability to fight, and Lu Yuntian was no match for her. The only useful combat strength he had left was Dr. Darkness. However, his combat abilities were not strong to begin with. He was more geared towards functionality than combat. The Mei had also witnessed the abilities of Dr. Darkness. If she lacked confidence dealing with Dr. Darkness, she wouldn't have taken action.
It's useless to stall for time. However, there's no harm in telling you. That stone artifact is extremely beneficial to any dimensional life form.
As the Mei spoke, she walked over and grabbed Zhou Wen's head with her hand that had a purple halo. Lu Yuntian immediately took action while Zhou Wen summoned Dr. Darkness. He wanted to use the scalpel to fix the Mei in place. However, when Dr. Soul's scalpel stabbed into her body, it pierced straight through. It did not work on her. Instead, Lu Yuntian was sent flying by the Mei's purple halo as he fell into a pool of blood. The situation looked extremely bad. Teacher, I can only rely on you to save me now. Zhou Wen was already at the end of his rope. Apart from using the Sai of the King to risk his life again, he couldn't think of any other solution. He couldn't help but think of the tiny box Wang Mingyuan had given him before he left. Zhou Wen remembered that there was a paper slip written by Wang Mingyuan in it. He didn't know what was written on it, but hoping to make a Hail Mary effort, Zhou Wen hurriedly pulled out the box from the chaos space and opened it. He took out the slip and saw the words written on it.
Kneel and beg for mercy.
Zhou Wen nearly spewed a mouthful of blood when he read the words. Chapter 274 Kneel and Beg for Mercy. Chapter 274 Kneel and Beg for Mercy. Teacher, this joke isn't funny at all. You are killing me. Zhou Wen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, nor did he feel angry. He never expected Wang Mingyuan to pull his leg, so he was momentarily at a loss. If kneeling to beg for mercy was useful, humans wouldn't die in dimensional zones. After all, there were more people who cherished their lives than people who cherished their pride. Instantly, Zhou Wen felt as though he had reached the end of his rope. Although he had the stone artifact in hand, it didn't have the ability to initiate an attack. Even if he were to feed it to a companion beast, it wouldn't be effective. If there was an effect, it would require an evolutionary process that wasn't instantaneous. In his current situation, he was probably minutes away from being killed by the Mei. He didn't have the luxury of time. Why don't I kneel down and beg for mercy? Teacher wouldn't be pulling my leg, right? Zhou Wen couldn't help but have this thought come in his mind. Wang Mingyuan didn't seem to have any reason to prank his student. Perhaps it might really work.
However, the Mei didn't give Zhou Wen time to finish his thoughts. She had already attacked with the strange purple halo. Zhou Wen hurriedly blocked with the stone artifact. The stone artifact was tiny, while the strange purple halo seemed to blot out the sky. It was impossible for it to be effective at blocking. When the purple halo dawned on him, he saw a blinding blur in front of him. He could even see the Mei within the purple halo reaching out to grab his head. The palm was inches away. Just as Zhou Wen thought he was doomed, he suddenly saw the purple halo in front of him converge. And the Mei in front of him seemed to come under the influence of a powerful magnet on the ground. Her body sank down as she knelt on the ground with a thud, sending blood splattering everywhere. Zhou Wen stared blankly at the Mei kneeling in front of him, at a loss. The Mei knelt on the ground with both hands pressing down on the ground. Her knees and hands sank into the mud as her body trembled. She seemed to be using all her strength to prop herself up, but she just couldn't. Her head seemed to be attracted by an invisible magnetic force as she slowly sank into the ground. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not lift her head up. The Mei let out a terrifying scream as purple gases rose from her body. She struggled to get up, but she was unable to move. The invisible force was so strong that she could only bow her head. Did the stone artifact show its powers? This was the first thought in Zhou Wen's mind, but he immediately rejected the idea. The stone artifact was still the same as before. It did not produce any energy fluctuations at all. Unless an attack was directed onto it, it wouldn't have any reaction. The Mei's attack had yet to touch it, so how could it have unleashed such a powerful force? If it could really produce such powerful strength to protect others, Zhou Wen wouldn't have been able to kill the stone she so easily. But if it's not the stone artifact, that leaves only. No way. Zhou Wen turned his gaze to the paper slip in his hand. It was an ordinary piece of white paper with the words, "Kneel and beg for mercy," written on it. As Wang Mingyuan liked calligraphy, the words were written with a brush. They were elegant with quite a flair. Each stroke contained a charm,
making it a rare piece of excellent calligraphy that was in no way inferior to famous calligraphers. Even Zhou, who didn't know much, could tell that the calligraphy was beautiful. However, no matter how beautiful the words were, they were just words written on ordinary paper with normal ink. Zhou looked at the piece of paper in his hand and immediately discovered something strange. Although it was ordinary, and without any luster to it, none of the blood that rained down stained the piece of white paper at all. It was as though the raindrops automatically avoided it. It can't be. Teacher. He wasn't pulling my leg? Zhou instantly felt like he had gone from hell back to heaven. He turned the piece of paper in his hand to read the words on it, hoping to see if they emitted supreme radiance to suppress the Mei in front of him. Zhou turned the paper around and realized that the words on the paper were still the same. There was nothing special about it. However, when he pointed the 4 words at him, the Mei immediately lost her restraints. She leaped up from the ground, giving Zhou a fright. The Mei didn't expect the invisible force on her body to suddenly vanish. Her struggles immediately bore fruit as she flew into the air. Zhou hurriedly aimed the words kneel and beg for mercy at the Mei in the sky. Immediately, he saw the airborne Mei attracted to the ground by a powerful magnetic field. With a loud thud, she fell to the ground and landed on her knees with her hands pressed to the ground. She sprawled across the mud that was covered in blood and took on the kneeling posture. Teacher, I love you. Zhou wished he could hug the paper slip and kiss it a few times. He never expected Wang Mingyuan's words to have such an effect. Without any hesitation, Zhou shouted at Lu Yunxian. Commander Lu, what are you waiting for? Quickly kill her! Lu Yunxian was also stunned by what had just happened. He widened his eyes as he looked at the Mei kneeling in the pool of blood. With Zhou shout, he immediately snapped out of his daze and gathered all of his strength. The flaming General Life Soul erupted as he struck out with his flaming tiger fist, slamming it at the kneeling and powerless Mei. The Mei was unable to defend herself and, just as the flaming tiger fist was about to strike her, a trace of panic flashed in her eye. She slammed her head into the blood and shouted, "Spare me, great lord!" In the next second, the invisible force field that was suppressing the Mei seemed to disappear. The Mei's figure charged into the sky and avoided Lu Yunxian's flaming tiger fist. Holy **T. When Zhou saw this, he couldn't help but curse. He wondered about his teacher's reliability. He could dish out a suppression, but the enemy would be fine once they begged for mercy? What was the point? With the Mei liberated, wouldn't he be in a hopeless situation again? Zhou felt like he was about to go crazy from Wang Mingyuan's antics. How dare you receive my kowtow? You are dead. The Mei laughed weirdly in midair, her voice filled with bone-chilling hatred. Having reigned supreme in the dimensions for so many years, she had kowtowed before, but that was to supreme rulers. How could she bow to a weak human like Zhou? From her point of view, it was the worst insult she had ever experienced. With a terrifying purple halo, the Mei streaked across the void like a demonic purple beam, lunging straight at Zhou. However, when the purple halo arrived in front of Zhou, there was another loud thud. The Mei's figure emerged from the purple beam as she found herself kneeling in the blood. Zhou had no idea how to describe his feelings. Chapter 275 Another Companion Egg. Lu Yunxian made a prompt decision and immediately attacked the kneeling Mei. The Mei's eyes were filled with indignation and humiliation, but she had no choice but to kowtow once more and shout, "Spare me, great lord!" With a shout, the Mei lost her restraints and flew into a retreat once again, turning into a purple mist, thus avoiding Lu Yunxian's flaming tiger fist. This time, the Mei didn't charge over as anger, resentment, indignation, and other emotions mixed together. She glared fiercely at Zhou before quickly escaping amid the blood rain. Soon, she disappeared. "Just you wait, I'll be back!" A charming voice drifted from the blood rain, gradually becoming indiscernible. Zhou sat in the pool of blood as he gasped for air. What had happened moments ago had been too intense. It made his heart palpitate and relax repeatedly. He felt his blood pressure was so bad that his blood vessels were about to burst. "Young Master One, what kind of treasure is that? Why is it so strange?" Lu Yunxian looked at the piece of paper in Zhou hand, and the words on it with an odd expression. "How would I know?" Zhou folded the piece of paper and placed it back into the box. He did not tell Lu Yunxian that the piece of paper was given to him by Wang Mingyuan. According to what he knew, although Wang Mingyuan's theoretical knowledge could be said to be a grandmaster of a generation, his cultivation level only placed him as an ordinary epic. Yet, by just writing those words, he was able to suppress such a terrifying epic creature. It made the Mei have no choice but to kowtow and beg for mercy. How was this an ordinary epic level? It was simply terrifying. Zhou felt that it was best not to let others know this matter. Furthermore, he had no idea why Wang Mingyuan's words possessed such extraordinary power. As for why Wang Mingyuan only restrained without killing, leaving the opponent a chance of survival, Zhou Wen could only guess that Wang Mingyuan probably didn't want him to abuse the power in those words. Therefore, he left the words, "Beg for mercy," allowing a restrained creature to have a chance of survival. Zhou Wen didn't know how powerful the words were, but against an ordinary epic creature, it could be considered another life-saving charm. It was extremely important to Zhou Wen. "Commander Liu, let's go." Zhou Wen endured the pain and stood up from the mud. "Can you still walk?" Lu Yunxian rushed forward to support Zhou Wen. "I have to. The principal is still waiting for the stone artifact to save his life. I have to take it over." Zhou Wen got Dr. Darkness to carry him. "The principal?" Lu Yunxian was first taken aback, momentarily unable to figure out who Zhou Wen was referring to. "The missing old Mr. Ouyang. I believe Madame Lan should be trapped with him." Zhou Wen couldn't forget saving the former principal. Others were secondary, so he blurted it out without paying attention. Lu Yunxian did not think too much about it as he nodded and said, "Madame Lan and old Master Ouyang might be trapped in the passageway. Let's rush over now." Zhou Wen had little combat strength and was weak, but he wasn't too worried. At present, there were only three-dimensional creatures, Qi, Mei, and Wang Yang on the battlefield. Dr. Darkness had an effective advantage over Wang Yang, and he still had a purple air bell that was effective against Qi with that paper slip on him. He wasn't afraid of the Mei. At least, they would not be in too much danger before they arrived at the ruins. What Zhou Wen was most worried about was not finding Ensheng and company at the ruins. If Ensheng and company had entered the ruins, it would be useless even if he held the stone artifact. He would probably have to enter by himself. "Hold on!" Zhou Wen called out to Lu Yunxian and got Dr. Darkness to carry him towards the dead stone Qi. Due to the intense battle just now, Zhou Wen hadn't checked to see if the stone Qi had dropped anything. Lu Yunxian had forgotten about the matter. Seeing how Zhou Wen wasn't able to take action, he hurriedly walked over and moved the rocks aside to see if there were any crystal-like objects inside. Suddenly, Lu Yunxian's eyes lit up. Beneath a rock was a gray stone egg. It was about the size of a fist, like a gray frosted cobblestone. "A companion egg?" Zhou Wen and Lu Yunxian were delighted. With the stone Qi so powerful, the companion egg it dropped wouldn't be weak as long as Zhou Wen's luck wasn't too bad. "Young Master One, keep the companion egg well. This companion egg is no trifling matter. In the future, it will definitely be of great help when you hatch it after advancing to the epic stage." Lu Yunxian had seen the might of the stone Qi and knew that the companion beast was no trifling matter. Zhou Wen nodded and took the companion egg before letting Dr. Darkness carry him on their journey. It was dark, and in the midst of a rain of blood, Lu Yunxian walked ahead, while Dr. Darkness followed behind with an umbrella in one hand to shield Zhou Wen from the rain. Zhou Wen held his cell phone and looked at the stone Qi egg. Indeed, there was information about it. Mutated stone Qi, epic. Life Providence, stone beast ghost. Life soul, petrified dragon sun. Strength, 40. Speed, 34. Constitution, 40. Primordial energy, 40. Talent skill, stone laser, earthly spear formation. Companion form, stone armor. It was a powerful companion beast with 3 of its stats reaching the limit of the epic stage at 40 points. It also possessed 2 offensive skills. Furthermore, with its life providence and life soul, unless one encountered a nemesis, they were considered top-grade companion beasts at the epic stage. Unfortunately, Zhou Wen's current primordial energy was insufficient for him to incubate such a top-grade epic companion beast. All he could do was put it into the chaos space. Zhou Wen lay on the back of Dr. Darkness and took out his cell phone to continue gaming. With Dr. Darkness shielding him from the elements, he was rather comfortable. With his attention focused on the game, the pain was greatly alleviated for him. What Zhou Wen wanted to do now was to find the source of the beheading power in the ruins, and come up with a solution to resolve the problem. If Ensheng and company had really entered the ruins, he could only take the stone artifact in. If he couldn't find the source of the beheading power, he wouldn't be able to enter at all. Even if he rushed in recklessly, he would only be sending himself to his death. It was meaningless. Lu Yunxian walked for quite a while, and, noticing that Zhou Wen wasn't speaking, he turned to look at him. He realized that Zhou Wen was being carried on Dr. Darkness's back, while he gained fanatically. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, as expected of young Master One. I would never be able to gain with such a relaxed mindset in such a place. It's no wonder he has such achievements at such a young age. The human psyche was a very strange thing. When one decided that someone wasn't good, then, no matter what he did, it was not good. However, once one had decided that the person was outstanding, one would feel that whatever he did was good, and would come up with thousands of explanations. The present Lu Yunxian was a perfect example. No matter what Zhou Wen did, he found it extremely sublime and profound. I hope Ah Sheng hasn't entered the ruins yet. Zhou Wen was somewhat worried. Chapter 276 Realm Wind. Since Ghost Bride didn't dare enter the underground tunnel, Zhou Wen could only let her circle the interior of the ruins. The entire ruin consisted mainly of broken stone walls and pillars in an area spanning a radius of more than 10 kilometers. There was no dimensional creature to be seen. Even the blood rain scale reduced significantly. Ghost Bride had already searched the ruins several times, but Zhou Wen still failed to discover the root of the problem. When he sent companion beasts in, all of them were beheaded apart from Ghost Bride. It's impossible that there aren't any clues. Since Ouyang Lan and Ah Sheng can enter, it means that they must have discovered the source of the beheading power. Zhou Wen repeated, again and again, allowing his companion beasts to enter one after another. Then, he scrutinized how they were beheaded, hoping to find clues. It was true that nothing could be seen with his eyes, but after repeatedly listening with Truth Listener, Zhou Wen finally discovered the root of the problem. Every time Zhou Wen's companion beast was beheaded, he would hear a faint sound. The sound was not produced from the severing of flesh and bone during the beheading. Instead, it was an extremely concealed sound that sounded like a breeze. However, it would be strange if that was the wind. As the ruins were very strange, even the blood rain outside suddenly stopped wafting in. Blood rain descended slowly like snowflakes, with no signs of a wind blowing. However, when the pets were beheaded, Zhou Wen heard the sound of the wind. After letting the gold-armored beast enter the ruins again, Zhou Wen closed his eyes and listened attentively with Truth Listener's powers. As the gold-armored beast walked, something suddenly lopped off its head, but there was nothing there. Wind. It's indeed a wind. Zhou Wen suddenly widened his eyes, as the blood-colored avatar looked at the gold-armored beast's corpse in the ruins. At the instant the gold-armored beast was beheaded, Truth Listener's abilities had allowed him to capture traces of the wind. However, the wind that appeared out of nowhere did not come from the outside world. It was as if it had suddenly appeared beside the gold-armored beast's neck, chopping off its head. Wind can't be generated for no reason, but no wind blew from the outside towards the gold-armored beast. Where did the wind come from? Zhou Wen frowned in thought. Commander Lu, do you know how winds are formed? Zhou Wen suddenly looked up and asked Lu Yunxian, who was ahead of him. Lu Yunxian thought for a moment and said, according to the scientific explanations from the past, wind is a natural phenomenon caused by the flow of air. Under normal circumstances, the movement of the wind is facilitated by the heat of the sun. The temperature on the surface rises due to the sun's rays, causing the temperature of the air above the surface to expand and rise. After explaining how winds were formed, Lu Yunxian said, I wasn't a stellar student in school, so I only remember this. Young Master One, is what I said correct? I'm a lousier student. Zhou Wen fell into deep thought after hearing Lu Yunxian's words. Zhou Wen didn't sense any abnormality in temperature while inside the ruins. Furthermore, the blood rain poured straight down, so there weren't any signs of airflow. He really couldn't figure out how the wind could appear out of thin air. Battalion Commander Lu continued. But in this era, there are many things that cannot be explained by science. Speaking of the wind, I do recall something. When Madame Lan was watching the blood rain, she said that the blood rain might be the baneful blood rain produced by Chiyo's subordinate, Lord of the Rain. And equal to him is another mighty god also subordinate to Chiyu named Wind God. He was proficient in the wind. Madame Lan said that he possesses a wind force known as Realm Wind. What's Realm Wind? Zhou Wen hurriedly asked as he realized something. Battalion Commander Lu's words reminded him that Wind God and Lord of the Rain were of equal ranks. The entire ancient battlefield was enveloped by the blood rain, but he did not feel the power of the wind. The wind that appeared out of nowhere in the ruin might have something to do with Wind God. Actually, I'm not too sure either. I've only heard Madame Lan's comments. After a pause, Battalion Commander Lu continued. Wind is the result of the flow of air. However, this is in regards to one world. If two different worlds have a passageway open up, then the air in the two worlds will flow as well. Wind God possesses this ability that's known as Realm Wind. As for how Wind God does it, or if he and Realm Wind even exist, it eludes me. Zhou Wen was in thought as he felt that Commander Lu's words had inspired him greatly. The wind couldn't have been generated out of thin air, but in the ruins, wind had appeared out of thin air. It could be explained if the wind was generated from the connection between different worlds. Could it be that the beheading in the ruins is secretly done by Wind God? Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss when he thought about it. For a legendary figure like Wind God, there was no need for him to resort to such tiny tricks. Just a casual blow from him would probably be enough to kill countless epic experts. If it isn't Wind God, it would have to be a dimensional creature with similar Realm Wind powers. It would definitely be hidden in the ruins. As long as I can find it and kill it, I can safely enter the ruins. But how can I find it? Zhou Wen felt a headache coming on. Ghost Bride had already searched the ruins several times, but she had not found anything. It was very likely that the wind elemental creature hid in the dark, making it difficult to find its location. If only Banana Fairy were here. She's also of the wind element. She should be able to achieve a certain effect. Joan glanced at the chaos space and saw that the tornado was still swirling. As for the Goddess of Wind's protection, the necklace was no longer effective after Banana Fairy ate the gem. In fact, it did not even have the ability to imbue immunity to wind elemental powers. Joan experimented the entire way and encountered 2 Wanlian en route. They were killed by Dr. Darkness, so they didn't encounter any more trouble. The maid vanished as though she had really escaped. When the 2 arrived in front of the ruins, they saw several tents, as well as people in custom raincoats patrolling. The Prowler was first taken aback when he saw Joan and Lu Yunxian. Then, he walked over and asked,
Joan, why are you here? Zhao Xian, where's Sheng?
Joan recognized Zhao Xian and couldn't help but feel delighted. Since Zhao Xian was still here, and Sheng and company might not have entered the ruins yet.
Adjutant and has gone into the ruins with the rest. They have been in there for almost a day. Young Master One, it's best you go back quickly. It's too dangerous here,
Zhao Xian said. Joan frowned and continued asking,
Isn't there a terrifying beheading power in the ruins? How did Sheng and company enter?
Chapter 277 Testing.
It's indeed very strange. In the beginning, we sent quite a number of companion beasts in, but every one of them had their heads beheaded. Only 2 of them managed to survive. Adjutant said that it's called Wind of Space, and it's a powerful wind generated by the exchange of air between 2 different spaces. As it comes and goes without a trace, one will find it difficult to withstand it unless they are completely without flaw.
Zhao Xian paused for a moment before continuing.
Adjutant finally thought of a way and got 2 epic experts, who are proficient in spatial powers, to be responsible for disrupting the spatial order, so that the Wind of Space cannot be formed quickly. After trying it out, we realized that this method is indeed effective. It's just that the 2 of them can only protect limited areas, so we can't send everyone in. Me and 2 others could only stay guard here and await Adjutant An's return. Didn't Sheng say which part of the ruins he's taking the rest to?
Joan asked.
I don't know. Adjutant didn't say anything. He only said that he wanted to search for Madame Lan and old Master Ouyang in the ruins. He didn't tell us exactly where he went.
Zhao Xian shook his head. Joan looked at the distant ruins and felt a little worried. Although he knew that there was indeed a power similar to Realm Wind in the ruins, Zhou Wen didn't have spatial powers, nor did he have the ability to stop the Realm Wind. Even if he knew its traits, he was still unable to withstand them.
What are you doing here?
Asked Zhao Xian.
I have something here that needs to be given to Sheng. It might be of help towards rescuing Madame Lan. Do you have any way of contacting him?
Joan asked vaguely when he saw the other 2 epic experts, who had stayed behind, come out. However, he didn't mention the stone artifact and made a vague comment.
There's too much interference here. Communication devices are useless. Unless they come out, I'm afraid there's no way to contact them,
said Zhao Xian. When the other 2 saw Joan, they were immediately alarmed. They pointed at him and said,
You aren't wearing a raincoat. How are you not infected by the virus?
Zhao Xian was taken aback when he heard that. Only then did he realize that Joan was only wearing ordinary armor without a raincoat. Looking at the shape of his armor, it was impossible to cover all his body parts. He would definitely be tainted by the blood.
I have a way to counter the blood rain, so don't worry about me. Leave a tent for me. I need some rest,
Joan said. He needed to wait for his injuries to recover and be combat fit before he could think of a way to deal with the Realm Wind. If not, he would be sending himself to his death. Zhao Xian pointed at one of the tents and said,
That's Adjutant An's tent. Just stay in his.
Joan didn't stand on ceremony as he entered immediately. The tent was clean and tidy, and there was even a small battery-powered lamp. Beside it were some books and a small incense burner. And Sheng actually hadn't minded taking so many things to such a place. Joan found a spot to sit down as he circulated the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra to heal his injured body before he continued gaming. Zhao Xian and company led Lu Yunxian into another tent and said with a smile,
Commander Lu, it must have been hard on you to bring Zhou Wen to such a dangerous place. You must have suffered a lot on the way, right?
Lu Yunxian glanced at Zhao Xian and company and said coldly,
This is my duty. And without young Master One, I wouldn't be here.
The 3 of them were taken aback. Zhao Xian looked at Lu Yunxian and asked,
What do you mean?
However, Lu Yunxian did not answer and only said,
All of you get ready. When young Master One recovers, we will follow him into the ruins to look for Adjutant An.
The 3 of them looked at Lu Yunxian as though they were looking at a lunatic. Zhao Xian licked his lips and said, I know that you members of the Sunset Army are famous for being fearless even in the face of death, but do you know how terrifying the spatial wind in the ruin is? Do you know how many powerful companion beasts died when we first probed the area? That's not a place anyone can enter as they please. Young Master Wen will think of a way, Lu Yunxian said indifferently. Zhao Xian and company exchanged looks. They felt that Lu Yunxian must have a screw loose. What kind of solution could one come up with for such a place? Without the ability to control the wind of space, entering meant having a death wish. There was no other way. No matter how smart Zhou Wen was, he didn't have spatial powers. Furthermore, he was at the legendary stage. How could he safely enter the ruin? Due to the difference in opinion, Zhao Xian and company decided to ignore Lu Yunxian and minded their own business. Zhou Wen didn't manage to come up with any solutions either. Despite knowing the traits of Realm Wind, the knowledge didn't help in restraining it. After some thought, Zhou Wen only came up with the solution of using ghost steps to dodge at the instant the Realm Wind was generated, preventing them from hitting him. However, Zhou Wen had tried several times in game, and the difficulty was extremely high. The spot where the Realm Wind appeared almost clung to his skin, and a 0.01 second delay in his reaction time meant him dying. He barely managed to dodge once or twice every 10 times. Even so, luck played a factor. Ghost steps was very fast, but that was referring to speed. Zhou Wen's reaction speed wouldn't increase because of the ghost steps, so his reaction speed was clearly insufficient against the sudden Realm Wind. I have to be able to dodge the Realm Wind. How can I react faster and avoid the Realm Wind safely? Zhou Wen constantly experimented in-game. Zhou Wen was fully focused on his experiments in-game. When Zhao Xian and company delivered his meal, they smiled without saying a word when they saw Zhou Wen sitting there gaming on his phone. Zhou Wen's usage of his phone was nothing out of the blue to them, nor did they find it amiss. However, they found it amusing when they connected such actions to Lu Yunxian's words. When they returned to the tent that the four of them shared, they saw that Lu Yunxian was still making preparations, as though he really was prepared to set off for the ruins. Zhao Xian couldn't help but laugh. I say, Commander Lu, Zhou Wen is still gaming. I don't think he will be able to head to the ruins anytime soon. You should rest for a while. We will be going, Lu Yunxian said calmly. Zhao Xian didn't say anything further in response to Lu Yunxian's stubbornness. He lay on the mat and took out his cell phone. He also found a game to play. It wasn't that he really liked gaming, but that he was under too much pressure in such a place. If he didn't find something to do, he was afraid that he would go crazy. Zhou Wen constantly honed his ability to react at the precipice of life and death. He needed to make a perfect plan to enter the ruins. Not a single mistake could be made. In the game, he could afford death if he made a mistake. He could respawn with a drop of blood, but in reality, he only had one life. If he died, that was it. There were no second chances. What can I do to ensure perfection and make zero mistakes? Zhou Wen soon discovered that with his own reaction, it was impossible for him to make no mistakes even if he practiced to the extreme. There would always be 1 or 2 mistakes every 10 attempts because the speed of the Realm Wind had exceeded the reaction limits. No matter how well Zhou Wen did, it was impossible for him to always exceed his usual limits and avoid the Realm Wind's attack. Chapter 278 Banana Fairy Evolution. If my reaction can't be perfect, then I have to think of a way to predict when the Realm Wind will appear. Zhou Wen knew that unless he advanced to the epic stage, it would be impossible for him to completely avoid all the Realm Wind attacks. It's already too late for me to react when Truth Listener hears the sound of the Realm Wind. But what can I do to discover where it comes from? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Eyes were definitely out of the question. It was impossible to see the Realm Wind. Using one's body to feel it would be even more ridiculous. When the Realm Wind touched his body, it was the moment he was beheaded. What should I do? How do I predict the moment when the Realm Wind appears? Zhou Wen repeatedly tried, but the outcome wasn't ideal. Hence, he removed Truth Listener's companion form and allowed it to play in the tent. He was accustomed to the convenience that Truth Listener had given him. The sudden loss made Zhou Wen feel like he was blind. Although he could still see with his eyes and hear with ears, he still found it awkward, as though something was missing. Indeed, I can't rely too much on a companion beast. Otherwise, it will greatly affect my own powers. Zhou Wen took a deep breath and calmed his mind before he once again controlled the blood-colored avatar to enter the ruins. Truth Listener climbed onto Zhou Wen's shoulder and scanned its surroundings. When its gaze landed on Zhou Wen's pocket, its eyes suddenly lit up. With a leap, he jumped into the pocket like a diving athlete. The pocket contained the stone artifact that Zhou Wen had retrieved. The monkey-like Truth Listener landed on the stone artifact and used its claws to touch the stone artifact a few times before sticking out its tongue to lick it. As though it wasn't satisfied, it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the stone artifact. Its petite body wasn't even as large as the stone artifact, but it managed to swallow the entire stone artifact with the only clue of its actions, the tiny bump on its abdomen. It was unknown how it managed to do it. Zhou was now completely immersed in the game. Furthermore, he had just lost Truth Listener's listening ability, and Dr. Darkness and Truth Listener were guarding the tent. He would know immediately if there was any commotion, so he didn't think too much about it. However, Zhou never expected Truth Listener to actually commit embezzlement by swallowing the stone artifact that he had painstakingly retrieved. Then, with 4 legs raised, Truth Listener collapsed into Zhou pocket. The golden fur on its body gradually turned into a grayish-white stone color that resembled stone. Its entire body rapidly petrified. In a few seconds, it turned into a mini monkey stone sculpture. However, the change to Truth Listener's body did not end. It produced a substance similar to a stone pulp from its body. The liquid gradually wrapped around its body, and soon, Truth Listener turned into an egg-shaped rock. Zhou had no idea of the astonishing changes happening in his pocket. Otherwise, he would definitely have stopped Truth Listener. After all, the stone artifact was key to saving Ouyang Lan and the former principal. He simply couldn't afford to lose it. Zhou constantly battled as he sensed the impact of the realm wind on his life. Without Truth Listener's ability to support him, the blood-colored avatar's death rate soared once again. Sometimes, it wouldn't even survive once in 10 times. However, under the stimulation of death, Zhou, without Truth Listener's support, seemed to vaguely grasp something, but he was unable to confirm it. As the drops of blood vanished, Zhou's senses became sharper and sharper. It wasn't like Truth Listener's pure sense of hearing. His eyes, nose, ears, and even his skin became more sensitive under the pressure of death. His overall senses were greatly enhanced. Finally, Zhou controlled the blood-colored avatar to take a step forward. And at the spot where he stood, a stone pillar was sliced off by an invisible realm wind that appeared out of thin air before it collapsed to the ground. I succeeded. Zhou was delighted. He seemed to have figured out something, but he still needed to prove it with repeated successes. Over and over again, Zhou constantly dodged the wind. The chances of him being injured by the realm wind decreased, as he finally grasped the key to dodging it. I've finally done it. Zhou was delighted. He wanted to summon Truth Listener back and try to see if he could better predict the appearance of the realm wind with it. However, after 2 summonings, he failed to sense Truth Listener returning to his ears. He could not help but look around. All he saw was Dr. Darkness standing silently in a dark corner, but there was no sign of Truth Listener, nor could he sense where it was. Just as he was feeling puzzled, Zhou's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly reached into his pocket and touched it, his expression turning ashen. The stone artifact was triangular in shape, and the stone that he was touching was clearly shaped like an egg. He hurriedly took out the stone in his pocket. Indeed, it was a stone egg the size of a fist. However, it emitted the aura of Truth Listener. I was careless. Why didn't I guard against this thief? Zhou regretted his decision. The situation was very obvious. Truth Listener must have swallowed the stone artifact to cause such a change. Perhaps, it was evolving. If it was only an ordinary treasure, Zhou wouldn't have been unwilling to part with it no matter how precious it was. He wouldn't have minded Truth Listener swallowing it since it was his main combat pet. However, this item might very well be used to save the former principal and Ouyang Lan's lives. Now that Truth Listener had devoured it, Zhou was momentarily at a loss. Smashing the stone egg and see if the stone artifact remains inside? It was naturally infeasible. I can only take the stone egg in to give it a try. The stone egg should possess the power of a stone artifact. It might be able to replace the stone artifact's effects. Zhou had no choice but to rely on a last-ditch effort. This time, Zhou didn't dare be careless. He directly placed the stone egg into the chaos space, but when he saw the scene in the chaos space, he couldn't help but feel delighted. The hurricane that had been spinning around had already weakened. It was getting thinner and thinner as though a wind egg was suspended in the air. Crack! A green light emitted from a crack in the wind egg. Wearing a green robe, Banana Fairy flew out and floated through the air like a fairy in the wind. She had grown a lot taller, and her every move seemed to have an invisible wind supporting her. It made her clothes dance in the wind, as though a hairdryer was blowing her at all times. Banana Fairy has finished evolving? Zhou was pleasantly surprised. This was considered the best news in recent times. Chapter 279 Divine Wind Immortal. Previously, the banana leaf was only the size of a palm, but now, it was the size of a normal fan. Banana Fairy had also grown to the size of a doll, as she sat on the banana leaf. She fluttered about like a little princess in the wind. After Zhou released her from the chaos space, Banana Fairy flew around him looking very happy. Finally! Zhou extended his hand, and Banana Fairy flew over from the banana leaf and landed on Zhou. He immediately felt a breeze surround him, making him cold. After rubbing Banana Fairy's head, she transformed into a green stream of light and fused with Zhou body, turning back into a banana leaf tattoo. Zhou dripped a drop of blood on his phone and respawned the blood-colored avatar. He looked at Banana Fairy's new attributes. Banana Fairy, Epic Evolvable. Life State, Great Een Spirit Root. Life Soul, Divine Wind Immortal. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Constitution, 41. Primordial Energy, 41. Talent Skill, Grand Een Wind. Companion Form, Fan. The attributes were as Zhou expected. They were twice the value of 20 plus 1. Zhou didn't know what the extra 1 point was for, but he had a nagging feeling that this additional 1 point wasn't simple. The skill was still the single Grand Een Wind, making Zhou feel a little disappointed. He originally wondered if a new kill would be learned after she evolved, but in the end, she remained with a single skill. The Great Een Spirit Root Life Providence didn't change, but the greatest change to Banana Fairy's transformation was the addition of a life soul. The Divine Wind Immortal undoubtedly had strong effects on the wind element. As for the actual effects, he had to test it. Zhou would open the Zhuolu Instance dungeon, hoping to test the power of the Banana Fairy after it evolved. Soon, he encountered a Wang Yang. With a wave of his hand, Banana Fairy appeared in front of him while sitting on a banana leaf. When she saw the Wang Yang charging at them, she immediately puffed up her cheeks and pouted her mouth, blowing right at the Wang Yang. An invisible cold wind suddenly blew as the Wang Yang's body was sent flying by the wind. It tumbled far away in the air, and at the same time, its body rapidly froze into an ice sculpture. Crack! The Wang Yang's body flew for an unknown distance before shattering in the air, raining down ice shards. Even the Wang Yang bead inside its body shattered, causing it to die. A dimensional crystal dropped on the ground. She's amazing. Is this the suppression that absolute strength brings? Zhou was pleasantly surprised. Having such wind powers made her the strongest epic creature Zhou had ever seen. Few creatures of the same level could withstand one fanning of hers. On Banana Fairy's body, there was an indiscernible wind that flowed. As the wind flowed, Zhou could vaguely see a transparent woman's figure. She looked like a deity, and was likely Banana Fairy's life soul, Divine Wind Immortal. Originally, Banana Fairy could only use the Grand Een Wind once, and her primordial energy would be depleted. However, with the Divine Wind Immortal, Zhou discovered that Banana Fairy's primordial energy was rapidly recovering. It didn't take long before she could use Grand Een Wind again. In that case, Banana Fairy will have a chance of continuously doing battle. Zhou was delighted. Now that Banana Fairy was his strongest combat power, it was much safer to traverse the ancient battlefield with her. He extended his hand, and Banana Fairy transformed into a jade-like fan that landed in his hand. The fan was about the size of a normal fan, unlike the mini fan from before. It fit perfectly in his hand. Zhou examined the banana fan formed by Banana Fairy. It was entirely jade-like and cool to the touch. On the surface of the fan, there was a lady's portrait. It looked different from the previous banana fan. Zhou didn't know if the banana fan would have the same potent effects as Banana Fairy. After all, Banana Fairy had 41 primordial energy points, and he only had 21. If he used the Grand Een Wind skill, there would definitely be a difference in strength. As he continued forward, he soon ran into a Qi Zhou used it as an experiment, and saw the Black Dragon Life Soul spew out black smoke. This time, Zhou didn't use the purple air bell. Wherever the wind reached, the black smoke was blown back, striking the Qi. Then, it was swept away by the wind. The black smoke immediately made the Qi fall into a deep slumber. The Grand Een Wind from the banana fan also caused layers of ice to form outside its body. However, when Zhou used it, his Grand Een Wind was indeed much weaker than the Banana Fairy's. It wasn't able to directly freeze and shatter the Qi's body, only managing to send it flying far into the distance. But even so, Zhou was satisfied. He was only at the legendary stage. To send an epic creature like the Qi flying hundreds of feet away, using the Grand Een Wind and freezing it into an ice sculpture was already remarkable. Now, let's see if Banana Fairy can resist the realm wind in the ruins. Zhou rushed to the ruins at full speed. He encountered another Qi on the way, and easily slew it. It was effortless. After arriving outside the ruins once again, Zhou got Banana Fairy to take her original form, and enter the ruins with the blood-colored avatar. Zhou kept observing his surroundings. He was already very sensitive to the realm wind. Even without Banana Fairy by his side, he was confident that he could dodge realm wind's attacks. However, Zhou still wanted to see how Banana Fairy would respond to it. As Zhou was thinking, he suddenly felt a minute spatial fluctuation. He knew that it was a sign that a realm wind was about to appear. Without any hesitation, he dodged, but he didn't pull Banana Fairy along. The wind was like a blade as it slashed at Banana Fairy's neck. However, she didn't seem to notice it as she sat on the banana leaf and swayed. It can't be? How can the wind elemental Banana Fairy have such a slow reaction towards the realm wind? Zhou found it strange, but in the next second, his mouth gaped open. The realm wind that approached Banana Fairy suddenly spun like an invisible wind blade as it swirled around Banana Fairy's body, causing the surrounding space to ripple. With a wave of Banana Fairy's hand, the realm wind automatically landed in her palm, as though it was a whirling blade that was being controlled by her. It kept spinning until Banana Fairy flicked it, sending it flying off. Gotcha! A distant stone pillar was sliced apart by the realm wind. Blood spewed out from it, while a strange scream sounded. Little Banana, you're really awesome. Zhou wished he could summon Banana Fairy over and hug her, planting a deep kiss onto her cheeks. With Banana Fairy by his side, he was free to enter the ruins. He no longer needed to worry about the terrifying realm wind. Chapter 280 Realm Wind Insect. A notification of him killing an epic realm wind insect popped up in game. Zhou walked towards the stone pillar that had been sliced apart by the realm wind, and saw a hole in the middle. Hidden in it was something that resembled a cricket, but it was more than a foot long. However, it had been had just like the stone pillar. So this is what's causing all the problems inside the ruins. Zhou didn't expect that an insect like this would have such destructive power. Thankfully, I have Banana Fairy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to find it. Zhou got Banana Fairy to continue searching for the realm wind insects in the ruins. He planned on killing a few more to confirm whether Banana Fairy could completely repress the realm wind insects. However, Banana Fairy's performance was better than Zhou had imagined. As long as the realm wind appeared and wasn't too far from her, it would be controlled by her and become her weapon. She easily found the realm wind insects that were hiding in stone columns or walls while releasing realm wind. All of them were slain. Ding! When he killed the sixth realm wind insect, Zhou heard a familiar chime and a crystal dropped. Zhou was delighted when he saw the crystal. It resembled an ant's egg and was the size of a chicken's egg. There was the shadow of a realm wind insect inside. It was clearly a primordial energy crystal with the name Realm Wind Insect Crystal. I wonder what the Realm Wind Insect's primordial energy skill is. It can't be Realm Wind, right? Zhou thought to himself as he got the blood-colored avatar to pick up the Realm Wind Insect Crystal, hoping to see what skill he would receive. However, the system popped up a notification. Requires 21 strength and 9 wind stats to absorb the Realm Wind Insect Crystal. Insufficient wind stats. Cannot be refined and absorbed. It actually needs a wind stat. Zhou was somewhat depressed. He had an inkling what it was. It was probably similar to the poison stat he had obtained from his previous absorption. Epic primordial energy skills seem to have all sorts of requirements, unlike in the past where he could just master one if he so wished. Zhou had killed quite a number of Wang Yang, but he only had one poison crystal drop. The later ones were all 4 basic stat crystals. It was obvious that special stat crystals didn't have high drop rates, likewise for the wind stat crystal. It wasn't easy to have one drop. Zhou held the Realm Wind Insect Crystal and felt dismayed. If he left it on the ground, it might be gone in a respawn, but he couldn't absorb it even if he held it in his hand. There was no inventory in the game. If only there was a chaos bead in the game. Zhou had no choice but to hold onto the Realm Wind Insect Crystal and wander the ruins killing all the Realm Wind insects. Just as Zhou expected, a few basic stat crystals dropped, but not a single wind stat crystal dropped. The drop rate was rather low. However, this also had to do with the rarity of Realm Wind insects. Zhou and Banana Fairy toured the ruins, and only found 17 Realm Wind insects. They couldn't find any more Realm Wind insects, no matter how hard they tried. However, once the instance dungeon was refreshed, the Realm Wind insect crystal in the blood-colored avatar's hand disappeared along with the refresh. Its drop rate was similarly low, making Zhou reluctant to waste such an opportunity. It's such a waste letting it be deleted in the refresh. I'll make a trip to the ruins in real life, and kill the Realm Wind insects to see if they can drop wind stat crystals. Zhou made up his mind, he was going to hunt Realm Wind insects in real life. With Banana Fairy around, as long as he didn't enter the underground tunnel, there shouldn't be any danger. He could also take a look and see if Sheng and the rest were still inside the ruins. If they hadn't entered the tunnel, he could meet up with them. However, Zhou felt that they had already entered the underground tunnel. It was highly likely that he had to go down the tunnel as well. After packing his things, Zhou left the tent. He planned on informing Lu Yuntian and the others to remain while he made a trip to the ruins. Zhao Xian and company were chatting when they saw Zhou coming over. Zhao Xian asked casually, "With your serious injuries, why aren't you resting in the tent? Just shout if you need anything. My injuries are much better. I want to go into the ruins to take a look. Stay here. If Sheng comes back, tell him not to enter the ruins again. Wait here for me.
Zhou Wen turned around and left. Zhao Xian and company widened their eyes. Previously, Lu Yunxian had mentioned that Zhou Wen would definitely head to the ruins, but they didn't believe him. Now, they had no choice but to believe him.
Zhou Wen, there's the strange spatial wind in the ruins. It's useless even if you go. You will just suffer a pointless death,
said Zhao Xian.
I've already thought of a way to deal with spatial winds. You don't have to worry about me.
Zhou Wen didn't plan on letting them go, so he didn't stay any longer and walked away.
Young Master One, I'll go with you.
Lu Yunxian was already prepared, so he chased after him. The remaining three looked at each other. Finally, it was Zhao Xian who said,
Let's go and take a look outside the ruins. If they die in the ruins, we might be able to find a way to collect their corpses. Brother Zhao, do you think Zhou Wen has really thought of a way to crack the spatial wind?
Asked another person.
How is that possible? Adjutant and couldn't even crack it, and Zhou Wen doesn't cultivate in wind elemental primordial energy arts, and he's only at the legendary stage. How can he possibly succeed?
Zhao Xian wasn't convinced.
If Zhou Wen really cracked it, should we follow him in?
The person asked.
It's not going to happen, so why are you thinking so much? Let's go take a look first.
Zhao Xian then put on his raincoat, and the three of them left the tent together. When they arrived at the ruins, Zhou Wen and Lu Yunxian had already entered. Thankfully, the blood rain inside the ruins was lighter, allowing them to see their figures clearly.
Zhou Wen, Battalion Commander Lu, we're here to receive you. Call for help if you need anything.
Zhao Xian didn't dare enter the ruins as he shouted to Zhou Wen and Lu Yunxian. Zhou Wen ignored him. He had persuaded Lu Yunxian against following him, but Lu Yunxian refused to return. All Zhou Wen could do was let follow him into the ruins. I wonder if the realm wind insects are located in the same spots as in-game. Zhou Wen looked at a stone pillar. If the location was the same, he could directly go up to kill the realm wind insects without waiting for them to release the realm wind. With this thought in mind, Zhou Wen clenched the hilt of his bamboo blade and slowly approached the stone pillar. Regardless of whether they were in the same position as the game, there was no harm in trying. Chapter 281 Young Overseer. When Lu Yunxian saw Zhou Wen grip his hilt, he believed that Zhou Wen had discovered an enemy. He hurriedly circulated his primordial energy art and looked around warily. Zhao Xian and company tensed up as well. Although Zhou Wen and Lu Yunxian entered on their own accord, absolving them of any fault if they ended up dying, no one was willing to see their own kind beheaded in such a strange place. Suddenly, Zhou Wen's figure vanished as he appeared in front of a broken stone pillar like a ghost. With sabers tightly gripped with both hands, he slashed at the stone pillar in front of him as a sanguine arc beam slashed out. Crack! The stone pillar was split into two by Zhou Wen's saber. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, but blood spewed out from the cut. Lu Yunxian and the other three were stunned.
Young Master One, is this the source of the strange spatial wind in the ruins?
Lu Yunxian asked as he walked up to take a look at the realm wind insect's corpse. As Zhou Wen rummaged through the corpse of the realm wind insect, he nodded.
That's right. There should be more than one. Don't go too far away from me, lest something happens.
Unfortunately, the realm wind insect did not drop a crystal or a companion egg. While Zhou Wen led Lu Yunxian forward, Zhao Xian and company wore odd expressions outside.
Brother Zhao, that punk, Zhou Wen, was at Bulge Asterisk Ting. Even adjutant and failed to find the dimensional creatures in the ruins. Yet, he managed to find them. It looks like he's really capable. Should we go in?
One of them asked Zhao Xian.
What are we going in for? To send ourselves to our deaths? If there's one, who knows how many of them there are? If they make a mistake, they'll still die in there. Since adjutant and got us to stand guard here, we'll wait here for them. Why should we risk our lives?
Zhao Xian said as he walked back. However, Zhou Wen kept surfacing in his mind. He couldn't help but mumble.
That punk is a little odd.
Zhou Wen didn't expect the location of the realm wind insects to be identical to the ones in the game. He didn't give the realm wind insects a chance to use realm wind, killing them within their stone crevices. Lu Yunxian followed Zhou Wen and watched as he charged forward, as though he was a prescient god. The bamboo blade saw blood every time it was unsheathed. It killed the strange insects hidden in the rocks. The way he looked at Zhou Wen became odder. He had also seriously observed his surroundings, but he didn't notice anything abnormal. It was impossible for him to know where the realm wind insects were hidden. Yet, Zhou Wen struck with a saber with zero hesitation, decisively killing every realm wind insect. The ruin, that was originally enveloped in horror, seemed to become less terrifying because of the youth in front of him. In Lu Yunxian's eyes, Zhou Wen seemed to emit light and warmth, illuminating this land of terror. This feeling is so familiar. I've experienced it before.
Lu Yunxian couldn't help but be reminded of the past when he charged into a dimensional zone with Tianzhua. At that time, Tianzhua was probably a little older than Zhou Wen. He was almost 20. Back then, Tianzhua had already been the head of the Yin family for several years, and was known by everyone in Luoyang. They addressed him as Young Overseer. However, Tianzhua back then wasn't as accepted as he was now. Even the Yin family had many members against him. Once, a new dimensional zone appeared in Luoyang South District, causing a large group of citizens to suffer a calamity. Tianzhua wanted to send men to suppress the dimensional zone in the south, but because of the clan's obstruction, only a small number of soldiers were sent. Tianzhua had no choice but to personally lead the troops into the dimensional zone. Back then, Lu Yunxian was not a battalion commander, but a mere section commander. They had 4 sections that followed Tianzhua into the perilous dimensional zone, where they encountered many bizarre dimensional creatures. The reinforcements that should have arrived didn't get there on time. Back then, many soldiers had already given up hope. They thought that they would definitely die in battle. Even Lu Yunxian had thought the same. However, it was that young man who held a revolver in one hand and a large sword in the other. He led them through the dimensional zone, storming a bloody path through the dimensional beast horde and led them out. At that time, Tianzhua was like the youth in front of him, emitting light and heat like the sun. After that battle, many of the surviving soldiers and low-ranking officers, like Lu Yunxian, later became the bedrock of the Sunset Army. They were also very loyal to Tianzhua. The first thing Tianzhua did when he returned to Luoyang was to rush to the residence of the Yin family's elder, Huaishan, who had violated the military order. He then personally slew all the men who were above 16 years of age. That night, the Yin family's blood flowed like a river. The man who used to be like the sun had his military uniform covered in blood. He was like the devil that made it impossible for anyone to approach him. Only a handsome youth followed behind him, carrying a gunny sack on his back, walking to the martyr cemetery. They walked all the way, blood dripping from the gunny sack. When they arrived at the warrior's tomb in the dimensional zone, the handsome youth opened the cloth bag and bloody heads rolled out, stunning everyone. Huaishan's family, from Huaishan to his 16-year-old grandson, and all the men who had been part of the military were beheaded. All their heads were here, and they were hung in front of the mass grave to honor the deceased warriors. After that, Tianzhua took control of the Yin family's power one step at a time. The Sunset Army also gradually became synonymous with Tianzhua. It's been so many years. I've never seen anyone like him again. Lu Yunxian looked at Zhou Wen with mixed emotions. Perhaps due to the environment they had grown up in, this youth and Tianzhua had completely different personalities, but when they put their mind to doing something, they were surprisingly similar. It was as if they could do anything they wanted. They exuded a blinding radiance that was fatally attractive to others. Crack! Zhou Wen slashed open the stone pillar with his saber. A realm-wind insect had its body cleaved apart, causing a rhombic crystal to roll out. Zhou Wen was delighted when he saw the crystal. The crystal was transparent and flawless, and there seemed to be wind swirling within it. It was obvious that it was different from an ordinary crystal. Could this be a wind stack crystal? Zhou Wen hurriedly picked it up before secretly snapping it with his phone. Wind crystal, 11. The information displayed on the phone delighted Zhou Wen as he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If there were only 17 realm wind insects in real life, with him already killing 13, he would have to give up on the realm wind insect crystal in game if the wind stack crystal didn't drop. Without any hesitation, he immediately absorbed the wind crystal. He felt a faint breeze enter his body, and his attributes had an additional wind element with a value of 11. Having reached the requirements needed to absorb the realm wind insect crystal, Zhou Wen chose to absorb it. The crystal immediately turned into transparent wind that permeated the blood-colored avatar's body, forming a new primordial energy path and circulation in his body. Chapter 282 Boomerang Wind. Absorbed Realm Wind Insect Crystal. Attained Wind Elemental Primordial Energy Skill, Boomerang Wind. It's not Realm Wind. Zhou Wen was somewhat disappointed. He had already seen how powerful it was, so he had been hoping that it would be Realm Wind, but to his dismay, it wasn't. Scrutinizing the Boomerang Wind's information, he found that it was a passive Wind Elemental Primordial Energy skill that couldn't be used actively. It had to meet certain conditions before it could be used. Boomerang Wind requires Saber Aura type Primordial Energy skill to trigger, creating a wind with a boomerang effect. Zhou Wen didn't know what the Boomerang Wind effect was, but thankfully, he knew a Saber Aura type Primordial Energy skill. It was the Astral/Blade that he had obtained from the mutated demonized general. He had fused it with 2 other skills to form the demonic Astral Wheel. Now, Zhou Wen wasn't sure if it could still be considered a Saber Aura type Primordial Energy skill. Since I've learned it, I might as well give it a try. Zhou Wen continued walking forward until he reached a Realm Wind insect's hiding spot. As he drew his saber,
he used Demonic Astral Wheel. A sanguine arc slashed out from the bamboo blade like a razor blade, slicing the stone pillar into two and killing the Realm Wind insect inside. Zhou unsheathed his saber and was about to head over to check the corpse of the Realm Wind insect to see if there were any crystals inside when he saw a sanguine beam flash. The astral slash blade he had slashed out had flown back, but thankfully, Zhou reacted fast enough and ducked in time. Otherwise, he might have been hit by his own primordial energy skill. Crack! The demonic astral wheel slashed at the stone wall behind Zhou, splitting the stone wall in half before it vanished. So this is the boomerang effect? That's quite interesting. Zhou was slightly surprised. Typical primordial energy skills were uncontrollable once they were slashed out. But with Boomerang Wind, it gave him the possibility of controlling the demonic astral wheel he had slashed out.
Young Master One, your saber aura is so strange. It's similar to the legendary Cyclic Saber aura, but it's also different. Cyclic Saber aura achieves victory through artifice. The saber aura is elusive because of the curved trajectory it takes, but the destructive force is lacking. But for yours, it's extremely domineering while being bizarre. It really catches one off guard. If I hadn't seen it, I would never expect the saber aura to return. There's a high chance of me being heavily injured or even dying,
Lu Yunxian said.
I've only just learned it, and haven't mastered it well. Sorry for making a fool of myself,
Zhou said.
Then you have to practice properly. Such a technique is often very effective on the battlefield,
Lu Yunxian said seriously.
Combat on the battlefield emphasizes a one-hit kill. Everyone will fight with all their might, but to have a slash suddenly appearing behind them is not something many will be able to dodge. Alright.
Zhou nodded.
We'll talk about it later. It's more important to find Sheng and the rest now.
Zhou was rather familiar with the interior of the ruins, and had deliberately taken a detour to kill the Realm Wind insects. Now that he had obtained the Wind Crystal, he stopped taking the detour, and headed straight for the entrance to the passageway.
Young Master One, could that be the underground entrance Lu Qingji? No. The maid mentioned,
Lu Yunxian said, as he pointed at a dilapidated building. The structure was squarish like a stone box with only one empty side. From there, they could see a stone staircase leading underground. On both sides of the stone steps, there were two strange stone statues. The statue on the left had a tiger-like body, but on its back was a pair of wings. On the right was a bird-like statue, but on its head were two ox-like horns.
It should be here.
Zhou obviously knew that this was the entrance to the underground tunnel. He had been here many times in game, but he just never entered. Zhou was somewhat disappointed that he didn't see Sheng and company. As such, he had no choice but to enter the passageway to find them. I wonder if this item can be used as a replacement for the stone artifact? Zhou looked at the stone egg in the chaos space and felt somewhat depressed.
Young Master One, I'll go in and take a look,
Lu Yun said first.
Don't go in now. It's dangerous here. It doesn't matter if we fall in, but if we lose the stone artifact, it won't be worth it,
Zhou said.
Then what should we do?
Lu Yunxian asked.
Let's wait for a day or two. If Sheng doesn't come out, we'll enter.
Zhou needed time to understand the situation in the underground tunnel, or he would be courting death. After all, he was only at the legendary stage, and his cultivation level wasn't strong enough. He could not barge in forcefully like Sheng and Ouyang. If an accident happened, he might not be able to handle any unexpected situations. Lu Yunxian followed Zhou lead. Since Zhou had said so, he had no objections.
Stay guard here and wait for Sheng and the rest to come out. I'll clean up the rest of the insects in the ruins to prevent them from encountering any trouble after they come out,
Zhou said as he prepared to leave. However, he suddenly heard a strange noise from the underground tunnel. Zhou cocked his head to the side to listen. The sound was like a train moving on steel tracks. It sounded rhythmic, as though a train was running underground. The sound grew louder, giving the feeling that a train might rush up the pitch-black stone steps at any moment. It's a pity that Truth Listener is evolving. Otherwise, with its abilities, I could tell what was going on inside. Zhou was already beginning to miss Truth Listener's ability. It could resolve many problems.
If I remember correctly, this place doesn't have any train networks. There shouldn't be any trains here. Could there be something similar to a train in the mist?
Lu Yunxian listened for a while, and also heard the sound resembling a train. Zhou shook his head, and didn't say a word. In this era, he wouldn't find it unbelievable to have a spaceship fly out from underground. The two of them stared at the stone steps warily. It was pitch black inside, like the mouth to a hell fiend. They could not see anything except the rumbling noises that grew in intensity. It was as if a train was coming out. Zhou and Lu Yunxian looked at each other before they retreated to the side. They stood on both sides of the passageway. At least they wouldn't be hit by a train if it really rushed out. As the sound approached,
Zhou Wen was almost convinced that a train was about to rush out. He could even see the flickering lights of a train in the darkness. Is there really a train down there? Lu Yunxian saw the light as well, and couldn't help but be surprised. I don't know if it's a train, but it's coming out soon. Be careful. Zhou Wen summoned Dr. Darkness, and got him to possess him. Then using Dr. Darkness's light of penetration, he looked into the dark passageway. Chapter 283 Strange Underground Vehicle. Zhou Wen's eyes illuminated like two miniature floodlights, shooting out two light beams into the dark tunnel. Although the main purpose of this skill was to see through things, viewing things in the darkness wasn't too difficult either. The only limitation was that it could only view things that were close by, not something too far away. The sound of a train in the darkness wasn't far from the exit. With a glance, Zhou Wen's expression immediately changed. There was actually a vehicle in the dark tunnel. It came up from the bottom. It wasn't a train, but a strange vehicle made of stone and wood. The design of the vehicle looked ancient. It was a square-shaped horse-drawn carriage. However, the vehicle didn't have any horses or other creatures pulling it. At the front of the carriage was a human-shaped puppet. It stood at a stand at the front of the vehicle, both hands holding onto a crank. Its body moved up and down as it rhythmically rotated the stone crank. With the rotation of the stone crank, the strange vehicle moved up the stone steps. The stone wheels collided with the edge of the stone steps, producing loud thuds. It moved at a rather slow speed. Beside the puppet was a wooden rod with a stone lamp hanging from it. The light that Zhou Wen and Lu Yunxian saw earlier was emitted from the stone lamp. Apart from the puppet, there were no other creatures to be seen. It was as if the puppet was driving the vehicle. The puppet was strange. It looked human, but its face was flat without any facial features, making it look very bizarre. RRE. Zhou Wen only took a few looks before the strange stone carriage reached the mouth of the entrance. It then slowly came to a stop. Zhou Wen and Lu Yunxian sized up the strange vehicle warily, but after the carriage left the stone path, it stopped moving. The puppet on it seemed to have used up all its energy. It stopped there, and kept the pose of rotating the crank. Lu Yunxian leaped up, but he didn't approach the vehicle. He only wanted to jump up to see what was inside the vehicle. Lu Ning! After Lu Yunxian reached a certain height, his gaze fell on the back of the vehicle, and he screamed. Zhou Wen also flew up to look inside. He saw that there was only a woman lying there. She looked like she had passed out. Apart from that, there was nothing else. It was empty inside the vehicle. Zhou Wen kind of knew the woman Lu Ning who had come with Sheng. Zhou Wen had a deep impression of her, especially her snow fox. It had powerful ice elemental powers, making Zhou Wen envious. I'll go see if she's dead, Lu Yunxian said, as he prepared to jump onto the strange vehicle. Don't go yet. Zhou Wen had a nagging feeling that the vehicle was a little strange. He stopped Lu Yunxian, and used demonic astral wheel to suck at the vehicle. The unconscious Lu Ning was immediately sucked out by him, and she flew towards Zhou Wen's palm. With Lu Qingji having served his lesson, Zhou Wen was a lot warier. He didn't touch Lu Ning. Instead, he retracted his strength, causing Lu Ning to fall to the ground. He didn't know if she was dead or not, but she did not react at all when she fell to the ground. She just lay there motionless. Zhou Wen first used the light of penetration to look at Lu Ning, and discovered that her heart was still beating. Her bodily function seemed normal. However, the strange thing was that inside her body, there were many extremely slender worms that looked like snakes squirming along her veins. It looked abnormally terrifying. Zhou Wen had an inkling that the reason Lu Ning was unconscious was probably because of these worms. The worms were like strands of hair that squirmed through the blood vessels. Even her heart and organs were filled with them. She's still alive, and doesn't seem to be injured. Her heart is also beating. For some reason, she's unconscious, Lu Yunxian said, as he checked Lu Ning's body. Her raincoat has been torn, so she can't avoid the blood rain here. It's not convenient to treat her here. Take her back to the tent first. We can ask her what happened inside when she's awake. Seeing that there were no signs of the hair like worms drilling out of her body, Zhou Wen got Lu Yunxian to wrap Lu Ning in a rainproof cloth he had brought along. Lu Yunxian then piggybacked her out of the ruins. When Zhao Xian and company saw Zhou Wen and Lu Yunxian coming out unscathed and bringing someone back, they were quite surprised. Lu Ning! What happened to her? Zhao Xian was shocked when he saw Lu Ning. He knew Lu Ning's might. Her ice elemental primordial energy art was considered top-notch at the epic stage. With the help of many excellent grade companion beasts, not many people could defeat her. Now that Lu Ning had been brought back by Zhou Wen and Lu Yunxian in a coma, it meant that the situation below wasn't looking good. What happened? How's Adjutant and the rest? Zhao Xian asked. I don't know. When we arrived at the entrance of the underground tunnel, we happened to see her come out. We will have to wake her up before we can figure out what happened underground, Zhou Wen said. Let me try. I have an ivy companion beast with good healing abilities.
As Zhao Xian spoke, he summoned a plant-type companion beast. The green vine wrapped around Lu Ning's body like a snake. Its sprouts crawled across Ning's face and reached into her nostrils, mouth, and ears, producing some liquid that resembled water. The liquid had decent healing properties. Even a severely injured person would be able to temporarily awaken. However, despite Zhao Shi making the green vines produce the liquid, he failed to wake Lu Ning.
Strange. If she's only injured, the rejuvenation juice would still be effective even if her brain has been injured. Why isn't she reacting at all? Could she have been hypnotized?
Zhao Xian asked, puzzled. The others did not have any treatment abilities. They looked at each other, but there was nothing they could come up with.
Don't let your companion beast waste its energy. Let it rest for a while. It might be needed later.
Zhou Wen said to Zhao Xian.
Young Master One, do you have a solution?
Zhao Xian had changed his mind and called him Young Master One like Lu Yunxian.
I'll give it a try. It's a last-ditch effort.
As Zhou Wen spoke, he flicked his wrist. A strange energy condensed in his hand, forming a metal syringe. Walking to Lu Ning's side, Zhou Wen's eyes stared at Lu Ning like a floodlight. At the same time, he injected the syringe into Lu Ning's arm. When he was in school, he had learned about injections, but it was limited to the basics. Furthermore, it was only theory with no practicals. Zhou Wen was only trying to see if Dr. Darkness's poison could kill the strange worms inside Lu Ning's body. Chapter 284 Operation. Zhou Wen pushed the syringe in very slowly because he didn't know how much poison was needed to kill the worms. If the dosage was too high, he might poison Lu Ning to death. He couldn't be too reckless. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had experienced the poison himself in game, so he knew at what concentration it would be fatal. Although it was by his own standards, Lu Ning was at the epic stage, so she likely could endure more than he could. As the poison slowly entered Lu Ning's body, Zhou Wen carefully observed her reaction to see if there was any change in the strange worms due to the poison. If they struggled too hard, he feared that they might damage Lu Ning's body. When that happened, Lu Ning's body would be riddled with holes. Even if the worms were poisoned to death, it would be useless. However, with how serious Lu Ning's situation was, he could only take the risk and give it a try. If he didn't get rid of the worms, she would die sooner or later anyway. Fortunately, the worst situation that worried everyone didn't happen. After the poison was injected into Lu Ning, her body started to twitch violently, but it did not wake her up. Zhao Xian and company looked at Lu Ning worriedly, but Zhou Wen continued to inject more of the poison without any expression. He carefully controlled the amount. It looked like Lu Ning was in great pain, but it was the result of the poison acting up, not because of the strange worms. The poison flowed through her bloodstream. It was excruciating, but very effective. After absorbing the poisoned blood, or being corroded by the poison, the worms quickly stopped squirming. Before long, all the worms in Lu Ning's body had been killed, but it didn't ease Zhou Wen's furrowed brows. After the worms died, their corpses remained in Lu Ning's body. This might lead to a blockage, causing problems. If he couldn't remove the hair like worms, death was a certainty for Lu Ning. It was obvious that she had not fully recovered from her persistent coma. But to extract such thin worms from so many tiny blood vessels, and with so many of them in her organs, even the best surgeon in the world wouldn't be able to cut open her blood vessels and organs to extract the worms, right? Zhou Wen thought to himself. As though sensing Zhou Wen's thoughts, Dr. Darkness informed him with a strong thought, as though telling him that he could do it. This left Zhou Wen somewhat astonished. Although every companion beast had their own will, most of them didn't have much of a mind of their own. Up to now, Zhou Wen only had 4 companion beasts that could clearly express their thoughts. Truth Listener, Banana Fairy, Ghost Bride, and Dr. Darkness. Dr. Darkness was born from the Dead Man Tree. It might be extraordinary. Zhou Wen was a little worried. If Dr. Darkness really gained complete sentience in the future, would he turn back into that crazy doctor? He summoned Dr. Darkness, and he walked to Lu Ning, his slender fingers holding a scalpel. Zhao Xian and company looked at Dr. Darkness, who was holding the scalpel like a puppet. They knew that it was Zhou Wen's companion beast, but they didn't know why he had summoned one. To have a companion beast operate on humans? This was not something they would have come up with even in their wildest dreams. Indeed, many companion beasts possess powerful healing abilities that could even revive those on the brink of death. However, they were manifestations of dimensional power, and surgery was a professional technique that was completely different from simple powers. In the next second, Dr. Darkness completely overturned their understanding of companion beasts. The scalpel in Dr. Darkness's hand flashed as it sliced through Lu Ning's blood vessels. Then, with a syringe in hand, he injected the poison into her blood vessels. The entire process was so fluid that it was harrowing. If not for the fact that there were no medical equipment,
They might even feel like they were watching the most outstanding doctor in an operation theater. As the poison entered her body, Lu Ning's body convulsed once more. Then, at the spots where the blood vessels had been cut open, blood slowly flowed out. The hair like strange worms flowed out with them. Zhao Xian and the rest were shocked when they saw the strange worms. They could not help but exclaim, "What the heck are those?" After Dr. Darkness was done, he returned to Zhou Wen's side. Zhou Wen was depressed as he thought, "You are just leaving it like that. If she continues bleeding, she will die from excessive blood loss despite your removal of the strange worms." "I want her alive," Zhou Wen said to Dr. Darkness. Dr. Darkness didn't have the ability to answer. All he did was send a thought to Zhou Wen, as though he was saying that he was only responsible for extracting the strange worms. He's still so toxic after becoming a companion beast. It's no wonder he's called Dr. Darkness. Zhou Wen had no choice but to say to Zhao Xian, "Use your ivy to help Lu Ning. Don't let her bleed out." When Zhao Xian heard this, he summoned the ivy again, letting it secrete the rejuvenation juice to nourish Lu Ning's injured body. The rejuvenation juice was rather effective. When all the strange worms had finally flowed out of the wounds, Lu Ning didn't die from excessive blood loss. Instead, she woke up. "All right, stop her bleeding." Zhou Wen had used Dr. Darkness's light of penetration to keep an eye on her the entire process. Seeing that all the strange worms had flowed out, he immediately got Zhao Xian and the rest to stop her bleeding. The openings that Dr. Darkness had sliced were tiny. At first, it was the effects of the venom that caused the blood to flow out. When the effects of the poisons reduced, the blood would stop flowing once all the strange worms were purged. Zhou Wen couldn't help but marvel at Dr. Darkness's control over the poison. "Lu Ning, how do you feel? Can you speak?" Zhou Wen asked when he saw Lu Ning open her eyes. Lu Ning's eyes couldn't focus in the beginning. It took her a while to recover. After identifying Zhou Wen in company, her face revealed a look of puzzlement as she struggled to sit up and asked hoarsely, "Why am I here? It was young Master Wen who rescued you. You aren't aware, but you were unconscious when you were brought back. Young Master Wen's companion beast showed its prowess and extracted the strange worms from your body," Zhao Xian said as he looked at the strange, hair-like worms that coiled together on the ground. He couldn't help but shiver. The thought of so many worms entering a body made him shudder. Lu Ning's expression changed when she saw the strange worms. She seemed to finally regain complete consciousness and became angry. Lord Alcohol and those B** darts didn't come to help Adjutant in a search and rescue operation. After we arrived at the underground battlefield, they suddenly revealed their true colors. They attacked us, sending us down a fault. Chapter 285 Underground Tunnel. Zhou Wen and company were shocked when they heard that. Lu Yunxian hurriedly asked, "Lu Ning, make yourself clear. What happened?" Lu Ning recounted everything that had happened. After following the marks left behind by Ouyang Lan, they found the entrance to the underground tunnel. Then, Ensheng led the rest in. However, not long after they entered, the entrance to the passageway suddenly closed. A large amount of black liquid seeped out from the crevices in the rocks. When they took a closer look, it wasn't a liquid, but worms that resembled strands of hair. The number of worms was immeasurable like a tidal wave. The moment the worms touched their bodies, they entered through their pores, quickly knocking them unconscious. If one had too many worms in one's body, it would be fatal. The passageway couldn't be opened, and they still needed to rescue Ouyang Lan. And Sheng could only order them to retreat deeper underground. After traveling for some time, they finally escaped the worm tide and found a strange underground temple. Just as Ensheng gave the order to explore the temple, Lord Alcohol and the rest suddenly launched a sneak attack on Ensheng and Lu Ning. Ensheng was caught off guard and was thrown down the fault where the worm tide was everywhere. Although Lu Ning put up a resistance, she was outnumbered. She too was thrown down the fault. Lu Ning only remembered that she had fallen into the worm tide and fainted. She thought she was dead for sure, so she never expected to see Zhou Wen and company when she opened her eyes. Zhou Wen and Lu Yunxian frowned after hearing that. "Don't you know that when you came out, you were in a strange vehicle?" "What vehicle?" Lu Ning frowned. With Lu Ning truly unaware of this, Zhou Wen and Lu Yunxian were puzzled. From what Lu Ning said, it was naturally impossible for Lord Alcohol and the rest to be magnanimous and rescue her. There was something fishy about all of this. "Lu Ning, can you draw a map for me of places you walked past and the things you encountered?" Zhou Wen asked. "Yes, but we were constantly on the run back then. I can remember the general direction, but not the path. I do remember some special landmarks." Lu Ning took a pen and paper and wrote some fragmented information. "Have a good rest. We'll think of a way to rescue them." Zhou Wen took the information and prepared to return to game. He planned on following Lu Ning's route first. Lu Ning shook her head and did not say anything. They only had a few people left, so how could they go in to rescue the rest? Furthermore, Ensheng had already fallen into the sea of worms. The chances of survival were slim. Zhou Wen didn't believe that a person like Ensheng would die so easily. Furthermore, the former principal was probably inside. He had to go in, no matter what. After returning to his tent, Zhou Wen switched on the mysterious phone and entered the Zhuolu Instance dungeon, arriving at the entrance to the underground tunnel. The game didn't have the strange vehicle. Zhou Wen looked at the information Lu Ning wrote and directly controlled the blood-colored avatar to enter the tunnel. The tunnel was dark and damp, and the stone steps were covered with moss. On both sides of the tunnel were partially dug-out artificial stone walls. He could tell that this was supposed to be an underground cave, but it was slightly widened. Not long after he entered the passageway, he heard a loud bang. The passageway's entrance was blocked by a stone door, and the passageway turned dark. Zhou Wen was somewhat unused to the darkness. Without Truth Listener's ability, just his vision alone was insufficient. He couldn't see anything in the darkness. Thankfully, Zhou Wen still had Dr. Darkness to rely on. He activated Light of Penetration, and immediately Zhou Wen's eyes shot out light beams, allowing him to see everything within 10 meters. This glance made Zhou Wen's scalp tingle. He saw that there were many cracks on the stone walls. Countless strands of the strange hair like worms were gushing out from the cracks. Just as Lu Ning had described, they resembled black liquid. Zhou Wen summoned the banana fan and fanned at the surrounding hair like worms. Wherever the wind passed, the worms were immediately blown away. Slamming into the mountain wall, they turned to crushed ice and died. Killed legendary creature, Blood Threadworm. Killed legendary creature, Blood Threadworm. Killed legendary creature, Blood Threadworm. With one flap of the fan, the system's notification flooded the screen. They are only at the legendary level? Zhou Wen was slightly disappointed. He didn't expect such strange worms to only be at the legendary stage. However, they were still very impressive for drilling into the body of an epic expert and causing her to enter a coma. From the looks of it, level suppression isn't absolute. The power of these blood threadworms is rather special, and with such copious numbers of them, it's no wonder even epic experts have to avoid them. When Zhou Wen saw that the blood threadworms were surging over at him like a tidal wave, he didn't waste his primordial energy any further. He immediately ran deeper into the passageway. Lu Ning slept for more than 10 hours and used some primordial energy crystals. When she woke up again, she looked much better. When Lu Yunxian saw Lu Ning sit up, he suddenly asked her, "Lu Ning, would you dare to enter the underground tunnel again? If Adjutant is already dead, what's the point of us entering again?" Lu Ning sighed. "Now that I think of it, we were desperately running for our lives after we entered the tunnel. I didn't realize it back then, but on second thought, we were led by Lord Alcohol and the rest the entire time. They were familiar with the underground world from the very beginning. They aren't here to save Madame Mon. They have hatched a plot. No matter what motives they have, I don't believe Adjutant and will die so easily. Furthermore, young Master Wen will definitely go in to reinforce Adjutant N. But we don't understand the situation inside too well. If it's possible, I hope that you can follow us into the underground tunnel," Lu Yuntian said. There were certain things that Zhou Wen didn't need to do, but he needed to make plans. "Young Master Wen? Do you mean Zhou Wen? I know he has great potential, but he's only at the legendary stage. In such a terrifying place, even we can't protect ourselves. What can he do?" Lu Yunxian didn't elaborate. He looked at Lu Ning and asked, "Then are you still willing to enter the underground tunnel again? Just think of it as doing it for Adjutanten." Lu Ning gaped and was about to say something when she suddenly heard a clunking sound coming from the ruins. It sounded like a bell, but it did not sound like it was a result of metal colliding. It was more like the sound of stones colliding. Zhou Wen also heard the noise and immediately connected it to the strange vehicle. Furthermore, from the direction of the sound, it seemed to be coming from the entrance to the underground tunnel. Chapter 286: The Strange Vehicle Sets Off. When Zhou Wen came out, Lu Yunxian and company had already walked out of the tent and were looking in the direction of the ruins. "Young Master Wen, should we go take a look?" Lu Yunxian asked Zhou Wen. Clearly, he had also determined that the noises came from the strange vehicle. Zhou Wen nodded. "It'd be good to take a look." He was very curious about the strange vehicle too. In the game, he didn't see the vehicle, despite entering the tunnel. Zhou Wen was very curious as to where the strange vehicle had come from. Was it brought in by someone or something that was originally from the underground tunnel? Seeing Lu Yunxian follow Zhou Wen into the ruins, Lu Ning, who hadn't recuperated from her injuries, hesitated for a moment before following them. "How did you resolve the spatial winds?" Lu Ning rode a huge snow fox behind them. She didn't see Zhou Wen and Lu Yunxian use any means to interfere with the spatial wind, so she couldn't help feeling puzzled. When she had entered with the others previously, they had sacrificed quite a number of companion beasts to find a way to interfere with the spatial wind.
However, it was only a stopgap measure. The spatial winds still appeared.
Young Master Wind has already killed the dimensional creature that uses the spatial winds. There shouldn't be any spatial winds anytime soon,
said Lu Yunxian. Lu Ning found it unbelievable. She looked suspiciously at Zhou Wen, finding it hard to believe that this youth could do something so unbelievable. However, the reality forced her to believe it. She didn't encounter the spatial wind again despite having been inside the ruins for some time. Zhou Wen didn't say a word as he walked forward silently. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of the underground tunnel. As expected, the strange vehicle that emitted the sounds was parked in the tunnel. However, it suddenly started moving again when they approached. The wooden puppet standing in front of the vehicle started to move its arms, turning the crank. The strange vehicle began to creak, producing a loud clang with every revolution of the crank. The wheels of the strange vehicle moved slowly, but this time, it didn't move forward, but backward as though it was returning to the ruins.
This is the strange vehicle you were talking about. Did I come out lying on it?
Lu Ning asked as she looked at the strange vehicle that was slowly retreating.
Yes,
Lu Yunxian said.
You came out on it. You were the only one. What power is driving it?
Lu Ning looked at the puppet on the strange vehicle, as if she wanted to know if it were alive.
Young Master Wen and I had checked before. The vehicle is a dead object. There are no signs of living creatures on the puppet, but we didn't discover any fuel or similar items. We have no idea what principle is behind the driving force. We originally imagined that it had expended its energy source, but from the looks of it, that isn't the case,
Lu Yunxian said. Seeing that the strange vehicle was slowly retreating and about to enter the underground tunnel, Zhou Wen looked at Lu Ning and asked,
Lu Ning, you were brought out by the vehicle while unconscious. Then, could you have fallen into the strange vehicle? I really don't know. I was struck off the fault by Lord Alcohol and the rest and fell into the tide of blood threadworms. I lost consciousness very quickly. I really don't know what happened next.
Lu Ning shook her head. Zhou Wen looked at the strange vehicle that was about to retreat into the tunnel with a frown. In the game, he had already entered deep underground with the information given by Lu Ning. However, Lu Ning's information only had a few landmarks and didn't come with detailed directions or path identifiers. Hence, Zhou Wen had no choice but to find a path himself. However, the underground world was massive. He had spent more than 10 hours in it without finding the temple that Lu Ning mentioned. Zhou Wen didn't have the opinion that Lu Ning was lying to him because the roads inside were complicated, as though they had been changed artificially. He walked for a long time and realized that there were many instances when he would circle back to a spot he had passed previously. This spot wasn't fixed, but despite walking for more than 10 hours in-game, Zhou Wen still failed to walk past it.
I remember you mentioning that you fell to a fault layer underground. That was inside the temple, right?
Zhou Wen asked Lu Ning.
That's right. As soon as we entered the temple, we were ambushed by Lord Alcohol and the others, and we were struck down the fault layer,
Lu Ning said.
If I were to deduce that you fell into this strange vehicle and triggered some mechanism, allowing it to take you out, then if we were to ride this vehicle, would it take us back to the fault layer where you dropped? I really don't know, but it's too dangerous.
Lu Ning smiled bitterly.
Yes, that's too dangerous,
Lu Yunxian said.
Although it's very dangerous, this might be the best solution. Lu Ning also said that she was led by Lord Alcohol and the rest. Since they know the path and we don't, we might not be able to find the temple if we just head down. Lu Ning came out on this strange vehicle, and since she was able to come out safely, it implies that the strange vehicle's interior is safe. Our only way of going straight to the temple is by taking the strange vehicle in,
Zhou Wen said. Of course, there was another sentence that Zhou Wen didn't say. He had played the game for more than 10 hours, and was quite familiar with the underground world. He had a way to deal with a few dimensional creatures inside. What was most troublesome was that he couldn't get out of the maze-like area. The strange vehicle in front of them seemed to be the only hope.
But that's just speculation. What if the strange vehicle takes us to a more dangerous place?
Lu Yunxian said.
We know nothing about the interior, so everything inside is dangerous for us.
Zhou Wen saw that half of the vehicle had entered the tunnel, and didn't hesitate anymore. He walked over briskly and jumped into the carriage, and said to Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning,
Head back to the camp and wait for me. I'll head on to take a look.
Although Zhou Wen could continue waiting and find a way out in the game, he didn't know how long that would take. Perhaps a day or two, maybe a week or so, or even a month or two. He was afraid the former principal couldn't afford to wait for him. Zhou Wen wasn't worried that he would be trapped inside. With his understanding of the underground world, he knew that there were a few relatively safe spots inside. Furthermore, his chaos space also had plenty of daily necessities. He wouldn't be in danger even if he was trapped for a year. Furthermore, he had his phone. After entering the tunnel, he could have the blood-colored avatar follow the path.
If any accidents were to happen, he could find a safe place to continue exploring in-game. Chapter 287 Underground Starry Sky. Young Master One, I'll go with you. Lu Yuntian rushed over and jumped onto the vehicle. Lu Ning was still hesitating, but when she saw that the strange vehicle had already tilted and was about to slide into the underground tunnel, she gritted her teeth and let the snow fox rush her to the strange vehicle. Lu Ning jumped onto the strange vehicle just as it slid down. Cha-chuff. 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 The strange vehicle entered the tunnel, and like a roller coaster, it suddenly sped up and dived deeper underground. Zhou Wen and company hurriedly grabbed the edge of the carriage and saw the scenery behind them rapidly retreating. The strange vehicle charged forward as though it was charging through the crisscrossing caves, but it seemed to have a fixed trajectory. The puppet moved its arms, pushing the crank wildly, its body moving up and down like a sewing machine at full speed. Hold tight. Don't get thrown out. The strange vehicle was too fast, and it didn't slow down when it made turns. Zhou Wen and company nearly flew out due to the shift in their center of gravity. The three of them grabbed onto the edge of the carriage as their bodies floated up. They waited for the bend to pass before slamming into the back of the carriage. Before they could heave a sigh of relief, the next bend was up. Zhou Wen and Lu Yuntian were fine, but Lu Ning had yet to recover. These jolts made her expression change. Fortunately, Lu Ning was not a pampered child. She had traveled across the league as a mercenary hunter, hunting countless dimensional creatures. She had experienced many battles, and had encountered situations many times more difficult than she was in now. This wasn't enough to throw her into a panic. After a while, the slope of the cave slowed down, and the speed of the strange vehicle slowed down. Zhou Wen and company could finally sit safely in the carriage without being flung around. Lu Yuntian held onto the edge of the carriage and stood up. He looked outside and saw stone walls and tunnels looking around. He soon realized that he couldn't even tell which direction they were facing. Young Master One, I don't even know where I'm heading to now. Lu Yuntian looked at Zhou Wen helplessly. Lu Ning, look around. Do you remember this place? Zhou Wen asked Lu Ning. He knew the direction, and had even memorized the route of the strange vehicle. His focus allowed him to remember everything even under harsh conditions. This was not something the average person could do. However, Zhou Wen didn't say this out loud. Instead, he asked Lu Ning. Lu Ning's face was pale. She stood up, with the help of the carriage's sides, and looked around. After a while she said, There are no obvious landmarks here. It's the same as the average cave. I don't know if I've been here before. After some thought, Zhou Wen agreed. There weren't any special characteristics here other than stone walls and forks everywhere. Furthermore, with their poor eyesight, they only had a visibility of less than 20 meters from the illumination of the stone lamp at the front of the vehicle. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. They saw a starry sky appear in the darkness in front of them. In the pitch-black night sky, countless stars shimmered. Zhou Wen and company quickly discovered that it wasn't the night sky, but a type of, or on the dark stone walls. It was similar to mica, which gave off fascinating lights. The vehicle traveled in the dark cave, and with the scattered ores looking like stars, it felt like they were flying in the starry sky. It was so beautiful that it made one's soul feel liberated. Not good. When we came here, we passed similar places. Beside those strange light-emitting ores are strange epic creatures. They resemble bats, but do not have sonar skills. Their eyes will shoot out light beams. Once contact is made, the body will melt like snow. It's extremely terrifying, Lu Ning said. How many did you meet earlier? Zhou Wen asked as he looked at the top of the stone tunnel. We met 3 in total, but we didn't encounter them together. Otherwise, there might have been casualties, Lu Ning said. Then you might want to be mentally prepared now, Zhou Wen said with a strange expression. Lu Ning and Lu Yuntian couldn't see clearly, but Zhou Wen could see using Dr. Darkness's light of penetration. There were white bat-shaped dimensional creatures hanging from the ceiling. He had no idea how many there were since he couldn't count them all. Just as Lu Ning was about to ask him what he meant, she heard the flapping of her wings. A large swath of white bats swooped down from the ceiling like a thick layer of white cloud. Countless bats had flown over. When Lu Ning saw this, the last of the color in her face drained. Just the number of bats flying over numbered at least 100. And this was limited to what she could see. She had no idea how many more she couldn't see in the darkness. When they first came, they had taken quite a lot of effort to kill a white bat. Now, to have so many bats charging at them, it could be said that they had just been passed the death sentence. Lu Yuntian and Zhou Wen prepared for combat. Lu Yuntian didn't know how powerful the white bats were, but Zhou Wen did. However, he wasn't afraid. He had already seen these white bats in game. The light beams produced by the white bat's eyes were indeed powerful, but Zhou Wen had his ways of dealing with them. Seeing large swaths of bats fly over, Zhou held the banana fan and waved it at the bats. An invisible grinding wind gushed out, sending the white bats flying. Lu Ning summoned the snow fox, and was about to fight to the death when she saw Zhou standing in front of the vehicle, holding an extremely beautiful fan in his hand. He gently fanned the white cloud like bats. The white bats suddenly seemed to be swept away by an invisible force. They flew out and slammed into the stone ceiling, their bodies shattering from the impact. One by one, they smashed loudly into the surrounding stone walls and stone steps around them. Lu Ning looked at Zhou in a daze, unable to believe her eyes. The might of the fan had actually killed nearly 100 white bats. It was truly astounding. She found it unbelievable that it was the work of a legendary student like Zhou. She could accept it if that had been done by a top-notch epic expert. Yet, Zhou, a legendary, was able to produce such might. She found it surreal. Zhou didn't find it strange. The banana fan was a top-notch epic, and the white bats also had their weaknesses. They were extremely fast and most epic experts would find it difficult to injure them. Together with their terrifying I-beam skills, they were indeed tough to deal with. However, the white bat's weakness was that its constitution was too low. It was the weakest among epic creatures with about 20 points. It was not much stronger than a legendary. It couldn't withstand the grinding wind and could not avoid its huge area of effect attack. It could be said that the banana fan was its nemesis. Chapter 288 Strange Vehicle Adventure. Zhou watched as large numbers of white bats landed in the tunnel and fragments behind him. There were also some crystals, and he couldn't help but feel wistful. The strange vehicle continued to move forward. He didn't know what the consequences would be if he left it, so he didn't attempt to pick up the crystals. He could only watch as the strange vehicle left the spoils untouched. Despite him killing a large group of bats, there were still large numbers that didn't fear death as they charged forward. Looking at the white shadows flying above them, it made one's scalp tingle. Zhou had just used the grinding wind and his yuan qi hadn't recovered when he saw large swaths of white bats rush down. His expression changed slightly, as he clenched his bamboo blade and prepared to engage the white bats in melee combat. Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning summoned their companion beasts to prepare for battle. The carriage was too small, so they could only summon companion beasts in their companion form as armor or weapons to aid them in battle. When a large horde of white bats charged down, Zhou was just about to draw his saber when there was a humming sound. All the white bats above retreated. None of them continued charging as they circled the ceiling of the cave. Zhou and company were stunned as they looked ahead. They didn't know when the puppet began holding a strange musical instrument. It was likely made of stone, flat with a few holes on it. It was rather crudely made. However, just as the white bat was about to charge down, the puppet placed the stone musical instrument in front of its face. Its face was a wooden board without any facial features. It was unknown how it blew, but it produced a humming sound. The moment the sound emitted, the white bats immediately retreated again. They hovered above them, but none had the courage to swoop down again. The strange vehicle moved through the bats, but they didn't encounter any more attacks from them. They safely moved forward. Young Master One, don't tell me that the puppet is alive! Lu Yunxian looked at the puppet with his mouth agape. He thought it was a mechanical object. Who knew that there would be such a development? Zhou looked at the puppet as well. The puppet stood in front, no longer moving its arm. However, the strange vehicle continued to move forward at a constant speed. The crank was also spinning autonomously. The puppet stood there, holding the stone musical instrument as it looked forward into the distance. However, without any facial features and eyes, what was it using? It was extremely bizarre. Zhou found it odd, but since it was beneficial to them, he didn't have any intention of attacking the puppet. He was just worried about where the strange carriage would take them. The scenery in front of them suddenly broadened as the white bats that filled the sky scattered. Zhou and company looked past the scattered white bats and saw a blue sky. Unlike the cave from before, this place was actually a huge and boundless space. It was impossible to see the end of this space at a glance. In the distance, one could even see the sea and islands. Above them was a blue sky. However, the blue sky was a little too blue. It was like a sapphire. Zhou looked carefully and realized that it really was a sapphire. A gigantic sapphire formed the sky of the underground space by occupying the entire area above. There were no suns or stars. The sapphire emitted a faint blue light that illuminated the entire underground space. At the same time, everything in the underground space had a blue hue. In the next second, the strange vehicle landed on the blue ocean. Zhou didn't know if it was an ocean, but he just couldn't see the water body's end. All he saw was deep blue seawater. The strange vehicle cruised over the sea surface. Its stone wheels were rolling across the surface, as though it was traveling on flat ground. They dragged out two white waves on the surface of the sea in its wake. What's that underneath? Lu Yunxian pointed at the seawater beside him in horror. Zhou Wen and Lu Ning looked at the surface of the sea and saw a huge shadow, as though a behemoth was swimming under the strange vehicle. All they could see was a gigantic shadow, nothing else. Furthermore, the shadow was gradually expanding. Splash. The seawater erupted like a volcanic eruption, as it sprayed hundreds of feet into the sky. Huge waves formed as the seawater struck the strange vehicle. However, the strange vehicle appeared imperturbable. This didn't stop the seawater from pouring into the carriage, drenching them. However, Zhou Wen and company weren't in the mood to care about the seawater. The three of them widened their eyes as they stared at the sea by the side of the war wagon. A huge creature that looked like it was carved from obsidian extended half its body from the sea. Its body was perfect and gorgeous. Its black obsidian, like scales, shimmered, and every inch of its body seemed to be exquisitely carved. Even if one were to observe the titanic body with a magnifying glass, one wouldn't be able to find any crudeness or flaws. The huge body, that was like a hill, exuded an exquisite and majestic feeling. Dragon! That's a dragon carved from obsidian! Lu Yunxian stammered as he pointed at the creature that had stretched half its body out of the sea. Zhou Wen didn't look too good either. The developments seemed to exceed his expectations. Regardless of whether the terrifying creature in the sea was a dragon or not, he could tell from its aura that it was a terrifying existence. It might even be stronger than the white dragon in Dragon's Well. Boom! Boom! A series of crashing waves sounded as the seawater around the strange vehicle churned. Copious amounts of seawater surged over, knocking Zhou Wen and company off their feet. However, their gazes were never on the strange vehicle's interior, but outside. Black dragon heads emerged one after another. 1, 2, 3. When Zhou Wen saw the ninth black dragon extend its head out of the sea, he felt numb. Roar! The 9 creatures carved from obsidian roared at the strange vehicle, sending sonar waves at them. Even the seawater turned into tumultuous waves as a result of the sonar waves. They surged at the puny strange vehicle from every direction. We're doomed! Lu Yunxian's expression changed drastically. Such terrifying creatures, and such terrifying sound waves implied that they had no way of escaping the calamity. Zhou Wen held the banana fan tightly as he prepared for death. Even though he knew he wasn't a match for these entities, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Hum! The strange sound from the stone musical instrument echoed in front of the carriage. The sound wave dispersed the churning sonar waves and tsunamis at the same time, preventing them from getting close to the strange vehicle. The 9 black dragons stared at the strange vehicle covetously, but none of them lunged forward. They only watched as the strange vehicle slowly drove towards the other side of the sea. Zhou Wen and company's hearts raced. After the strange vehicle left the 9 black dragons, Zhou Wen looked back and saw the 9 obsidian-like dragons roaring at the sky as though they were venting their anger. And beneath the sea, Zhou Wen discovered that the lower half of their bodies were connected, like a black mountain that had sunken into the sea. Only then did he realize that it wasn't 9 dragons, but a monster with 9 heads. Chapter 289. Returning to the Batcave. The strange vehicle raced across the sea while the puppet remained in front, staring into the distance, motionless like a statue. Is this how I came back? Lu Ning asked. Her face looked puzzled. She couldn't imagine what she had experienced while she was unconscious. Zhou Wen leaned against the back of the strange vehicle, playing games on his phone. He wanted to see if he could control the blood-colored avatar to take the same path. Although he knew that it was useless even if the blood-colored avatar walked over, successfully passing the cave of white bats, it was impossible for him to cross the underground sea with the 9-headed dragon guarding it. However, there wasn't much to do in the strange vehicle. Lu Ning was resting while Lu Yunxian was observing the situation ahead. Since he had nothing else to do, Zhou Wen began grinding the instance dungeon. Zhou Wen sat at the back, and there was only the sea behind him. In front, Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning couldn't see what he was playing. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to move forward at full speed. Soon, large groups of blood threadworms surrounded him. Zhou Wen didn't have the patience to deal with them. He ignored them and ran at full speed. When his primordial energy filled up, he killed all of them, letting them rain crystals. However, he no longer had any use for legendary crystals. As for the blood threadworm eggs that dropped, Zhou Wen would pick them up and incubate them. The blood threadworms were not strong, but if there were a lot of them, things were different. Even epic stage experts had to avoid them. Zhou Wen had hatched quite a number of blood threadworms. He planned on trying to see if they were of any use. If they were useful, he would keep them, and not feed them to his pets. Where can I find a speed-type mount? I run with my legs all the time, and it expends my primordial energy, but I can't do anything about it. Zhou Wen used his primordial energy to increase his speed, and ran for a while, before having to recover his primordial energy. This was quite tiring, so he thought of how he needed a mount. Zhou Wen naturally had something extraordinary about him, being called a genius among geniuses by the former principal. His divergent thinking abilities and memory far exceeded that of ordinary people. He remembered the complicated routes that the strange vehicle took, despite its fast speed, and quickly arrived at the cave of white bats. Looking at the ores that looked like stars in the cave, Zhou Wen suddenly wondered if he could dig out these ores in game. Thinking about it, he gave it a try. It was not difficult to dig the ores. The blood-colored avatar shattered the rocks beside the ore, digging out a translucent milky white crystal. Obtain primordial crystal. Weight, 21 grams, primordial crystal purity, 0.12 foot. This crystal is actually something that the game acknowledges. But what's the use of primordial crystals? It can't be used to make weapons that can kill dimensional creatures like primordial gold, right? Zhou Wen was astonished. Unfortunately, there was no storage space in game. Even if he knew that the primordial crystals were useful, he couldn't take them away. I wonder if there are any storage-type companion beasts. If they exist, I have to get one. Otherwise, it's such a pity to waste so much good stuff. Zhou Wen had heard of such a companion beast, but he had never seen it. He also had no idea where they dropped. Zhou Wen didn't wait for the white bats to attack after entering the back cave. He attracted the attention of the nearby white bats over. There wasn't any strange vehicle in the game, so if he were to be surrounded by the bats, he would definitely die. Therefore, Zhou Wen planned on killing them along the way and let them drop their items. If he was lucky, he might even have a white bat drop as a mount. They flew at extremely fast speeds and were rare flying pets. Zhou Wen was very interested in getting one. The only worry was he couldn't hatch an epic companion egg. Zhou Wen lured a horde of white bats, and with a fan, he sent them flying. Their bodies turned into ice sculptures in midair, shattering upon collision with the stone walls. Seeing dozens of white bats being destroyed by a single attack and having plenty of crystals drop excited Zhou Wen greatly. It would be great if all epic creatures can be killed as easily as these white bats, Zhou Wen thought greedily. It was a pity that it was not easy to find such weak epic creatures. Furthermore, there were few places with epic creatures appearing in huge hordes. In some smaller dimensional zones, epic creatures usually appeared alone. Even in a super dungeon, like Zhuolu, it was rare to encounter one. After scanning the battlefield, he discovered that the crystals produced by the white bat were mostly speed crystals. Epic crystals were very useful, but Zhou Wen's absorbing was useless, nor could he take them away. He felt as if he had lost a winning lottery ticket as he looked at the floor of crystals. A storage companion beast. I must get a storage companion beast, Zhou Wen screamed inwardly. Zhou Wen lured and killed countless white bats along the way. Although he didn't keep a careful count, he estimated he killed at least 400-500 of them. The crystals that dropped were all basic stat crystals. Ding! Upon hearing a rather unique chime, Zhou Wen looked at the pile of white bat corpses and his eyes lit up. Among a few crystals, there was a crystal that glowed blue. The words on it were different from the rest. Poison, 13. Overjoyed, Zhou Wen hurriedly got the blood-colored avatar to pick up the poison crystal. After absorbing it, his poison stat reached 13 points. A poison stat allowed Zhou Wen to have a decent poison resistance. Furthermore, some special epic primordial energy skills had special requirements towards his stats. Zhou Wen thought that if he could obtain a primordial energy skill that came with the poison element in the future, the poison stat would definitely be useful. Seeing that the white bats dropped poison crystals, Zhou Wen felt energized and continued charging forward. He kept luring and culling large numbers of them. When he was less than halfway through the back cave, Zhou Wen lured a large group of white bats and fanned them, sending them all to their deaths. However, one of the bats flickered and vanished as though it had teleported. When it appeared again, it had passed the granding wind and appeared in front of the blood-colored avatar. Only then did Zhou Wen realize that the white bat was different from the others. It was bigger, and its color was different from the whiteness of the normal white bats. It looked as though it was carved from milk-white jade, and its eyes were like two shining diamonds. In the next second, a beam shot out from the white jade like bat's eyes, and headed straight for the blood-colored avatar. Zhou Wen hurriedly used ghost steps to dodge its attack, and began engaging in combat with it. Chapter 290 White Shadow of Poison. The white bat's speed was already surprisingly fast, but the jade white bat was ludicrously fast. It wasn't inferior to the Ghost King. Furthermore, Zhou Wen realized that it wasn't just purely a difference in speed because it could now use the skill to pass through Great Ing Wind without suffering any damage. Could this jade white bat really be capable of spatial teleportation? Or is it the legendary instantaneous transmission? Zhou Wen was astonished as he constantly controlled the blood-colored avatar to circle around the jade white bat. Dr. Darkness and Ghost Bride helped by the side, but the jade white bat was too fast. They were unable to injure it. Suddenly, Zhou Wen's heart stirred. He saw the jade white bat phase into existence on a spot before him. After deducing its location, he suddenly raised his palm and chopped down the demonic astral wheel. The sanguine wheel of light spun furiously as it slashed at the jade white bat. The jade white bat flapped its wings and easily dodged the demonic astral wheel. However, when it continued charging at Zhou, it grunted. The demonic astral wheel boomeranged back and landed on the jade white bat's back at an even faster speed. CV. Zhou primordial energy wasn't enough to severely injure an epic creature, but the jade white bat was the type of epic creature with high speed but weak constitution. With the demonic astral wheel hitting its back, the spinning blade beams immediately left a long gash on its back as blood splattered. This attack caught the jade white bat by surprise. Its body deviated from its trajectory and lost control for a moment. Dr. Darkness stabbed out with a scalpel in his hand. The scalpel in the Life Soul's hand almost overlapped with his scalpel, stabbing into the bat's chest, staggering it in midair. Zhou didn't hesitate and made Banana Fairy take her true form. She puffed up her cheeks, turning her face chubby. Then, she blew at the jade white bat. The jade white bat was frozen in place by the scalpel and couldn't move. It was sent flying by the great Yin wind. Its body rapidly turned into an ice sculpture in the air before smashing into the wall and shattering to pieces. Ding! Zhou heard another special chime of something dropping. He hurriedly looked over and saw a milky white egg drop on the ground. Zhou was instantly overjoyed. I'm really lucky today. I'm getting whatever I've been wishing for. However, on second thought, Zhou felt a little nervous. He didn't know if he could hatch a complete epic companion egg. Regardless, Zhou first got the blood-colored avatar to pick up the companion egg and checked its attributes. White Shadow of Poison, Epic. Life Providence, Bone Corroding. Life Soul, Shadow of Darkness. Strength, 27. Speed, 40. Constitution, 24. Primordial Energy, 32. Primordial Energy Skill, Flash, Poison Ray, Claw of Poison. Companion Form, Arm Wings. After seeing the White Shadow of Poison's attributes, Zhou finally understood why this fellow was able to pass through the Granding Wind. It didn't teleport, but its Shadow of Darkness Life Soul could temporarily let it take on a shadow form. No matter how strong the wind was, it was impossible for it to blow away the shadow. The White Shadow of Poison in an incorporeal shadow form was nearly invulnerable. However, White Shadow of Poison could only enter a shadow state for a short period of time. Coupled with the speed-boosting flash skill, it appeared as if it had completed teleportation. Zhou gained a rough idea of its three skills, but White Shadow of Poison's companion form left him somewhat puzzled. Flying-type companion beasts were mostly winged companion beasts, and most of them had wings as their companion form. However, this was the first time Zhou had heard of arm wings. Looking at the White Shadow of Poison's information, especially the information on the companion form, he saw a pair of white bat wings appear on the phone screen. However, unlike ordinary wings, the upper part of the wings was not an ordinary skeleton frame, but a bat's claws. The arm wings could be considered wings, and could also be considered a pair of arms. It was indeed very strange. Zhou carefully looked at the White Shadow of Poison's wings and discovered that they were indeed very ordinary, but extremely useful. They could be used as wings, allowing it to fly faster, and it could also be used as a pair of arms that were rather agile. When in combat, they could launch an attack that caught the enemy by surprise. Good stuff. I just don't know if it can be fully hatched. Zhou couldn't bear to use such a high-level companion egg as food. He gritted his teeth and prepared to hatch it. However, Zhou didn't incubate it blindly. He first held onto the companion egg to grind a few white bats, and picked up a few primordial energy crystals. Placing them beside the blood-colored avatar, he made the blood-colored avatar sit on some, and held 2 primordial energy crystals in hand. Only then did he choose to hatch the egg. In an instant, Zhou felt his primordial energy drain out of his body. He couldn't even replenish his primordial energy with Dao body. At this moment, the 2 primordial energy crystals in the blood-colored avatar's hands showed their effects. They kept injecting the blood-colored avatar with primordial energy. Likewise with the primordial energy crystals under him. However, they were not absorbed as quickly as the primordial energy crystals in his hand. Although he had the dual replenishment stemming from his Dao body and primordial energy crystals, hatching a companion egg required too much primordial energy in a short period of time. The expenditure couldn't keep up with the supply provided, making Zhou feel physically drained. After enduring for more than 20 seconds, just as Zhou thought the blood-colored avatar was about to explode, the companion egg finally turned into a white beam and fused into the blood-colored avatar. At the same time, a white bat tattoo appeared on Zhou's back. Clearly, the incubation had been successful. I succeeded. Zhou was overjoyed
as he hurriedly looked at the white shadow of poison's attributes. They were still the same. It remained at the epic stage and didn't drop in level. Its attributes were exactly the same as before. Zhou Wen anxiously summoned the white shadow of poison before riding on its back and rode it deeper into the back cave. Indeed, he was traveling much faster this way. With the help of the white shadow of poison, Zhou Wen's grinding speed increased. Along the way, he had another poison crystal and a primordial energy skill crystal drop. The poison crystal only had 9 points, so it was useless for Zhou Wen with his 13 poison stat. However, Zhou Wen loved the Flash primordial energy skill crystal. He absorbed it immediately, learning Flash at the rank 6. It was a wing-required flying skill that greatly augmented his flight speed. Zhou Wen had the white shadow of poison, so he used it with great skill and verve. If he wasn't in a rush to scout ahead, Zhou Wen would have spent a few months here grinding and having more good stuff drop. After passing the back cave, Zhou Wen finally saw the endless underground sea. He couldn't help but look deep into the sea, searching for signs of the nine-headed dragon. Chapter 291 Totem? Zhou Wen summoned the white shadow of poison, getting it to fly higher and cling towards the sapphire sky. He hoped to avoid the nine-headed dragon and successfully pass through the underground sea. Zhou Wen kept staring at the surface of the sea, but didn't discover the terrifying shadow. Suddenly, a blue light flashed on the screen, and the screen turned black. The blood-colored avatar died mysteriously. What was that? Zhou Wen frowned as he looked at his phone. He only knew that the item wasn't from the nine-headed dragon, but from the sapphire sky. Thankfully, we came on the strange vehicle. Otherwise, crossing the underground sea would have been extremely difficult. Just as Zhou Wen was about to restart the game, he heard Lu Yunxian, who was in charge of observing up front, shout, "Land ahoy!" Zhou Wen and Lu Ning stood up and saw that in the direction the strange vehicle was heading, a silver beach had indeed appeared. The sand there was whiter than any sand that Zhou Wen had seen before, like snow. The strange vehicle touched shore, and the wheels left 2 deep tracks on the beach as it continued forward. As soon as they crossed the sea, a white desert appeared in front of him. It was as white as snow. Zhou Wen originally imagined that the strange vehicle would continue on for a little while, at least an hour or two, just like how it was in the underground sea. However, just as Zhou Wen sat down and was about to take out his phone to continue challenging the instance dungeons, he heard Lu Yunxian's voice. "Young Master One, what do you think is that?" Zhou Wen, who hadn't even gotten comfortable, had no choice but to get up again. He looked deep into the desert and saw a flag-like object sticking out from the sand in the distance. The reason it only looked like a flag was that the flag shaft was bent. It looked like a snake that had not lifted its body up straight. There was a piece of animal hide hanging on the top, black and tattered. Its shape resembled enlarged pants, ones that hadn't been washed for centuries. Zhou Wen focused his gaze and vaguely saw a symbol on the thing that looked like a pair of pants. However, without Truth Listener, his vision was clearly inferior to Lu Yunxian's and Lu Ning's. Lu Ning's expression changed slightly as she said in a strange voice, "I think I've seen the symbol on the flag before when Lord Alcohol took me into that stone temple. What kind of symbol is it? Are you sure it's the same?" Zhou Wen asked. Lu Ning looked at it for a while longer, and when the vehicle got closer, she said, "There's no mistake about that. It's that symbol. It's a triangular anchor. There's also a long-haired woman's side profile drawn on it. As the symbol looks very weird, I took a few more glances back then. It left quite a deep impression on me." A ship anchor with a woman's side profile? Alarmed, Zhou Wen never expected to see it in such a place, having seen them before. "Yes, although I don't know who invented ship anchors or who the inventor is, according to history, it can't have appeared recently. There must be large ships built before an anchor is needed. In Zhuolu myth, there are no stories with huge shops. So to have an anchor appear there naturally left a deep impression on me," Lu Ning added. "Could it have been carved after someone went in?" Lu Yunxian pondered. "I had such thoughts too, but the pattern was specially engraved on a stone monument. Furthermore, the stone looked like it has been ravaged by thousands of years of history. It was rather indiscernible, so I doubt it was newly carved onto it. On second thought, it hasn't been a century since the dimensional storms happened. The Zhuolu battlefield only appeared in recent years, so who could have entered the stone monument so early? Besides, it has to share the same architectural style as the stone temple. Even the materials and dating have to be uniform. That's quite impossible," Lu Ning said. "It's really quite impossible." Zhou Wen nodded slightly, but his eyes remained fixed on the fluttering ragged pants. At that moment, he could tell that it was a piece of very tattered animal skin, but the anchor symbol was rather complete. Other than the difference in size, the anchor and the woman with the side profile were identical. What's the meaning of this woman anchor symbol? If this pattern existed in ancient times, then who's its owner?
The woman on the anchor? Zhou guessed inwardly, but he had no answers. The bent flag shaft was not a snake, but a black ancient vine that looked curled. What's that under the flag? Lu Yunxian said while staring at the bottom of the vine flag. Zhou could only see a blob of grayish-black shadows, as though it was someone sitting there with a cloak draped over him. When the strange vehicle got closer to the flag, Zhou realized that it wasn't a cloak. It was just a strange robe made of animal hide. It looked like a cloak due to the covering of the head. As for the creature in the beast hide robes, it was unknown what it was. All that was left were bones. The bones were crystalline and had a clear and flawless look. It formed a stark contrast to the crude hide. Creak! When they were less than 10 meters away from the flag, the strange vehicle screeched to a halt. The puppet turned around and turned its face at the skeleton in the animal hide. It bent its back slightly as if it was giving a bow. Why did it stop just like that? Zhou looked around in puzzlement. There was a white desert around him. He didn't see any stone temple, nor was there a fault cliff or blood threadworms. It didn't look like the place Lu Ning had mentioned. Lu Ning was also confused. The three of them waited for a while. When they realized that the vehicle had no intention of continuing and the puppet had stopped moving, they jumped out from the back of the vehicle. They approached the skeleton and looked at it and the vine flag. There were no words on the ragged vine flag. The only thing there was the anchor symbol. There was nothing special about it. This is the Zhuolu battlefield. Do you think this vine flag is the flag of a particular race during the war? Lu Yunxian asked. Lu Ning shook her head slightly. Although there are many different versions of the myth, some say that the Yellow Emperor race's totem is that of a bear or dragon. The Qiyu race was said to be insects, bulls, or birds. Regardless of the version of the myth you subscribe to, their totem shared something in common. They were basically living beings, nothing dead, much less an anchor. What you said makes sense. At that time, it should have been a period of nature worship. There shouldn't be any artificial totems like anchors. Lu Yunxian found his thoughts ridiculous. As they were studying the area, the skeleton, that was motionless like an inanimate object, suddenly stood up. It gave the three of them a fright as they quickly retreated to summon their companion beasts and warily stared at it. Chapter 292 Don't Speak. Are you willing to become my race's representative? My race will bestow you with supreme brilliance and eternal brilliance, turning you into an immortal existence. The skeleton held the vine flag in one hand and stood above the white sand. Although it was only a skeleton, its supercilious stance left one reeling. It was as though it had millions of formidable soldiers under its command, all capable of flattening the world once the order was given. Two white flames burned in the skeleton's eye sockets, resembling eyes, as they stared straight at Zhou, who was standing between Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning. Once the skeleton spoke, Zhou felt a sense of disgust and contempt rise up from his body. It was none other than the Sai of the king. Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning looked at Zhou and the skeleton in shock. They didn't know what was going on. Despite all their knowledge, they had no idea what a representative implied. However, the brilliance that ignited over the skeleton resembled a god's descent into the world. The ordinary flag burst into a blinding radiance. It was like a blinding sun. Young Master One, I once heard that the 6 heroes became heroes after obtaining the heritage of powerful creatures. Could it be that there are similar opportunities here? Lu Yunxian said to Zhou. Zhou knew that this place was likely the same as the Holy Temple in the Holy Land. It could inherit the bloodline powers of a race, but the Sai of the king didn't give him a good feeling, so he didn't plan on accepting the offer. What race are you from? Zhou wasn't in a rush to refuse, as he asked the skeleton. This rare chance of seeing the anchor symbol and learning that it belonged to some race made Zhou want to ask the skeleton which race the symbol belonged to. Your soul tells me that you're not willing to become my race's representative. What a pity. A pity. As the skeleton spoke, the light on its body and flag faded. The skeleton slowly sat back on the ground just like in the beginning. It leaned against the vine flag and lowered its head, returning to its lifeless state. Can you not be so straightforward? Can you at least answer a few of my questions? Zhou felt depressed. The answer was right in front of him, but he couldn't crack the mystery. He had the urge to agree to the skeleton to get the answer. Clang. 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 As the skeleton returned to its dead silence, the strange vehicle chugged on again. The puppet moved the crank, causing the strange vehicle to move again. Zhou and company hurriedly jumped onto the strange vehicle. They didn't know where they were, so they had to rely on the strange vehicle to find their way. Lu Yunxian worried that the strange vehicle would leave the ruins, but it didn't retreat. It continued to drive deeper into the desert. The desert wasn't as big as they imagined. In less than half an hour, it had already driven out of the desert and entered an endless mountain range. The underground mountains were not very tall. The highest was only a few hundred meters, its peak almost reaching the sapphire sky. As the strange vehicle entered the mountainous region, blood threadworms reappeared. Moreover, there were more than had previously been seen in the tunnel. There were patches of rock seemingly covered in black blood everywhere. In fact, they were crawling with blood threadworms. When the blood threadworms discovered them, they crawled over, but the puppet didn't even need to play the stone musical instrument to scare them from approaching any further. They gathered on both sides of the vehicle like spectators watching a motorcade, parting a path for the strange vehicle to pass. The terrain on the mountain became more and more complicated. The vehicle even drove into the belly of a mountain. With the changes in the strata, Zhou felt that the vehicle was still moving down. Lu Ning observed the cliffs and tidal like blood threadworms, and said with some hesitation, "I think I have some memory of this place. It's like I've been here before. However, I didn't pay too much attention to the situation down there since we were walking on the cliff up above, so I can't be certain." Just as she said that, Lu Ning's eyes lit up, and she pointed ahead. "No mistake about it. This is it. This is the Valley of the Fault before entering the temple. That stone pillar is the path to the stone temple. On the other side is the stone temple." Zhou and Lu Yunxian looked over and indeed saw a stone pillar on the cliff ahead. The stone pillar wasn't the same as the stone walls beside it. It was grayish-white and eye-catching. Its shape was angular, making it obvious that it had been carved. "If this strange vehicle doesn't stop when we pass by the stone pillar, should we get off? We have to make a choice now," Lu Yunxian said to Zhou and Lu Ning. "If we get off here, we can enter the temple directly. We can find the fault that adjutant fell into." Lu Ning obviously agreed to get out of the vehicle. Lu Yunxian looked at Zhou who said after some thought, "Finding Sheng is more important. Let's get off here." Since their original target was the fault inside the temple, they could get there directly from here. There was no need for them to continue riding the vehicle. Seeing both of them agree to alight, Lu Yunxian nodded slightly. When he reached the stone pillar, he used flames to open a path, burning the blood threadworms on a nearby mountain wall. Then, the three of them climbed up the pillar, and soon arrived at the top. Indeed, they saw a stone temple built against a mountain. It was like half a temple growing from the mountain wall. Zhou saw an anchor sculpture at the top of the temple. The woman with the side profile was carved on the front of the anchor. However, he didn't have the time to carefully examine the ship's anchor sculpture because, in front of the stone temple, Lord Alcohol and about a dozen people had summoned all sorts of companion beasts. They appeared to be preparing for battle, staring at something beyond the temple doors. As they didn't move or make any noise, Zhou and company hadn't noticed them until they arrived at the top. After Zhou and company charged up the stone pillar, Lord Alcohol and company immediately looked in their direction. Instantly, the atmosphere turned tense. Lu Ning stared at them and said coldly, "Lord Alcohol, you heartless bast *** road. You betrayed and plotted to harm Adjutant and despite all the benefits he gave you. Aren't you being too ruthless?" When Lu Ning said that, the expression of Lord Alcohol and company changed drastically as they gaped their mouths, as though they were saying something. However, Zhou wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. He couldn't hear anything. They kept opening and closing their mouths, and from the shapes of their mouths, it felt like they were repeating two words. "Don't speak." Zhou lip read and connected it to the anxious looks written all over the faces of Lord Alcohol and company. He immediately had an ominous feeling as he hurriedly pulled Lu Ning to stop her from speaking. Lu Ning also realized that something was not right. She had long shut her mouth and stopped talking, but she heard a loud rumbling coming from the temple, as if it was thunder. Chapter 293 Echo. The voice grew louder, as if lightning was approaching rapidly. Boom! When the sound came out of the stone temple, it was like a thunderclap exploding above everyone's heads. Zhou felt his ears buzz, as though his head was about to split open. His eyes, nose, ears, and mouth bled. He couldn't hear anything for a moment. The other people were in no better situation than Zhou. Some of them had already spewed out blood. Even their companion beasts were affected. Their expressions turned ghastly, as some of them were clearly injured. However, Lord Alcohol and company covered their ears and remained motionless. Zhou didn't dare move when he saw the situation. The sound was odd, but the thunderclap that happened above him nearly knocked him unconscious. Who knew what the consequences would be if he continued talking? Zhou thought of retreating to the other side of the stone pillar. If he did, he could shout and use that terrifying sound to easily finish off Lord Alcohol and the rest. Lord Alcohol kept staring at Zhou and company. Seeing the change in Zhou's eyes, he seemed to have guessed something. He opened his mouth and said something to Zhou, but he didn't make a sound. Zhou carefully tried to lip read and realized that he was saying, "Don't move. Airflow can also cause echoes. When that happens, all of us will die. If we could run, we'd have run." Zhou didn't know if what he said was true, but seeing how they had no intention to move,
He guessed it was true. They would probably have run if they could.
You can't stay here forever, right?
Zhou mouthed to Lord Alcohol.
Wait, in another hour, the echo will disappear,
Lord Alcohol said. Zhou heart stirred when he heard that. Since they Lord Alcohol and company didn't dare to move, they could still maintain peace. However, once the restriction on them disappeared, Zhou and company might not be their match. Although Zhou had the banana fan, Lord Alcohol, and the rest clearly weren't weaklings. Even a person like Sheng had been thrown down the fault. This group couldn't be underestimated. Especially a person like Lord Alcohol. He had experienced the dimensional storms before. He was even associated with people like Jing Daoxian and Zhang Daotian. He was definitely not as simple as a haggard old man. If I don't teach them a lesson now, the three of us will be at a disadvantage later, Zhou thought to himself. However, the three of them weren't immune to the damage from the echo. Finishing off Lord Alcohol, and the rest now was equivalent to dooming themselves. Unfortunately, Truth Listener is still in the midst of its evolution. Otherwise, it would probably have some effect on the echoes. Zhou thought of Truth Listener and looked at the chaos space. It was still in a stone egg form, the completion of its evolution unknown. Other than Truth Listener, is there no other way? Zhou racked his brains for a way to deal with the echo. Banana Fairy was definitely not up to the mark. She was an offensive type companion beast, so she didn't have good defense. Now that they were facing an invisible enemy, it was impossible counterattacking. Under such circumstances, Dr. Darkness was even more useless. Without an opponent, his ability could not be used. Ghost Bride might be of some use. As a ghost, she's probably not afraid of the sonar attack, Zhou thought. Although Ghost Bride wasn't afraid of the echo, it wasn't of much help to Zhou. She couldn't block the echo for them. Unless the echo is directional. Zhou carefully recalled the details of the echo blast. He felt that although they were relatively far from the stone temple, they didn't hold any advantage. The further they went, the louder the echo. They were no different from Lord Alcohol and the rest who were standing in front of the stone temple. While Zhou was contemplating the matter, he saw Lu Yunxian wink at him and mouth something to him. However, Zhou had been looking at Lord Alcohol and company, so he hadn't noticed before. Now that he noticed Lu Yunxian, he could tell from his mouth that he seemed to be saying,
I have a way to withstand the echoes. You can withstand the echoes?
Zhou also mouthed in response to Lu Yunxian. Unfortunately, Lu Yunxian didn't have the ability to read lips. He kept repeating his words. Zhou thought about it. Lu Yunxian was quite reliable, so it was unlikely he would lie. Zhou hesitated for a moment before attempting to walk towards Lu Yunxian. He was only 2 or 3 steps away when he immediately heard the rumbling of thunder in the stone temple. Boom! A thunderclap boomed, causing Lord Alcohol and company to bleed from their 7 orifices. Even the companion beasts were no exception. As for Zhou and company, they were fine. In front of them was a strange pet that looked like a headless pig. Its body was curvy and oval without a head or tail. It had 4 hooves growing on it. It looked very strange. However, such a silly-looking companion beast had actually used a strange energy fluctuation to withstand the terrifying sonar blast, preventing the trio from being hit by it. Zhou eyes immediately narrowed as he looked in the direction of Lord Alcohol. The latter wasn't in a good state to begin with, so when he saw what had happened, his face became even paler.
Young Master One, how about we make a deal?
Lord Alcohol mouthed the request.
What kind of deal?
Zhou indirectly asked, immediately causing thunder to rumble from the stone temple. It turned back into an echo that boomed above the stone temple. Boom! Boom! Some of the companion beasts dropped to the ground. The dozen or so people bled from their 7 orifices. The weaker ones had already collapsed to the ground. These sounds triggered even more echoes. Thunder rumbled outside the stone temple, as if an enraged thunder god kept attacking with echoes. There were already a few people on Lord Alcohol's side who were badly bleeding, who knew if they could survive this ordeal. Zhou situation wasn't looking good either. The echo's powers were too strong, and the strange companion beast was trembling. It didn't seem as if it could last much longer. Zhou eyes darted askew and saw that, instead of retreating, the old fellow chose to charge into the stone temple in spite of the thunderous booms.
Let's enter the stone temple.
Zhou's heart stirred as he made Lu Yunxian control the companion beast. Zhou had originally imagined that the sound would be even more terrifying when they were nearer the stone temple. However, he realized that the further away he was, the louder the sound was. Although the echo remained terrifying in the stone temple, it wasn't as terrifying as outside. Zhou sized up the stone hall, and saw that there were many crudely made stone objects inside. Lord Alcohol continued running for the back door of the stone temple. The echoes left him vomiting blood, but were unable to kill him. Chapter 294 Longevity Fruit.
Where did Sheng fall from?
Zhou asked Lu Ning.
The fault at the back of the temple,
Lu Ning replied. Zhou Wen hurriedly got Lu Yunxian to control his companion beast as the trio rushed into the back hall. If the front of the temple was considered a building, then the back of the temple was a huge cavern. 80% of it maintained its original appearance, with only a few places showing signs of artificial excavation. A stone drum stood on the left side of the cavern, emitting thumping sounds. The terrifying sonar waves came from it. However, now that Zhou Wen and company were close to the stone drum, they couldn't sense the powerful might of the echo. The power of the sonar wave was only equivalent to a legendary sonar wave attack. A huge rift spanning a few hundred meters covered the other side of the cave, and at the back was a strange fruit tree. The fruit tree was 20 to 30 meters tall, its crown resembling a large umbrella. The tree had dense leaves, and its body was black as ink. Only the leaves had a few fine white veins. Many fruits peppered the areas between the black leaves. However, looking carefully, one couldn't help but be alarmed. This was because the fruits looked like babies that were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. It exuded an indescribable horror. No matter how he looked at it, Zhou Wen found the strange tree resembled the dead man tree in his mysterious phone, but there were slight differences. Lord Alcohol had already run up to the tree. He leaped up to pick the infant-like fruit. Zhou Wen didn't know if it was an illusion, but he saw the fruit move by itself, taking the initiative to make contact with Lord Alcohol's palm. Soon, it was in his hand.
I originally planned on letting them give it a try, but now there's nothing I can do.
Lord Alcohol's red eyes stared at the strange fruit that resembled a jade doll, and swallowed it.
What's that fruit?
Zhou Wen asked Lu Ning. Lu Ning looked confused.
When we first entered, this was all there was at the back of the temple. There was no stone drum or fruit trees.
Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen pulled out his bamboo blade and cleaved at Lord Alcohol, who had just swallowed the fruit, with a demonic astral wheel. Since he had become an archenemy, he had to try with all his might to kill his enemy. Zhou Wen didn't know what changes would happen after Lord Alcohol swallowed the fruit. Although he wanted to know, he wasn't willing to wait for the outcome. Lu Ning and Lu Yunxian shared the same thoughts. Two forces of ice and fire joined Zhou Wen's demonic astral wheel in the assault on Lord Alcohol. After Lord Alcohol swallowed the fruit, he seemed to be in a daze. He stood there motionless with his head lowered and his body bent. He looked extremely strange. Just as the three forces were about to hit him, Lord Alcohol raised his head and spread open his arms. He leaned back and let out a painful roar. A terrifying power erupted from his body, as a powerful shockwave shattered Zhou Wen and company's attacks. This terrifying power wasn't directed at the three of them. Their expressions instantly turned nasty, as Zhou Wen summoned Banana Fairy. Banana Fairy opened her mouth and blew a gust of cold wind at the roaring Lord Alcohol. The cold wind blew Lord Alcohol away, slamming him into the stone wall at the back of the cave, creating a huge pit. Lord Alcohol's body leaned against the pit in the stone wall, his body twisted. Covered in frost, his eyes were closed. However, the ominous feeling in Zhou Wen's heart intensified. With the bamboo blade in hand, he used ghost steps to instantly appear in front of Lord Alcohol, delivering transcendent flying immortal right into Lord Alcohol's chest. At that moment, Lord Alcohol's hand suddenly moved. The veins on his hand protruded like tiny purple snakes wrapping around his arm. Furthermore, his arm was emitting a strange blood-colored glow. At such a close distance, Lord Alcohol held the bamboo blade that had stabbed at him like a bolt of lightning. It had failed to slice off his palm, but had managed to slice it open. Blood flowed out, but he seemed to feel nothing. Holding the blade, he opened his eyes, and slowly stood up from the pit. As he stood up, his body underwent a tremendous change. His fractured bones automatically healed, and his white hair turned black. His hunched and thin figure also gradually straightened up as he bulked up. His entire silhouette and overall bearing seemed to undergo a miraculous change. Lord Alcohol, who looked like an old man, had turned into a middle-aged man as he slowly stood up. There were no signs of aging on him at all. It was hard to imagine that the previous Lord Alcohol was the same person. Dr. Darkness silently crept behind him and stabbed him in the waist with his scalpel. Crack! Without even looking back, Lord Alcohol threw out his palm, sending Dr. Darkness and his life soul flying out. Dr. Darkness slammed into the mountain wall, his bones seemingly fractured. He fell to the ground with a twisted expression. It was unknown if he could survive.
Jing Daoxian didn't lie to me. The fruit of the longevity tree can really restore one's youth. It feels great being young.
Lord Alcohol wore a look of delight. In his glee, he exerted strength in his palm, throwing Zhou Wen and his saber flying. Zhou Wen switched to the God-Fiend Life Providence in midair, and used its power to counter the terrifying momentum that Lord Alcohol transferred into him. He landed safely on the ground, not suffering a tragic fate like Dr. Darkness.
What's that fruit? How did it make Lord Alcohol become so terrifying?
Lu Yunxian said as he looked at the young and powerful Lord Alcohol.
I don't know.
Zhou Wen's expression didn't look too good. The aura emanating from Lord Alcohol was terrifying. Zhou Wen could even faintly feel an invisible gas rising from his body, like an invisible devil. What made Zhou Wen most worried was that the current Lord Alcohol had already reached an unimaginable level. Even Banana Fairy couldn't kill him. The three of them probably didn't have the strength to resist him anymore. Lord Alcohol had transformed into a 20-year-old youth. His black hair was hanging down due to his nature-defying growth, and his muscles were filled with elasticity and strength. He had been a grizzled old man just moments ago.
Let's leave now.
Zhou Wen cried out to Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning before turning to run towards the front temple. Since they were no match for him, death was the only outcome. Lord Alcohol glanced coldly at them and reached out his hand to grab at them. Zhou Wen and company immediately felt an irresistible suction force pulling them towards him. Chapter 295 Devil. Zhou Wen held the banana fan and sent out a gust of grinding wind. Crack! Lord Alcohol's body was blown away once again, and he slammed into the wall. However, he stood up even faster this time, and he recovered from his injuries more quickly. He stared at the banana fan in Zhou Wen's hand with a sharp gaze.
An epic companion beast can't have such potent wind elemental powers. That's a mythical companion beast. Which race do you represent? So you're also a representative?
Zhou Wen asked.
I'm not a lackey. I'm myself. I'm a lord no matter where I go, not anyone's dog. It doesn't matter which race you represent. You'll all die today,
Lord Alcohol said as he stared coldly at Zhou Wen. With that said, Lord Alcohol's majestic figure took a step forward and arrived in front of Zhou Wen. He grabbed his head. Zhou Wen's body phased away as he spread his wings behind him. His figure flashed like a shadow as he dodged Lord Alcohol's grasp. Boom! The force exerted by Lord Alcohol's fingers left 5 finger marks that were more than a meter long on the mountain wall over 100 meters away. It alarmed Zhou Wen. Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning attacked at the same time. 2 completely different forces, one ice and one fire, attacked Lord Alcohol's back. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yunxian's flaming tiger and Lu Ning's ice snake's power shattered. The 2 of them were sent flying as they spat out blood and fell into the distance. Their outcomes unknown. Zhou Wen sighed inwardly. Indeed, I should just stay at home and play games. Why did I have to risk my life? But there are some things that I have to do. Zhou Wen tightened his grip on the banana fan as Lord Alcohol walked towards him. The only thing that could restrain Lord Alcohol was this banana fan, but the grinding wind consumed too much primordial energy, preventing him from constantly using it. It was a huge weakness. If Zhou Wen took a step further and advanced to the epic stage, he might still be able to use his life soul to resolve the problem of his primordial energy consumption, but he didn't have a good solution at the moment.
Lord Alcohol, it looks like I won't be able to escape death today. Before I die, can you tell me what those fruits are? Why do they have the mystical powers of rejuvenation?
Zhou Wen wanted to stall for time. Lord Alcohol was clearly very excited. He had finally gotten what he wanted after so many years. At that moment, he had a lot of glee and emotions that he wanted to vent.
This is a longevity fruit. Its effect isn't as simple as rejuvenation, turning one young again. In the words used in ancient times, consuming this fruit can allow one to ascend and transform.
Lord Alcohol's face was filled with excitement.
I heard you say that Jing Daoxian told you about the longevity tree?
Zhou Wen asked.
That's right. Jing Daoxian, Zhang Daotian, and I were playmates who grew up together. However, I wasn't as blessed as Zhang Daotian or as talented as Jing Daoxian. Neither was my luck comparable to theirs. Thankfully, I've had a relatively good life and managed to live to old age. I met Jing Daoxian a few months ago. Jing Daoxian had white hair and looked older than the past you. If the longevity fruit was really that good without any side effects, why didn't he pluck one and eat it himself, so as to restore his youth?
Zhou Wen asked.
I'd naturally thought of this question. I wanted those fellows to test it out, but unfortunately, you ruined my plans. But now, it looks like Jing Daoxian didn't lie to me. He probably feels that it's beneath him to use the longevity fruit. Lord Alcohol, isn't what you just said a little too naive? You've lived to this age. Just think about it. Who wouldn't want to stay youthful forever?
Zhou Wen retorted. However, Lord Alcohol sneered.
It's naturally impossible for anyone else, but Jing Daoxian is different. He's a natural devil. Common sense doesn't apply to him. Things that people spend their whole lives pursuing is nothing to him. If he puts his mind to it, he can obtain anything.
Seeing how Lord Alcohol seemed to think highly of Jing Daoxian, Zhou Wen deliberately retorted.
No matter how powerful Jing Daoxian is, didn't he still lose to the hero king Zhang Daotian? Isn't the claim that he can obtain anything a little too devoid of reality? Lord Alcohol immediately revealed a look of disdain. Zhang Daotian may be a stunning genius, but he's still much worse than Jing Daoxian. Everyone thinks that Zhang Daotian defeated Jing Daoxian, but unbeknownst to them, the only time Zhang Daotian beat Jing Daoxian was in his marriage to Wan Ichi. What do you mean? Zhou Wen was somewhat curious, and not purely because he was just trying to stall for time. Back then, Jing Daoxian and Zhang Daotian fell in love with Wan Ichi, but because Jing Daoxian was extremely tyrannical and malicious as he acted according to his whims, he gradually gained the title of a devil. As for Zhang Daotian, he became the hero king. It's also why Wan Ichi eventually chose Zhang Daotian, who represented justice and kindness. What a pity that she never expected. At this point, Lord Alcohol sneered. What didn't she expect? Zhou Wen pressed. She never expected that she herself was the stumbling block of justice. Lord Alcohol mocked. On the second day, after Wan Ichi and Zhang Daotian got engaged, Wan Ichi advanced to the epic stage and obtained her life soul. Guess what its name was? What was it? Zhou Wen knew that Lord Alcohol just wanted someone to respond to his words. Haha, her life soul was actually the Culling Empress. If Wan Ichi wanted to live, she had to kill someone every day to rear Culling Empress. Otherwise, Culling Empress would turn itself against her. And as time went by, Culling Empress would become stronger, forcing her to take more lives. Hence, she passively became the most evil devil in the world. Regardless of her willingness, she had become a stumbling block of justice, becoming the person she hated the most. Couldn't killing dimensional creatures work? Zhou Wen asked curiously. No, she could only kill humans. That was what the Culling Empress demanded. Wan Ichi told Zhang Daotian about her life soul, imagining that he could help her. Unfortunately, no one can change their life souls. Wan Ichi still committed murder under the influence of Culling Empress, and Zhang Daotian chose to let her be punished by the League's laws. There's such a thing? Why haven't I heard of it before? Zhou Wen was puzzled. You obviously won't read about it in the history books. When Wan Ichi was about to be sentenced to death, Jing Daoxian stormed the League building and slaughtered almost everyone, producing a river of blood. Only a few survived. By the time Zhang Daotian arrived, he saw corpses everywhere, while Wan Ichi stood there completely unharmed. On the snow-white wall behind her were words written in blood. The League shall live with her alive. The League shall perish with her dead. Chapter 296 Begging for Mercy. For the sake of pride, the League could only say that Zhang Daotian had sent Jing Daoxian scurrying. In fact, it wasn't too far from the truth. In that battle, Jing Daoxian really suffered severe injuries. It would be hard to say who would have won if they had fought. Since then, the League has been trying all means to have Jing Daoxian killed. They tried all kinds of despicable means, but even so, they failed to kill him. Lord Alcohol said. Why didn't Jing Daoxian take Wan Ichi away? Why did he leave her there? Zhou Wen asked curiously. I don't know what others would choose, but with Jing Daoxian's pride, he definitely wouldn't take her away no matter what happened since she hadn't chosen him in the past. What a strange person. Did Zhang Daotian kill Wan Ichi in the end? Zhou Wen had already forgotten that he was stalling for time. He couldn't help but ask again after being completely attracted by the story. Who would dare to kill Wan Ichi if Jing Daoxian was alive? Back then, Jing Daoxian really had the ability to slaughter Congress. Lord Alcohol shot Zhou Wen a look and said, Don't ask me how Wan Ichi survived. I have no idea either. There are so many people in the League, so there's always a way to deal with the problem regarding Wan Ichi's life soul. But ever since then, Wan Ichi has never appeared in public. Alright, now that the story is over, you should be on your way. Life is seeping away from you, but you are still able to listen to the stories of others with such relish. You're an interesting person. If you weren't a representative, I could have spared your life. Pity, Lord Alcohol said as he walked towards Zhou Wen. Would you believe me if I said I'm not a representative? Zhou Wen asked. How can one have a mythical companion beast without being a representative? Lord Alcohol said disdainfully as he curled his lips. Zhou Wen naturally knew what his situation was, but he couldn't think of a good solution. In front of the disparity in strength, it was difficult for him to think of a plan to defy the heavens and change fate. The only more reliable method was probably to pluck a fruit from the tree, like Lord Alcohol, and eat it. Perhaps he could become as strong as him. However, Zhou Wen felt that there was something sinister about the longevity fruit. He hadn't eaten it, afraid that there would be side effects. Besides, even if Zhou Wen wanted to eat it, Lord Alcohol wasn't blind. How could he give him such a chance? I can only give it a try. Zhou Wen tightened his grip on the bamboo blade, and with demonic astral wheel, he slashed at Lord Alcohol once again. Lord Alcohol's fingers pressed on the demonic astral wheel. The spinning blade arc was stopped by his fingers,
and with a loud bang, it dissipated into light wisps. Banana Fairy blew a gust of grinding wind, and almost simultaneously, Zhou used ghost steps, and seemingly teleported to the longevity tree. Bam! Lord Alcohol suddenly vanished, avoiding the grinding wind as well as sending a palm strike down at Zhou. He was actually able to keep up with the speed of ghost steps. Zhou used the Dragon Gate Fairy skill, and God Fiend Life Providence's powers, to reduce the force, but it remained too powerful. He slammed into the mountain wall and cracked it, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. What a waste. This amount of blood is enough for me to play several rounds of games. Zhou knew he had no choice but to risk his life. He gripped his bamboo blade tightly, and activated the Sai of the King. The saber beam streaked across the void like lightning. Saber flashes intercrossed on Lord Alcohol's body, and augmented by the mighty power of the Sai of the King, Zhou pushed the transcendent flying immortal to its limits. However, all he heard was the sound of metal clashing. Lord Alcohol blocked all his transcendent flying immortal attacks with his finger acting as a sword. Zhou failed to injure Lord Alcohol, despite delivering transcendent flying immortal. He gritted his teeth and made a second attempt with transcendent flying immortal, but halfway through, he was struck in the chest by a sword beam which sent him flying backward. After crashing to the ground, Zhou struggled to sit up. The wound on his chest continued to bleed. If it wasn't for the fact that he had dodged 2 centimeters at the critical moment, the sword beam would have pierced through his heart. You're really not bad. Back when Jing Daoxian was your age, he wasn't as powerful as you. However, the better you are, the more reason there is for you to die. Lord Alcohol said, as he raised his palm again, as though he was about to execute Zhou. Zhou gritted his teeth, and took out something from the chaos space. It was the small metal box with Wang Mingyuan's note on it. Although he had no idea if it would be effective against a terrifying existence, like Lord Alcohol, he had to try given the circumstances. Teacher, please bless me. Seeing that Lord Alcohol was about to reach him, Zhou took out the slip of paper, and opened it. He aimed the words, "Kneel and beg for mercy," at Lord Alcohol. Lord Alcohol's body swayed for a moment, as his knees bent slightly. However, before Zhou could rejoice, Lord Alcohol straightened his legs again. He didn't kneel down. It's over. Even teacher's item doesn't work. Zhou's heart chilled. He knew that he was doomed this time. Just those few words can suppress the power of a peak epic. Who wrote this? Zhang Daotian? No, his words aren't like that. Besides him, who else in the league possesses such power? Lord Alcohol looked at the words, and couldn't help but sneer. Regardless of who you aren't qualified to use those words on me. Lord Alcohol is forever a lord. As he spoke, he struck his palm out, sending Zhou and the paper flying. Bam! Only. Zhou slammed into the stone wall once again, creating a huge pit. Many of the bones in his body fractured, and his organs were burning with pain. Now, he and Lord Alcohol had swapped spots. The piece of white paper didn't tear, as it floated to Zhou inside. From the looks of it, there's really no hope this time. Zhou looked at the words on the piece of paper, but he realized that there were another few more words on the piece of paper. These words were much smaller than the original words, but no matter how small they were, it was impossible that he had only seen them now. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air. Besides the small font, they were still in Wang Mingyuan's handwriting. The writing style wasn't something others could mimic. My dear disciple, kneel and beg for mercy. Zhou read the first 3 words together, with the original words, and his expression changed. Teacher, are you kidding me? What's the point of me kneeling down and begging for mercy now? People like Lord Alcohol won't let me off just because I beg for mercy, right? Zhou thought this, but he felt that the reason for Wang Mingyuan's suggestion went deeper. It was impossible for him to make him do something for no reason. Seeing that Lord Alcohol was approaching again, Zhou gritted his teeth and prepared to try out Wang Mingyuan's method to see if it would help him survive. Zhou forced himself to stand up, and as he prepared to genuflect, said, "Spare me." Chapter 297 Rescued. Just as Zhou's legs bent, he suddenly felt a violent rage erupt from his body like a volcano. Following that, a terrifying power erupted, instantly making Zhou's legs straighten. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Lord Alcohol was about to say something in a mocking tone when his expression abruptly changed. All his strength erupted as he slammed his palms forward. Boom! Zhou's body flew into the air, and he remained suspended in midair. His hair stood up as his entire body emitted a demonic and tyrannical halo. When the halo blasted out, Lord Alcohol used both his hands to defend, but his powerful strength from the longevity tree was instantly destroyed. His body flew away like a runaway kite. Seeing Lord Alcohol collapse to the ground and struggling to get up, Zhou wore a look of disbelief. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. Holy sh*t,
The Sai of the King doesn't need my body as a medium for activation? Zhou Wen finally reacted. The eruption of the Sai of the King's power didn't pass through his body, but directly blasted out. When Zhou Wen first used the Sai of the King, he felt as though he was holding a heavy saber and needed to swing it with all his strength. However, when the Sai of the King erupted this time, it was as though he was using a revolver. Pulling the trigger was enough to release the might. He didn't need to use his own strength or have his body withstand that formidable force. Impossible. Such strength already doesn't belong to the epic stage. Lord Alcohol struggled to stand up as he glared at Zhou Wen intently, as though he was looking at a monster. However, his current situation wasn't much better than Zhou Wen's. He was staggering as he walked, and he didn't have the ability to fight anymore. Zhou Wen was severely injured, and with the damage to his body caused by the Sai of the King, he couldn't even stand up. Fortunately, I have Banana Fairy. Zhou Wen ordered Banana Fairy to attack Lord Alcohol, and she immediately flew towards him. Lord Alcohol's expression changed slightly, as he forcefully gathered his strength and charged towards the longevity tree. He wanted to climb up the tree and pluck another longevity fruit. However, just as he touched the longevity tree, he saw tree roots that were like poisonous dragons rising from the tree and wrapping around his body. The tip of the tree's roots stabbed into his body, sucking him dry in an instant. Save! Lord Alcohol widened his eyes in horror as he extended his hand with great difficulty. He wanted to cry for help, but just as he said the first syllable, he was pulled down into the ground by the roots and disappeared. Zhou Wen felt a chill run down his back, and he was even more certain that the longevity tree wasn't a benevolent entity. After a while, Zhou Wen saw a white flower bloom on the tree. The flower bloomed quickly, and wilted equally quickly. It formed a fruit that resembled a baby that sat cross-legged. It emitted a refreshing and charming fragrance. Zhou Wen stared at the fruit in a daze. For some reason, he felt disgusted and nauseous. As the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra kept healing Zhou Wen's injured body, he summoned an ordinary Golden Warrior, and made the Golden Warrior carry him to Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning to check on their injuries. Although they had suffered quite serious injuries, they weren't dead. They were just unconscious. However, they didn't have the ability to heal themselves. With such severe injuries, it would be very difficult for them to survive if they were not treated quickly. They could die at any moment. Dr. Darkness's injuries are also very serious. Furthermore, even if he isn't injured, that fellow can only use fight poison with poison. He doesn't know how to rescue people with medical skills. Zhou Wen couldn't think of a way to rescue them. Just as he sighed, he heard rustling sounds coming from the direction of the tree. Zhou Wen immediately cursed under his breath, knowing that something wasn't right. He turned his head, and saw tree roots drilling out like strange snakes. They began sweeping towards him. Zhou Wen hurriedly summoned the demonized general and the Saber Shield Knight, letting each of them carry Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning to run to the front of the temple. Zhou Wen himself sat on the white shadow of Poison's back and allowed it to fly him out. However, before they could run out, the tree roots had climbed up to the exit of the temple at the back. They were like interweaving spider webs that sealed the exit. I'm doomed. I wonder if kneeling down is of any use now. Zhou Wen knew that the situation was bad. Seeing the roots sweep over, he could only grit his teeth and rush towards the fault. There was a patch of dark red below the fault. There were blood threadworms everywhere, but Zhou Wen didn't have a choice. He jumped down, along with Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning. Reaching the fault, the tree root became apprehensive and stopped chasing after them. After Zhou Wen and company landed, he had to rely on his companion beasts to kill the hordes of blood threadworms. However, there were too many of them. The three of them weren't combat ready as two of them were still unconscious. A few blood threadworms had already crawled onto Lu Yunxian's and Lu Ning's bodies. Clang! 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 Just as Zhou Wen started to feel helpless, he heard a familiar sound. The strange vehicle. It came all the way here. Zhou Wen was delighted as he hurriedly controlled his companion beasts to fight the blood threadworms. As long as he lasted until the strange vehicle arrived, the three of them would be saved. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the strange vehicle drove out of a cave. Zhou Wen looked at it, and was surprised to find that there was another person on it. Young Master One, why are you here? Didn't I ask Lu Yunxian to look after you and forbid you from entering the ancient battlefield? The person on the vehicle surprisingly was in Sheng. Let's not talk about this for now. Get Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning into the vehicle first. They're about to die. Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to answer in Sheng's question. And Sheng jumped out of the strange vehicle, and Zhou Wen saw that his clothes were neat, and his hair wasn't messy at all. It was obviously not as tragic as Lu Ning imagined. And Sheng carried Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning into the vehicle while Zhou Wen jumped in. He sat in the vehicle, panting. Didn't I tell you not to enter? Why are you here? And Sheng said,
as he looked at Zhou with a reproachful look.
Do you think I wanted to come? If it wasn't because of that darn stone artifact I needed to pass to you, I wouldn't have come to such a wretched place.
Zhou recounted the situation. After Sheng heard that, he said in surprise,
The stone artifact is actually on you. Well done. Give it to me. Without it, I won't be able to open the ancient divine temple to save Madam. Well, the stone artifact is with me, but there's just this tiny problem,
Zhou said with a light cough.
Don't tell me you lost the stone artifact?
And Sheng asked Zhou. Chapter 298 Dragon Pearl.
It's not that I lost it, but one of my companion beasts has eaten it. It has now transformed into a stone egg and is evolving.
Zhou took out Truth Listener's stone egg.
I wonder if this can be used as a substitute. I don't know. Let's give it a try.
And Sheng wasn't sure either. After some thought, he said,
Give me the stone egg and take this chariot out. It will take you all the way out of the ruins without bringing much danger. The injuries on Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning need treatment. There aren't any healing companion beasts here. Were you the one who sent Lu Ning out?
Zhou handed the stone egg to Sheng as he asked.
The blood threadworms in her body weren't easy to deal with, so I had no choice but to send her out first.
And Sheng said as he took the stone egg.
What's going on with you, Lord Alcohol and the others?
Zhou didn't believe that Sheng would be so careless as to bring a group of people with ulterior motives.
Let's just say that we were making use of each other. Lord Alcohol had his ploy, and I also needed someone to attract the attention of the longevity tree in the longevity hall.
And Sheng carefully put away the stone egg.
Have Sislon and the former principal been found? Are they all right?
Zhou asked the question he wanted to know the most.
They should be inside the temple. However, with the stone artifact missing, the temple couldn't be opened. If there are no mishaps, I should be able to rescue them.
Head back now.
Let's talk when I'm back.
And Sheng said as he jumped out of the strange vehicle, heading towards the cave where the strange vehicle had come from. In a blink of an eye, he vanished. Zhou heaved a sigh of relief and leaned against the back of the chariot's hold. He felt his body aching terribly. If I knew I could meet Sheng by riding the chariot all the way to the temple, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. I almost died. Zhou looked at Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning. They were in terrible conditions, and he had no idea if they could survive the journey back to the encampment. On the chariot's return trip, the route it took was identical to the previous one. After passing through the desert and sea, the chariot drove out of the ruins' underground tunnel. Zhou took Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning back to the camp. Zhao Xian treated their wounds and managed to keep them alive. The blood threadworms that had entered their bodies were not fatal, but he was unable to rid the blood threadworms for them as Dr. Darkness was seriously injured. Zhou injuries were also very serious, but the energies of the Ivy Companion beast were limited. He got Zhao Xian to take care of Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning first, while he slowly recovered using the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra. He laid in bed and grinded the Batcave Instance dungeon once again. Although the Batcave's drop rate wasn't high, it had many bats, allowing for quite a number of items to drop. However, none of them were good. When can I have a baby tiger drop? If I take it to the Batcave, I'll definitely enjoy a much bigger harvest. Zhou didn't manage to obtain a baby tiger the entire time, so he was extremely unhappy. When he arrived at the underground sea again, Zhou carefully looked at the sapphire sky, but didn't discover anything inside. Why isn't there the chariot in game? With no way to travel by air, Zhou had no choice but to travel over the surface of the sea. He flew one white shadow of poison at low altitudes, not daring to fly too high. After flying for a short while, the seawater sprayed out as an obsidian, like sea dragon tore out from the sea's surface. It opened its mouth in a bid to swallow Zhou and white shadow of poison. Its mouth seemed to be a black hole with a terrifying suction force, sucking the white shadow of poison. It had no ability to resist at all, and couldn't even escape. Zhou hurriedly got white shadow of poison to use its shadow of darkness skill. It was effective, turning both itself and the blood-colored avatar into a shadow. Then, sneaking away, they escaped the dragon's jaws. But very quickly, a few heads of the black dragon popped out from different directions and sucked at white shadow of poison. Zhou's heart was unperturbed as he controlled the blood-colored avatar to jump down from white shadow of poison's back using ghost steps as he plunged into the sea. The dragon heads bit white shadow of poison, practically dooming it. After the blood-colored avatar jumped into the sea, Zhou controlled him to rapidly dive down as he looked at the body of the sea dragons. Zhou had previously seen them twice and realized that their bodies were connected together under the sea. Now that there was a chance, he naturally had to take a closer look. He was astonished to discover that it wasn't a 9-headed dragon. The 9 black dragons' bodies beneath the sea were actually chained together. Black chains pierced through their spines, connecting their bodies to a black war wagon. The war wagon looked like it was made of metal, and was completely sealed with 4 walls with a ceiling. It was impossible to see what was inside. When the 9 black dragons moved, they would pull the huge metal war wagon slowly. Therefore, the speed of these black dragons was greatly restricted. Otherwise, they would have traveled even faster. Who has the right to sit on a war wagon pulled by the 9 black dragons? Zhou didn't know if there were any creatures inside the war wagon. If there were, it would be extremely terrifying. However, looking at the war wagon, it seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Seaweed wrapped around it, with seashells and coral taking root on the war wagon, making it look very strange. Wait. What's that? Zhou gaze landed on the corals on the war wagon, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Among the coral, there was an obsidian-like pearl wrapped in seaweed. Zhou suspected that the pearl was a dragon pearl, as spoken in legend. It could also be an egg of a dragon. If I can get that dragon pearl, I wonder if I can borrow its power to raise my last stat to 21 points. Just as Zhou thought of this, the game screen turned black. A black dragon had devoured the blood-colored avatar, ending Zhou game. However, Zhou wasn't depressed. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. He seemed to see the hope at advancing to the epic stage. The black dragons were very likely mythical creatures, and the dragon pearl in the corals might be their descendant. Consuming one would likely be a good substitute for the divine blood. More importantly, the 9 black dragons were chained and connected to the black war wagon. The war wagon's weight greatly affected the 9 black dragons' mobility. This gave Zhou a chance to steal the dragon pearl, or he wouldn't survive in front of these mythical creatures. How can I obtain that dragon pearl? Zhou kept the question on his mind. Although he found it promising, Zhou failed to approach the war wagon the next few times he tried before being devoured by the black dragons. From the looks of it, I have to come up with a detailed plan. I wonder if kneeling will be of any use. Zhou thought to himself. Chapter 299 Missing. Zhou didn't know if kneeling down was of any use in real life, but it proved useless in game. Don't ask Zhou how he knew. It would only bring him to tears. After a few days of grinding in the camp, he had failed to obtain the dragon pearl. He did manage to kill plenty of poisonous bats, and he managed to raise his poison stat to 15. A few poisonous bat companion eggs dropped, but their stats were far inferior to the white shadow of poison. They were all fed to his pets as food. On the 4th day, Sheng brought Ouyang Lan and a few others back. Zhou had an ominous feeling when he saw that the former principal wasn't among them. Sis Lan. Zhou went forward to ask about the former principal. Ouyang Lan looked a little tired as she forced a smile and said, Little one, Sheng told me of the tremendous help you provided him. However, don't take such risks again. This is beyond your abilities. Luck won't stand on your side forever. Got it, Sis Lan. Where's the former principal? Zhou hurriedly asked. Ouyang Lan's expression fell. I couldn't find him. We found some things that belonged to my father and the other experts in the temple, but we couldn't find any traces of them. Upon hearing that the former principal hadn't been found, Zhou's mood improved. Ironically, not finding them meant that there was still hope. Hence Zhou asked, Could they be trapped somewhere else? I don't think so. It's easy to enter the temple, but it's hard to get out. The people inside can't come out without someone opening it from the outside. My dad and the rest have clearly ventured deep inside the temple. It's unlikely they can come out without any rescue, Ouyang Lan said as she shook her head. Zhou was stunned when he heard that. He was about to ask something when Sheng said, Madam didn't manage to rest while inside. Let her rest. Zhou had no choice but to swallow the words he was about to say. He planned on asking Sheng later. Everyone returned to the encampment. Without waiting for Zhou to visit him, Sheng went to Zhou's tent and explained the situation inside. Ouyang Lan and Sheng had followed the markings left by the former principal and found the temple. They did not find any markings left behind by the former principal elsewhere. They could confirm that he had been inside the temple, but they could not find him, despite searching the entire area for him. The former principal's last marking was on an altar. It meant that something had happened after they arrived. However, it was already the inner sanctum of the temple, and there was no other way out, nor did they find any mechanism that made people disappear. The former principal and the others appeared to have disappeared into thin air. After Zhou heard that, he frowned and didn't say a word. There must be a problem with the temple, but it wouldn't be of any use even if he were to go, considering how Sheng and Ouyang Lan had failed to find any clues, despite being such knowledgeable people. Don't worry, we've already explored a portion of the battlefield ruins interior. With the chariot, it's safe when heading to the temple. We'll get professionals to investigate and seek out every possibility. Sheng paused and added, But based on the present circumstances,
trying to find old Mr. Ouyang won't take a day or two. Madam wants you to return to school and stop wasting time here. Alright, I'll head back. But before I leave, can you take me to the temple? I want to take a look too.
Although he knew that there was no point in going, Zhou Wen refused to give up unless he managed to see it with his own eyes. And Sheng seemed to have guessed that Zhou Wen would have such a request, so he nodded in agreement. The route to the temple was indeed very safe. The chariot was a direct route to the temple, and it would automatically stop when it reached it. It would only be sent to the entrance if someone activated it. And Sheng led Zhou Wen into the temple. Since he had already figured out the dangers inside, Zhou Wen didn't sense any danger when Sheng took him in, until he arrived at the innermost sanctum of the temple. And Sheng showed him the former principal's markings. Zhou Wen looked around the temple for a long time, but didn't find any clues. Although he couldn't accept this result, Zhou Wen had no choice but to return. There was no point in staying there. He could use his phone to continue exploring the temple when he returned. Perhaps he could find some clues. However, the chariot didn't exist in the game, so if Zhou Wen wanted to reach the temple, he had to pass through the underground sea first. This was also a problem. Zhou Wen guessed that the chariot in-game was most likely parked in front of the temple. As no one had activated it, it didn't appear at the entrance. It was obvious that the chariot's purpose was to send people out, and not bring them in. And Sheng sent someone to take Zhou Wen back to Luoyang. After Zhou Wen returned to school, he felt a sense of familiarity. He hadn't left for many days, but he felt uncomfortable. Perhaps the great contrast between the safe days at school and the dangerous days in the Zhuolu battlefield had gotten to him. The most pressing matter at hand is to quickly advance to the epic stage. Otherwise, if something were to happen, it would be difficult to handle it with my lack of strength. Zhou Wen thought about how he could obtain the Dragon Pearl. Aerial movement techniques like Dragon Gate Fairy skill were less effective underwater. The water resistance also weakened Go's steps. Therefore, the fact that the Dragon Pearl was underwater left Zhou Wen vexed. Unable to think of a good solution, Zhou Wen went to Wang Mingyuan's place. Since he knew that Wang Mingyuan loved drinking tea, he even got Sheng to buy him some high-quality tea that he obviously paid for himself.
Teacher, this piece of paper was a lifesaver. But I tried it again, and it doesn't work anymore. Why is that so?
Zhou Wen took out the paper slip and respectfully returned it to Wang Mingyuan. He later tested it a few more times and discovered that ever since the slip of paper had been used on Lord Alcohol, it had no effect on other dimensional creatures. It was just like an ordinary piece of paper.
Have you ever seen a bowl of rice that can't be finished no matter what?
Wang Mingyuan asked with a smile as he took back the note. Zhou Wen immediately understood that the power on the note had been exhausted.
Teacher, how did you know that my life providence would react if I knelt down to beg for mercy?
Zhou Wen voiced out his doubts again. He had never told Wang Mingyuan what his life providence was. Wang Mingyuan smiled and said,
My research includes the reading of people, and you can say I have some success in it. Therefore, I was able to figure out something about your life providence. There's some pride in your life providence, something I've never seen before. I knew it was extraordinary, and it wouldn't tolerate such humiliation, so it might have been of some use. That's why I got you to test it out to see if it worked. From the looks of it, it really did. Test it out.
Zhou Wen was instantly rendered speechless.
Then can I still use this move in the future?
Zhou Wen hurriedly asked. Since this move was so useful, and there was no real need for him to kneel, it was a waste not to use it.
Have you ever heard of the saying that one would rather die than be humiliated? A single instance might make your life providence erupt due to anger, but I'm afraid a repeat of that will cause that anger to be vented on you. I'm not sure if you can withstand that. If it's possible, you can test it out.
Wang Mingyuan said with a smile. Zhou Wen couldn't help but shudder when he thought of Lord Alcohol's outcome. He quickly replied in all seriousness.
A man should have dignity and not kneel. I've never considered it, and was just asking.
Chapter 300 Poison WYRM. Zhou Wen took back the antelope and chick that he had entrusted with Wang Lu. It wasn't good to trouble Wang Lu, and this debt had to be returned. It would be even more troublesome when the time came. The chick had clearly gained a lot of weight from eating. Although it looked like it had grown up a little, Zhou Wen felt that it had merely gained weight, not because it had grown up. The antelope was still as lifeless as ever. It slept lazily on the sofa all day. Apart from its interest in food, it didn't move much. After consulting Wang Mingyuan, Zhou Wen learned that the campus had a dimensional zone known as Poison WYRM Pool, which had a type of epic creature known as Poison WYRM. The Poison WYRM had an opportunity to drop a primordial energy skill known as Dragon Transformation Art. It was a movement technique that allowed movement in water, greatly enhancing one's speed while in water. Zhou Wen's current goal was the Dragon Transformation Art, but the Poison WYRM occasionally appeared in Poison WYRM Pool. Once one was discovered, it would be finished by the military quickly. And the Poison WYRM Pool Dimensional Zone was under the military's jurisdiction. Students who wanted to enter had to request permission from the military. Even if Zhou had a phone that could download Instance Dungeons, he had to enter the Dimensional Zone and find the tiny palm symbol. It was definitely possible to gain permission through Insheng, but going through him was equivalent to using the Yin family. Zhou didn't want to do that. Therefore, Zhou called Li Xian to see if he had any means to obtain an entry pass. Li Xian didn't know much about such matters, but said that he would ask around using his connections. If he could get it, he could give Zhou a price to see if he found it acceptable. Finally, Zhou spent 30,000 for the pass. It was a one-time pass, and he couldn't stay inside for more than 48 hours.
Old Zhou, why are you going to the underground pool city? Although there are many rare dimensional creatures there, they are all epic creatures. It'll be difficult to kill them now, and it's unsafe. Typically only tutors will request permission to enter when they need some special companion beast.
Li Xian said, as he handed the entry pass to Zhou.
I wish to pay Poison WYRM Pool a visit. I heard that there's a Poison WYRM there that drops an underwater movement technique. I'm very interested in that,
Zhou said. When Li Xian heard that, he immediately waved his hands.
When you mentioned the entry pass, I investigated the situation inside. The Poison WYRM you just mentioned isn't something that legendaries can kill. And even if it can be done, you have no chance of that happening. Legend has it that snakes evolve into WYRMs over 1,000 years, and a WYRM evolves into a dragon after 1,000 years. Although a Poison WYRM hasn't evolved into a dragon, they are top-notch existences at the epic stage. Furthermore, they are covered in poison. Even the Poison WYRM pool's water is lethally poisonous. The typical epic can't even enter the Poison WYRM pool, much less kill a Poison WYRM. Let alone us. I'm just going to take a look. If it works, so be it. It doesn't matter if it doesn't. I'll just treat it as broadening my horizons.
After sending Li Xian off, Zhou took his pass and headed to the underground pool city. When the soldiers guarding the underground pool city saw that Zhou was about to enter, they kindly reminded him.
Student, although there aren't many dimensional creatures in Pool City, they are all at the epic stage and have unique traits. Unless necessary, it's best you don't enter. Thank you for the warning. I'm heading in to take a look and won't venture far.
Zhou thanked him. After handing over the pass, Zhou passed the checkpoint and arrived in front of the underground Pool City. Pool City was submerged by water everywhere, but it wasn't deep. The deepest part measured about a meter. There were many plants growing in the water, especially reeds that looked like forests. From afar, one could see an underground ancient city. The city walls were already modeled as if they had experienced the merciless destruction of time. Zhou heard that there were many water monsters in Pool City. Other than the Poison WYRM, there were often other water elemental dimensional creatures lurking in there. However, it was fine in the city's periphery. The most powerful dimensional creatures were inside the city. People had built a cement bridge in the periphery that connected all the way to the entrance of Pool City. Just as Zhou stepped onto the bridge, he heard someone else enter. He was slightly taken aback when he turned to take a look. The person who was walking towards him was his tutor, Wang Fei. Although Wang Fei had introduced Zhou to study under Wang Mingyuan, Zhou was still her student under the school's system. Wang Fei was clearly surprised to see Zhou. After settling the procedures, she walked to the bridge and asked Zhou,
"Why are you here? This place is too dangerous for students. Teacher Wang Mingyuan told me to visit this place as an observational practice. I'll just be wandering the periphery and not entering."
Zhou used Wang Mingyuan as an excuse, afraid that Wang Fei would speak further.
"Since it's an observational practice, come with me. After all, I'm your tutor. I can't just let Uncle Mingyuan be the one always teaching you. Just take it as me giving you the lesson today,"
Wang Fei said as she walked towards the city gates via the bridge. I'm really just here to take a look at the gates. I don't want to go in." Zhou was depressed, but he couldn't say it out loud. All he could do was follow behind Wang Fei. As he walked, Zhou sized up the city gate of Pool City, hoping to see if he could find the tiny palm symbol. This time, Zhou's luck was pretty good. He immediately saw a tiny palm symbol on the plaque above the city gate. Engraved in the middle of the palm was an ancient Chinese character for water. Zhou hurriedly took out his phone to take a picture of the tiny palm symbol above the city gate. Upon seeing this, Wang Fei said,
"Why are you taking pictures of the city gate? It's best to capture images later when we encounter dimensional creatures. It's best if they are video. You can slowly study them when you're back. Water-type dimensional creatures are subjects of study in the various universities in the League. It will be very helpful in future conquest battles at sea."
Zhou also knew that the League had always wanted to conquer the seas.
However, because the situation at sea was different from land, there weren't many people who could really go out to sea. However, experts had predicted that the era would soon arrive. Due to this prediction, the price of companion eggs associated with water had increased greatly. Some of them had increased by more than 10 times, but it had already been 20 to 30 years since the prediction, and there were still no signs of the so-called era of seafaring. It was still dangerous for normal people to head out to sea. Even epic humans didn't dare do so easily. After he downloaded Pool City's instance dungeon, Zhou felt a lot more relaxed. He wasn't afraid of the epic creatures, believing that it wasn't a bad thing to follow Wang Fei in to take a look. He could gain an understanding of how water-type dimensional creatures fought. It might help him too. After entering Pool City, they discovered that the streets here were more flooded. Most of the houses were half filled with water. It was a waterlogged city. Splash. The two of them had just Pool City when they saw a wave appear not far from them. Something in the water was rapidly approaching them.